Chapter 924, A Reward of 1 Million. Chapter 924, A Reward of 1 million, underscore. Shurian's team saw more battleships when they got closer to Broken Star Field. There were various battleships with strange and yet surprising structures. Some were made of wood, bones, or a particular stone, while some looked like they were made of metal. It could perhaps be some kind of rare metal materials. Notably, their shapes were fascinating. They saw lozenge, diamond battleships. They even saw a monster-like and a tree-like battleship. They all had many mind slaves who were watched over by experts. They could see countless King God Realm, original God Realm warriors, and ethereal God Realm experts. The owners of those battleships were mostly in this realm. In general, the average realm of warriors in the Agate Star area was one level higher than in Raging Flame Star area. In Raging Flame Star area, an expert at peak of original God Realm was already a legend. They were pretty rare. However, in this area, that realm was typical. Many warriors from the battleships they met had observed them, and some even asked for information about the murder of Tu Feng. In Broken Star Field, Tu Fei, Tu Feng's big brother, had posted a reward of 1 million top-quality divine crystals for anyone who could provide the information related to that murder case. As soon as they could give precise information, they would receive this fortune of divine crystals. 1 million top-quality divine crystals was a colossal fortune in everybody's eyes. Even though the giant tribe had lived in the old Orchid Star for many years, their assets couldn't be that much. No one doubted Shurian's group. Going with the giants had given them a perfect cover that the others could never relate them to that murder case. In the Far West region, the giants was famous for peaceful and kind characteristics. If the other didn't offend them to the point they couldn't endure, they would never attack first. And it was impossible to imagine that the giant would eradicate any battleship. Since they were going with not Xian, many experts of different forces just asked if they had seen anyone suspicious on the way. No one had ever thought that the murderers were actually standing in front of them. Your good tribe is famous indeed. You have never attacked anyone first, so you will never be suspicious. Ha! We're lucky that we went with you, said Shurian smilingly. Na Xian had a bitter countenance, speaking begrudgingly. I've broken the rules. If I didn't go with you, I would never have done anything like that. It goes against our integrity. Everything has an exception. I think you guys should renovate your thoughts a little bit. If you get yourself bullied that easy, your tribe will come to an end one day. Shurian frowned. Your tribe has good innate endowments and powerful physique that the same level warriors couldn't resist. You have the gifted talent of strength like the most excellent soldiers. Why do you have to bind yourself painfully like that? If you could be like other clans that seize any chances to strengthen their clans, I think you guys would be soon one of the strongest clans in the Agate Star area. It's easier said than done. Our precursors have taught us to live in harmony and minimize grudges. They didn't give us any wicked thought. It has been tens of thousands of years. We can't change instantly, sighed Naoxan. These days, staying together with Shurian and the others, he understood that the giant tribe must change. If they were conservative and stubborn, their tribe would never be stable and prosperous. You guys must get used to it gradually, Shurian smiled. Going with me, I will let you see that sometimes you have to be cruel to the others or to yourself, and what you will receive will be beyond your imagination. Along the way, Shurian continually spread his cunning and wicked thoughts to the giants. He was trying to guide this naive clan in going a better way to change their mindset. When Shurian's group met the battleships of many forces, the others asked them about Tu Feng, but none of them had doubted this group of warriors. After several months, Shurian and his friends finally stepped on the land outside the Broken Star Field. It was a gridiron-planned city in a broken continent of a star at the peripheral area of the Broken Star Field. It was about the size of land of God Punishment, where many auction houses, restaurants, mind slave markets, and shops were held. This place was a hustle and bustle, indeed. This city was called Broken Star City. It didn't have a governance body or rules. Any warrior could enter the city, do transactions, or harvesting whatever they wanted freely. The backyard of the Broken Star City was Broken Star Field, where there was the beautiful name of Natural Resources Field. It had countlessly occupied and unoccupied mines and many perilous areas. Battles often happened. Every day, it attracted hundreds of explorers. People died there in every minute. After Yin had arrived in the Broken Star City, he noticed that many warriors were observing them, and the ones who had just come had strange eyes. They wanted to see the familiar faces in his group and in the batch of new mine slaves. The portraits of Feng Ku's group had been printed in some special crystals. Those people were holding those kinds of crystals to search among the new mine slaves who had just arrived. They were investigating the murder case of Tu Feng, indeed. Of course, they didn't dare to search all the ones who had just arrived in the city. They just stopped and watched a few of the battleships of powerful forces. After the battleships anchored, they could only observe from a distance. None of them dared to come forward and ask to check the ships. It seemed that Blood Halberd didn't dare to create grudges against someone. It's lucky that we sent Feng Ku's team back. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble right when we have arrived in Broken Star Field, Katua said, lowering his voice. Fei Lan scolded him with a cold face. From now on, say nothing about what had happened. Warriors in this area have high and profound realms. They can eavesdrop even from 10,000 meters away. Don't discuss. When they notice the anomaly, it will be hard to control the situation. Katua shivered inwardly. He nodded, asking himself to forget what had happened. Xian's group of giants was prominent in Broken Star City. Their physiques were so massive, and they couldn't transform like the Monster Clan clansmen. Standing in the city, they looked like equal small mountains. It looked strange that Yan's team stayed close to the giants. It was because the old Orchid Star was a remote area that didn't have many visitors. It was also because the giants weren't good at communicating with other people. Precursor, we should diverge. You just need to tell me the location of AI Fu's shop. Yan lowered his voice as he had noticed the strange eyes of the others. Over there. Xian pointed to a direction. Just go there. It's the biggest store. AI Fu's famous in Broken Star City. You got a big place here. When doing business with him, we just need to pay attention to his bargaining. We don't need to worry about having trouble in his place. Once he seals the deal with you, he is easygoing and frank. Okay, after we're done, we will meet again, Yin smiled, walking with Fei Lan, Ka'a, Karthu, Leona, and Ziao to the place that the giant had shown them. From a bird's view, Broken Star City was planned with street grids. It seemed that this kind of layout hid something. Of course, Yin and his team didn't care about this thing. They gingerly walked on the streets and watched out for strangers, heading to AI Fu's auction house. Soon, an ancient luxury building appeared in their vision. It looked like the building was built from some kind of precious stone. The several hundred-meter-tall building was glowing in a silvery halo as it was made of strange silver rocks. Compared to it, the surrounding buildings and houses around looked much smaller. Yin chuckled as he knew that it was their target. He took Fei Lan and the others to that place quickly. At the stone gate of the ancient building, a lanky teenage at Second Sky of King God Realm was screaming hastily. Let me in! Let me in! I want to see Master AI Fu. I have a good thing to offer. Standing in the front door was a warrior who looked like an iron electricity pole. He was around 3 meters tall with the aura of the Monster Clan. He got the Second Sky of Original God Realm cultivation base. This beefy warrior guarded the door, squinting and shouting at the teenage, "Get lost! I'm here to offer something good. Master AI Fu will find it interesting. I'm sure." The teenage said affirmatively. "Master AI Fu will get angry if you make this mistake. Let me in. Move!" The Monster Clan muscular warrior snorted, waving his hand. The teenager was kicked out like a rubber ball. He rolled until he was stopped by Yan's legs. Blood trickled down his mouth. He got up, frowning, throwing a glance at Yan, and then begging the guard again. "I'm begging you. My father needs divine crystals. I'm sure Master AI Fu will be interested in what I offer this time. Our master doesn't have time for you. Brat, Every time you come here, you all bring bullshit news and trash things. Don't disturb my master. The Monster Clan warrior had a cold countenance. I'm warning you. If you dare to intrude, don't blame me. The teenage shivered as if he knew that the other actually dared to kill him. He stooped in distress, muttering, his face sorrowful. It's really a strange place there. All things are dead. No beam of vitality. That man must have stopped there that year. I think it must have his will or intent domain there. Fei Lan's eyes brightened. Her figure flashed, and then she reappeared by the boy. She contemplated and Hen asked, "What do you know? Can you tell us?" The teenager was struck, jabbering. "Last time I went to a deep place in the Broken Star Field, I found a strange place. That place has no sign of living things. The earth and heaven energy there seems to be restrained. Something like power Upanishad also surged there. I didn't dare to enter. I felt so weak just standing by the edge of that place, so I hastened to leave." Fei Lan got something. She couldn't help but turn around to look at Shurian. Shurian nodded. "You stay put. Don't go. Wait for us. When we get out, we want your news." Fei Lan lowered his voice. The teenager had his face brightly happy. He nodded continually. Yes, yes, I will wait for you guys." Shurian, Leona, and Ka Tua exchanged looks. They didn't say anything but walked to the ancient building. "Are you here to buy or sell?" The Monster Clan brawny guard asked lazily. "Sell. We want to meet your master, AI Fu," Shurian smiled. "It's a big business, you know. Around several hundreds of top-quality divine crystals. I'm sure AI Fu will find it interesting. Follow me." The Monster Clan man studied them for a while. After they found that Fei Lan had the ethereal god realm, he nodded, walking into the building. Shurian's team immediately followed him. Chapter 925, Big Business. Chapter 925, Big Business, _ In any star area, the divine crystal was a basic currency. The divine crystals stored earth and heaven energy that warriors could absorb directly. This feature ensured the constant value of the divine crystal. The agate star area had many life stars with abundant earth and heaven energy. If the warriors cultivated there and accumulated energy, their powers would increase gradually. However, the warriors wouldn't always stay in one life star. They needed to go to different areas to gain experience and practice. In many isolated areas, earth and heaven energy was cut off. Once the warriors got hurt or consumed a lot of energy, they had to use divine crystals to recover. The agate star area had top-quality divine crystals. Each crystal could store an enormous amount of energy, which could restore 1/10 of the power of a warrior at original God Realm. The divine crystal was also the source of energy for battleships, formations, treasures, and the refining process. It was inevitable to a warrior's cultivation. Thus, divine crystals were never going to be outdated. They were going to always be the standard and popular currency. The reward of 1,000,000 divine crystals posted by two Fae of Blood Halberd made many people drool. Many information brokers were stirred up because of this reward. The entire Broken Star City was looking for the murderer who had killed Tu Feng. AI Fu also had some kinds of news like this. AI Fu was famous in Broken Star City, indeed. Not only did he trade cultivation materials, but he also sold battleships and slaves. AI Fu also had a force of information brokers who captured the strange news from the far west. He could use that information to gain more benefit. In the center of the ancient building, AI Fu was sitting in a magnificently luxury hall. He was holding a glass, swirling the red liquid in it. His glass contained some kind of wine that was as red as human blood. However, it had a pleasant aroma. As his wrist swirled the glass, the wine shimmered beautifully. AI Fu took a sip, and it seemed like he passionately enjoyed it, but his indifferent eyes were looking at the man in front of him. "I've done a lot of businesses with your blood halberd. Of course, I will pay more attention to you. I met your brother several times. I will keep an eye on his case." Tu Fei had a lot of cuts on his face, his bearings ferocious. A small, green snake wound around the elbow of the arm he used to hold the glass. It was tucking its tongue in and out. Its triangular eyes were full of savage light. "Thank you. As long as you find the murderer, I will offer 1 million divine crystals personally." Two-Face stood up and bent his body slightly. "Your information gathering system is the best in Broken Star City. I am counting on you." AI Fu held the glass of wine in one hand, his other hand waving relaxingly. He smiled. "Don't worry. If someone gets the news first, it will be my men." "Yeah, I believe so. Thus, I came to see you." Two-Fei looked stern. "If you need to use force, please spare his life. I want to kill him myself." "Of course, I can feel your brotherhood. Don't worry. I'll keep it in mind," AI Fu said frankly. "Master, some strangers came to see you. They say that they have a big business they want to deal with you." At this moment, the voice of the Monster Clan guard arose from outside the hall. AI Fu suddenly felt funny, pouring himself a full glass of wine. "My luck is good today. I got 2 businesses come to my door. Ha! Let them in, let them in." "You guys can come in now," said the Monster Clan guard. Yin, Leona, Fei Lan, and Ka, Tu, walked into the great hall. They saw Two-Fei. Two-Fei's eyes were like the malignant eyes of a viper as they were raking through Yan's team. Under his eyes, they felt chilled as if a snake was using its sticky tongue to draw something on their skin. They all felt uncomfortable, their soul altars trembling uneasily. Fei Lan's wrinkles twitched as she frowned discreetly. Two-Fei's line of sight was focused on Fei Lan, the warrior who had the highest realm in this group at First Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Yan's team and Two-Fei passed each other. Afterward, Two-Fei still turned around to look at them. After a while, he snorted and left with a worried face. Don't touch him. He's about to go crazy. Someone killed his brother. He's like a mad dog now. He hates that he can't bite people to vent out his anger." After Two-Fei left, AI Fu didn't try to be polite, and he mocked Two-Fei. Come here, what do you have to offer? Let me see. As long as you have good stuff, you don't need to worry about the price." "Is he Two-Fei?" Yin shivered inwardly, but his face was calm. His brother was at First Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Who could kill him? Fei Lan, Leona, Ziyao, and Kak Ta bent their heads slightly, their faces strange. They didn't dare to intervene. However, they were very anxious as they were afraid that Yin would reveal something. AI Fu was surprised. He studied Yin and then smiled. "Come have a seat. If he could kill Tu Feng, he should be at Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. That lunatic didn't trouble you, but he left because he thought that you guys weren't strong enough." You were lucky then. He previously wanted to talk to Fei Lan because she had the highest realm in this group. He thought that she was the leader. However, when Yin talked, the rest of the team kept silent. He immediately understood that the young man at First Sky of Original God Realm was the real leader. He was startled and couldn't help but think why that was the case. As he has an Ethereal God Realm member in his entourage, what was this kid's identity? I never saw him before. Maybe he came from another area of Agate Star area. Typically, there was only one possibility when low-realm warriors were escorted by high-realm warriors. He has a powerful background like AI Fu himself. AI Fu's realm wasn't high, but he had Third Sky of Ethereal God Realm members in his cortege. It was because of his great background as his grandfather was an incipient God Realm grandfather. He thought that Yin was this sort of man. What realm does Two-Fei have? Yin sat down nonchalantly, facing AI Fu. He deliberately lifted a crystal glass and poured himself a glass full of wine, asking calmly, "So Two-Fei's very dangerous in the far west region." The calmer and more natural he was, the higher the possibility that AI Fu thought he had an influential background. He studied Yin, speaking with a smile. Two-Fei's at Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. He's famous in the far west region, indeed. He's the commander of Blood Halberd. Is he dangerous or not? He's number 1, I guess. Apparently, Two-Fei wasn't really dangerous in AI Fu's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't mock him after he had left. Are you interested in Two-Fei? AI Fu had a strange light flare in his eyes while he gazed at Yin. contemplating. It's a reward of 1 million. Haha, when I heard that he posted a big reward, of course I got interested. Yin made an excuse, but his face stiffened right after that. We should talk. A shiny light flashed on his palm. The small lumber of the life ancient tree from the Wood clan emerged. He chuckled, pushing it to the table in front of AI Fu. Give me a price. AI Fu's eyes brightened immediately. He carefully picked up the lumber while sensing and checking. Sometimes he released a wisp of soul consciousness. He was stunned. Rare. This is extremely rare and precious. Yes, this is big business. He paused for a while, looking at Yin with a smile. Bro, give me a price. Yeah, you go first, Yin smiled. You're professional. You should know its value. I won't shame myself. AI Fu caressed the lumber. Hesitating for a while, he said slowly, this lumber of the life ancient tree from the Wood clan has a natural wooden texture. It carries the most subtle feature of the wood power Upanishad. It should be extremely precious. However, it's very small, and the other race can't benefit much from it. If I want to sell it, I have to find the members of the Wood clan. Moreover, he should be a powerful and generous one. But we don't have many members of the Wood clan in the Far West region. It's a bit troublesome. Before the businessman gives a price, he naturally tries to give bad comments to degrade the item and lower its price. AI Fu had reminded Yin's team, though. Yin swirled his glass of wine. From time to time, he took a sip as he wasn't in a hurry to chat. He just looked at AI Fu and smiled. Although it's precious, I don't have many potential customers. It'll be complicated to sell this item. AI Fu tried to lower the value of the lumber and then took a deep breath, frowning at Yin. Bro, do you want to take materials or divine crystals? Only divine crystals, said Yin deliberately. Well, if you only need divine crystals, it will be easier. AI Fu rubbed his chin and considered for a while before smiling. 3 million top-quality divine crystals. What do you think? It's not a bad price. 3 million. Yin felt funny, putting down the glass of wine lazily. He then stretched out his body. So you don't want to buy it? Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. He got up and sauntered out of the hall, not pausing for even a moment. Fei Lan and the others got up and followed him. Wait a minute. Before Yin was about to walk out of the hall, AI Fu hissed and spoke seriously. For million. 5 million. I won't sell the lumber less than that amount. Yin turned his head, speaking earnestly. AI Fu hesitated for a while and then nodded all of a sudden. Deal. Yin grinned, getting back to the table. He took his seat and continued drinking. I'm waiting for your divine crystals. I can't collect enough by today. Give me some time. AI Fu's smile became reluctant. Lately, I bought too many materials. I paid a lot of divine crystals. Now, I have around 3 million only. Hey, are you interested in cultivating materials? Or chariots or battleships? Pellets, ancient books, armor, or weapons? Except for original incipient grade items, I have most of those things. Let me show them to you, can I? Yin, Fei Lan, and Leona were stunned as they were petrified by what AI Fu had introduced. Your realms are common here. I have many things suitable for you guys. Just take a look first, and then we will decide later, okay? AI Fu continued to encourage them. What do you think? Yin rubbed his chin, glancing at Fei Lan, Leona, and Kata. They nodded. All looked excited. Yin smiled, talking, all right, let's check what you got. Please come in. AI Fu smiled cheerfully, leading them. Chapter 926, Treasury. Chapter 926, Treasury, _ AI Fu walked to a rainbow-colored, meandering path behind the Great Hall. This passage looked like a space channel full of light and magical energy fluctuations. Yin's team followed AI Fu through the passage, emerging on a shadowy mineral star. This mineral star was shrouded by some peculiar barrier. Because of it, they couldn't see the sun, moon, stars, or immense earth and heaven energy. The horizon was still a vast, gray area. This star was bigger than Broken Star City. Holy sh*t. Katoa couldn't help but acclaim. Phelan, Leona, Ziyao, and Carthu were also dumbstruck. They were shocked, watching the scenery. Many battleships with different styles and shapes were parked on this planet. They looked like the antiquity beasts lying on the ground. They were more than 1,000 meters long. Some were wooden while others were made of stone or metal. There were dozens of them, each built to be luxurious and magical. The battleships had labels which read their manufacture date, usage manual, and type of energy used. Also, it clearly stated how to drive and control the battleship accurately. Dozens of battleships parking here were imposing, intimidating people with their visibility. Many stone platforms stood in another corner where piles of materials, precious armor, and exotic weapons were left. They could also see a lot of different colored pellets in countless bottles. It looked like this place had everything they wanted. Cultivating materials, battleships, armor, spiritual medicines and pellets, scriptures, and rare refining tool materials were displayed on those massive stone platforms. They could easily find what they needed. There were around 1,000 stone platforms scattered on an area of several mu of land. They were filled with properties that could make anyone drool. Young master. Two old men wearing shabby garments emerged from nowhere, greeting AI Fu respectfully. Phelan glanced at the two old men, changing her countenance a little bit, hissing, "Third sky of ethereal god realm." Those two old men didn't look at the guests but guarded on AI Fu's sides. From their appearances, they knew those two considered AI Fu as their master. AI Fu smiled, pointing around. "You guys take a look. Everything here is for sale. You can buy them for 2 million divine crystals. I will tell you the exact price of the items you choose." Shi Yan's team was attracted. Shi Yan had a sharp eye. At first glance, he knew that those bottles and jars that were outstanding. Most of them were divine-grade pellets from level 1 to level 7. Even the heavenly mending pellets Jester had refined looked very normal here. There were 5 or 6 bottles on the stone platform. Pellets that were more valuable than the heavenly mending pellets were put on a stone platform. There were 10 bottles, but they seemed to not be treated in a special way. Another section of the stone platform area was used to display precious armor. Light sparkled continually from there. Each of the armor pieces had supernatural energy fluctuate. They could feel the distinctive auras of lightning, flame, and ice. Apparently, they were made for warriors who cultivated different power Upanishads. All of them made people drool. AI Fu was genuinely a wealthy man sitting on a mountain of treasures. This star used to be an abandoned mineral star. We've renovated it and made it our storage area. Choose what you want. I will use the divine crystals to give you the prices. AI Fu was satisfied seeing them astounded. He smiled and continued. You have 2 million divine crystals. Choose whatever you want. We can use divine crystals to pay for everything here. Carthu, Ziyao, Katoa, and even Leona were looking at Shi Yan with desire in their eyes. Shi Yan couldn't be calm anymore. Hesitating for a while, he gave a forced smile. You guys can check if you want anything. As soon as he said that, Leona, Carthu, Ziyao, and Katoa immediately dashed away. They were thrilled to observe each stone platform as if they were in the best dream ever that they didn't want to wake up from. I have something suitable for you, too. AI Fu shrugged contentedly, speaking to Phelan, who was still calm. Your ethereal extent hasn't been formed yet. I have something specialized for warriors at your realm. It can help you condense the ethereal extent faster. I also have some special pellets to mend the damaged ethereal soul. If you don't mind, take a look. Phelan couldn't stay calm anymore. Swish! She disappeared shortly in the direction AI Fu had shown her. It seemed as if she didn't get things that satisfied her. She would never come out. How is my place? AI Fu smiled, looking at Shi Yan. I'm curious. You have only first sky of original God realm. Why are you so placid? Haha. Is it true that you've seen something even bigger and seen more treasures than what I have here? He instinctively deemed Shi Yan as a member of a prominent force in Agate Star area who came here for a simple trip. Seeing Shi Yin keep calm, he evidently thought that Shi Yin had seen something better. He didn't know that Shi Yin was also stunned. It was just that Shi Yin was different from Leona and Fei Lan. He himself was already the most mysterious and magical treasure with endless mysteries. His mysterious power Upanishad's characteristics helped him be independent of pellets. He knew the essence of his power Upanishad, so he didn't need to use external support. He didn't have a special need for the tonic pellets in this place. As for weapons and armor, Shi Yin thought that he didn't need to care about any other treasures since he had the divine sword and the blood shield. He had the most suitable items for him in his hands already, so he didn't need to be greedy for treasures here. He was placid enough not to run around and try to find suitable cultivating materials. "I'll just take a look then," Shi Yin answered deliberately and then walked around the stone platforms. Sometimes, he threw a glance on the battleships afar from them. Expensive battleships are from 100,000 divine crystals to millions of them. Of course, there are more expensive battleships, which can be compared to the value of a life star. Anyway, I'm not capable of selling them. AI Fu smiled, following him to give him more information. If you don't have a battleship or your battleship is broken, you should consider buying one here. Just tell me what kind of features you want. I will give you more information. Speed, defense, attack, I have everything. I'm sure you will like them. AI Fu was promoting his products, trying to fill the hole of 2 million divine crystals. He hated that he couldn't make Shi Yin buy more. Sure, Yin listened to him and didn't intervene. He just smiled, watching each stone platform. His silky soul consciousness was searching around discreetly. He halted by a stone platform, frowning. This Tenmu platform was supported by 2 shabby formations with a cut empty fantasy crystal as the foundation. The magical, exquisite lines were carved thickly on the crystal, weaving with each other to make patterns and drawings of the broken formations. Mother and Child Sky Linking Formation. They are said to be created by a warrior who specialized in space power. Within 1-star area, we can use this formation to connect. Anyway, this formation is broken. Otherwise, it would be priceless. But it's cheap now. Are you interested in it? Smiled AI Fu. This pair of formations can connect the space within 1-star area. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Before it was broken, this formation was able to do that. However, its range was just within 1-star area. It's not as magical as the hollow channel, which can connect the 2-star areas. AI Fu smiled, but it can't do anything now. It's broken. Both the mother formation and the child formation are broken at different levels. We can't fix them, so we keep them here. Warriors who cultivate space Upanishad can choose them, but I'm afraid the others won't find them interesting. How much? Shi Yin was silent for a while, chuckling. I'm interested in space power. I want to use them for my study. 200,000 divine crystals. AI Fu didn't care about this item very much. If it wasn't shattered, this mother and child sky linking formation would be worth at least 10 million divine crystals. But it's broken now. Sigh. Just consider that I'm selling the empty fantasy crystal to you. 200,000 divine crystals. Okay, I'll take it, Shi Yin grinned. Good. AI Fu was a little content. Come here, come here. This way, this way. Perhaps you will find something else you like. But Shi Yin didn't buy anything else. However, Fei Lan, Leona, Carthu, Kada, and Xiao all found things they liked. All looked so excited. Xiao liked a set of armor, which looked like it had brilliant and gorgeous rainbow light twirling around. It was stunning indeed, and it seemed to have some light intent domain, which could boost up Xiao's realm and competence significantly. That set of armor was at level 5 divine grade. It was priced at 100,000 divine crystals. Carthu found a narrow sword of 2 finger size. It was small but pretty sharp. It also suited his power Upanishad. He looked delighted. AI Fu said it cost 150,000 top-quality divine crystals. Leona and Kaktua didn't find any armor or treasure, but they took some pellets. They were all level 5 and level 6 divine grade pellets. They were useful for steadying and strengthening their realms. AI Fu set the price of 500,000 divine crystals for those bottles. Phelan had found the most precious item. She had a sticky, ivory substance called etherealizing fluid. According to AI Fu, it provided the best help in condensing ethereal extents. Naturally, it was precious. It was just a tiny chunk of etherealizing fluid, but AI Fu said it cost 1 million divine crystals, and he couldn't give him any discount. Phelan made it her precious treasure. She picked it up and never wanted to let it go. She had sensed the substance and realized how it could help her. She nodded at Yin, implying that she wanted it. With their 2 million divine crystals, Yin bought the Mother and Child Sky linking formation for 200,000 divine crystals. Ziyao took a set of armor that cost 100,000 crystals. Carthu got a sword priced 150,000 divine crystals. Leona and Ka Toa bought bottles of pellets that cost 500,000 divine crystals. Phelan took the etherealizing fluid for a price of 1 million divine crystals. Thus, they had almost used up their 2 million divine crystals. They had only 50,000 left. You still have 50,000 divine crystals that you can use. AI Fu felt satisfied now. Just look around and find more items. It would free me from trouble then. Okay. Do you know how to take the 1,000-fold lotus? Any special container or idea about how to forge the container and materials? Yin pondered for a while. He had a thought, so he asked. AI Fu was dumbstruck. The 2/3 sky of ethereal god realm stood by him, had their eyes brighten and their backs straighten up. Ew. Do you have the 1,000-fold lotus? The 1,000-fold lotus? AI Fu took a deep breath, his voice trembling. If you have it, everything will be easier. My grandfather needs it a lot. The 2 peak of ethereal god realm eyed Yin. Their bright eyes looked like diamonds that could hurt people's eyes looking at them. Chapter 927, Blue Ice Jar. Chapter 927, Blue Ice Jar _ 1,000-fold lotus was the original incipient grade material, which gave a tonic to the growth of the soul altar. It could enlarge the sea of consciousness and condense the soul consciousness. It was the most marvelous material for the soul altar. Even the incipient God Realm warriors had to be greedy for the 1,000-fold lotus. They could use the 1,000-fold lotus to strengthen their soul altars and their spirits or their souls. AI Fu's grandfather was an expert at incipient God Realm. I'm sorry for my manners. Haha, the 1,000-fold lotus is very rare. I've been waiting in Broken Star City for many years, but I never saw any 1,000-fold lotus. How's it that you have that? Haha. AI Fu smiled, but I'm curious. If you're asking for the materials to harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, it means that you know where it is? The 2 peak of incipient God Realm experts standing by him also looked at Yin with hope, their faces serious. I got some news, but I'm not certain yet, Yin smiled. Anyway, it's good to be prepared, right? If I can find 1,000-fold lotus, I won't miss the treasure if I have the special container. Do you have that kind of container? AI Fu's eyes were very bright. Yes. He extended his hand, touching the void. A bunch of light fell on a stone platform from a distance. That platform then cracked. Around 10 blue ice potteries flew out. Those potteries looked like jars with blue ice patterns cover the surface. Each of them had natural patterns of ice wrapping around. Deep blue light rippled from the potteries like great water waves. More than 10 blue ice potteries flew out and floated in front of AI Fu. They looked like the most exquisite pieces of art with immense ripples of blue light waves, catching everybody's eyes. This blue ice jar is made of rare blue ice and more than 10 auxiliary materials. It's the customized container for 1,000-fold lotus. AI Fu chuckled. It's easy to use the jar, though. Before you pick the flower, you must let the blue light on the blue ice jar fly out and entangle the petals of the 1,000-fold lotus. After all of the petals are tied, you can pick it up and put it in the jar. This looks a little small, Yin was surprised, frowning. This blue ice jar is as big as a water bottle. But I heard that the thousand-fold lotus isn't that small. Could that jar store the flower? AI Fu burst out laughing. The space inside the blue ice jar is shrunken. It's the feature of the blue ice. It can actually store up to 5 flowers at the same time. If you want, you can use your soul consciousness to sense it. A blue ice jar appeared, falling into Shi Yan's hands. It felt icy and heavy. The surface of this pottery was strangely smooth. Shi Yan sent a beam of his soul consciousness into the jar. His eyes sparkled, smiling. Not bad. The blue ice jar didn't look big indeed. However, there was a whole world inside. Shi Yan could feel the immense blue water inside the jar, filling up a much bigger space than what he saw. AI Fu was telling the truth. The volume of each blue ice jar could store 5 or 6,000-fold lotuses. A blue ice jar is priced at 20,000 top-quality divine crystals. You could take only 2 jars with your amount of divine crystals. However, I'm in a good mood today, so you can take 5. AI Fu rubbed his chin, contemplating for a while. Light flashed on his finger, and 4 more blue ice jars spun, flying toward Shi Yan. Pausing for a while, AI Fu said earnestly, "Bro, if you can find a 1,000-fold lotus and get it, please sell it to me. We can always negotiate the price. I'm sure that I won't fail you." Shi Yan smiled, taking the blue ice jars. He turned around to look at the bright, colorful materials on the stone platform near there, and he spoke. "Okay, if my luck comes and I can get the 1,000-fold lotus, I will definitely sell it to you." "Awesome," AI Fu laughed. Then, to close this deal, he solemnly handed Shi Yan a fantasy sky ring. This ring stores 3 million divine crystals. You can take the pellets or materials you've chosen. Our business is over here. All right. Shi Yan took the fantasy sky ring and signaled Fei Lan, Leona, and the others to put away their items. Then they walked to the mother and child sky linking formation. AI Fu and the 2 old men looked at him with astonishment. The mother and child sky linking formation was a space-class formation carved on the empty fantasy crystal as the foundation. The fantasy crystal was marvelous, and it couldn't be stored in the fantasy sky ring. Thus, seeing Shi Yan halt there, they were curious and surprised. "Bro, where do you live? I'll have my men deliver the mother and child sky linking formation to you. Will that be okay?" AI Fu thought, and then offered kindly. "No need, I can bring it with me." Shi Yan smiled, caressing the fantasy sky ring he had refined one more time. Countless fine space cracks appeared from the ring. They shot out from the ring's surface and then congregated, creating a bunch of intense light that shrouded the mother and child sky linking formation. In the next moment, the intense light disappeared together with the formation. The ring flashed, and the strange space energy fluctuation around it gradually ceased. "You're cunning." AI Fu couldn't help but yell. "If you don't know Space Upanishad, how can you take the mother and child sky linking formation with the empty fantasy crystal as the foundation? I lost a lot of money this time. A great loss." The 2/3 sky of ethereal god realm warriors standing next to him were also shocked, looking at Shi Yan. Shi Yan chuckled. "Our transaction is done. You shouldn't regret it. Okay, we gotta go now. See you later when we have a chance." AI Fu wore a bitter visage, but he couldn't do anything. "This way, please." He took Shi Yan's team through the brilliant passage to return to the Great Hall. Then he asked his guards to send Shi Yan's group off to the main gate. Then AI Fu got back to the Mineral Star, his face complex. "Young master, this man bought Blue Ice Jar to get the 1,000-fold lotus. The Blue Ice Jar is used to store the 1,000-fold lotus only." Hissed an old man. "Young master, our master has advised us to try to buy the 1,000-fold lotus. We've produced those jars for so many years, but we haven't had a chance to use them yet. Do you think that kid is going to take the flower?" asked the other. "My grandfather has had the bottleneck. He needs the 1,000-fold lotus to break through. I know you're rushed." AI Fu knitted his brows tightly. "I've kept an eye on the 1,000-fold lotus for years. But that thing is strange indeed. No one knows where it grows or how to grow it. I've checked all the areas that they said they found the 1,000-fold lotus. But I found nothing. Where does that man come from? It's strange. How could he get the news of the thousand-fold lotus? I wonder if he lied to us. Pausing for a while, AI Fu touched something in the void. A light ring expanded from his finger. The dark sky slowly revealed. A shadow like a ghost flew out. Young master, what do you want me to do? Do you know that group of people? Lately, have they operated in any area in the far west region? There's no record of them. The first time we found them was when they went with Na Xian of the giant tribe. After they had entered Broken Star City, they diverged. Oh yeah, Migu and Mi Lu brothers have captured 7 giants. They asked the giants to pay a ransom of 700,000 divine crystals. Na Xian came here from Old Orchid Star. I guess it was because of this. The giant tribe? Old Orchid Star? AI Fu's eyes sparkled with a faint light. After a while, he was shaken. All right, according to the rumors, the Old Orchid Star also has thousand-fold lotus. The 2 old experts cheered up, talking happily. Seems that the kid has found something. AI Fu smiled quietly and nodded. Yeah, perhaps that kid found the thousand-fold lotus. Good, good. Seems like my grandfather's bottleneck will be broken soon. The Old Orchid Star is the giant tribe's territory. This clan is weak, actually. Young master, do you want us to? No, no, no. AI Fu shook his head. I'm a businessman. I'm not a thug. I won't do that. Our auction house and shop have thrived after so many years because people trust us. It's because of our credit. Credit. Do you understand? It's because of the credit that I've spent hundreds of years gaining. We must not tarnish our reputation. AI Fu rubbed his chin, smiling until his eyes narrowed. If he gets the thousand-fold lotus and shows a good sense by selling it to me, everything will be smooth. Everyone will be happy. What if he doesn't sell it to you? Or what if he asks for a lot? Asked an old man begrudgingly. Do you need me to teach you how to act in that situation? It's true that we can't do something, but won't you find someone to do it for you? AI Fu frowned, sneering. The old man nodded slowly. Of course, friendly disposition leads to wealth. It's the most important thing. We don't need to kill anybody. AI Fu grinned again. If he can find the thousand-fold lotus, he can help my grandfather. He would be our benefactor. We should appreciate our benefactors, right? Yeah, right. The old man with the bitter face nodded again. However, he was cursing inwardly. That hypocritical brat likes to act. He's addicted to acting now. AI Fu lifted his head, looking at the shadow in the sky. Have you received any news of the murder case of Tu Feng? Not yet, the shadow replied with respect. Our men didn't find any survivors. We found no trace of Tu Feng's battle, either. Oh, they cleaned up well. AI Fu rubbed his chin, yeah, just like my style. That should be a competent man. Investigate. Continue your work. Tu Feng stuff is priced at 1 million divine crystals. We're in short of divine crystals. Work on it. Oh, and keep an eye on those people for me. I want to know their every move in Broken Star City. Yes, sir. The shadow retreated slowly until it disappeared from their vision. AI Fu looked at one of the 2 old men, chuckling. Send a message to my grandfather. Tell him that we found some clues of the thousand-fold lotus that he's always yearning for. I got it, young master, the old man replied with respect. Chapter 928, Open the Heart. Chapter 928, Open the Heart, _ After Sure Yin got out of AI Fu's ancient building, he saw the teenager still waiting for them there. Seeing them, the boy's eyes brightened and he hastened to come to them. Fei Lan frowned, speaking deliberately. We should talk somewhere else. The boy nodded continually, his eyes filled with joy. After 15 minutes, Sure Yin found a quiet place in the south of the Broken Star Field. Not many people walked through this street, and none of them noticed this group. Fei Lan waved her hand at the boy. Where did you find it? Tell us more details. Fei Lan lowered her voice, asking. 100,000 top-quality divine crystals. The boy took a deep breath. Give me 100,000 divine crystals, and I'll take you there. I'll tell you the details. 100,000 divine crystals? And of top quality? Kid, are you so poor that you've gone crazy? Katawa rolled his eyes, smiling coldly. Do you think you can deceive us? Most of the divine crystals circulated in the raging flame star area were of good quality. Top-quality divine crystals were scarce. Katua had been a pirate in the land of God, punishing for so many years, but he couldn't save 100,000 top-quality divine crystals. This amount of divine crystals was an incredible fortune to Katua, indeed. This kid asking for 100,000 top-quality divine crystals had enraged Katua. His eyes sparkled with a savage light. The boy paled as he was a little scared. However, he was still persistent. You must give me 100,000 divine crystals. You can't miss even one, and I don't need even one extra piece. I need divine crystals to save my father. Phelan looked at Shurian. Shurian nodded slowly. Okay, we'll give them to you. Phelan frowned, taking a brand new Fantasy Sky ring in Shurian's hand and handing it to the teenager. You can check it. I'm Jiyu. Thank you. The boy smiled honestly and then checked the Fantasy Sky ring. His smile became brighter. Yeah, it isn't missing a piece. Jiyu will remember your benevolence. Get straight to our business, Phelan said impatiently. Jiyu nodded. It's deep inside Broken Star Field. I went there with some other people. They were all dead. Only I survived. I entered deeper and I found no living beings, aura, no earth, and heaven energy. The dead chi filled that place. I felt a heavy pressure. I felt dizzy after a short moment. I thought I would die. I got out of that deadly place where the dead chi hovering. I thought it should be related to the man in that legend. Said Jiyu. How do we get there? Asked Phelan. It's hard to tell. I can guide you guys there. Jiyu paused, then added, if you want to go. Phelan looked at Yin again. Okay, when we want to go to Broken Star Field, we will find you. Yin smiled. You can go now. As long as you don't leave the Broken Star Field, I can always find you. You believe me? Aren't you afraid that I'm going to run away? Jiyu was surprised. You can't escape, Yin said deliberately. All right. I think you have something urgent to do. Jiyu nodded continually and carefully put away the Fantasy Sky ring. He immediately departed as he had to rescue his father as fast as possible. We sold that lumber of the life ancient tree for 5 million divine crystal. We used 2 million, and now we gave Jiyu 100,000 more. How can we talk to Xian? Katua was a little bit ashamed, laughing. They don't know it yet. How about telling them that we sold that lumber for 2 million? Yin snorted. We won't be greedy for just a little profit. Xian trusts us. We will absolutely not fail them. It's not easy to establish a friendship with the giant tribe. We shouldn't lose it. Our fellow people will live in Old Orchid Star for a long time then. Katua was busted. He knew he was being unreasonable, so he beamed a smile. I thought it was hard to explain to him, though. Just tell him the truth. It's like we borrowed divine crystals from them. After we get the 1,000-fold lotus, we will pay them back, said Yin. AI Fu seems to have a big interest in the 1,000-fold lotus. Since he bought the blue ice jars to store the 1,000-fold lotus, perhaps he is related to it somehow. Should it be something unexpected? Ziyao said softly, that man's cunning and sly. We don't have powerful competencies. He will seize things from us by force. Phelan, Leona, and Carthu were also worried about this. We had no choice. We didn't know how to harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, so I could only ask him. Yin was reluctant. Before the 1,000-fold lotus appears, I think AI Fu won't take action. He isn't so sure, anyway. When we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we should be more cautious. We must only take it step by step. The Agate Star area wasn't similar to the other star area. There were as many warriors as there were clusters of cloud in the sky. There are many ethereal god realm experts. Generally, they were stronger than the warriors in the Raging Flame Star area. If Phelan and Leona were in the Raging Flame Star area, they could swagger and do anything they wanted. They didn't need to be afraid of anybody. However, in the Agate Star area, they had to be cautious with every move to avoid fatal consequences. After Yin discussed with his team, he left to find Xian. The giants were waiting for them in the west of the Broken Star Field. They were very bored. Tribal oldie, how many divine crystals do you think he could exchange? A muscular giant concealed his voice. using mind communication. This race had a loud voice. Even if they relaxed and talked to each other, everybody else around them could listen to their conversation. Original God Realm experts could use their souls to talk to each other. However, the giant tribe didn't use this way of communication often. If they really needed to conceal things, they would use soul communication. At least 1 million divine crystals, not XIN, was stern. If we can find the hot shots of the Wood Clan, they would buy it for several million or even 10 million top-quality divine crystals. Of course, it's not practical in the Broken Star field. This area doesn't have many strong Wood Clan warriors. Although AI Fu's evil, he knows things. I think he won't give a low price. Will they deceive us? Human clansmen are always cunning and sly. They're good at plotting people and planning wild schemes. I think they will not. Little Yan's honest. I believe that he won't do that. Tribal oldie, how could you know that? I don't know. I just feel that he's close to our tribe. He helped us discover the ancient city underground. He contributed the merit half what we got, but he didn't want to compete against us for profits. I think he's worth our close friendship. Yeah, it's true. He just picked an unknown ancient book. It doesn't look valuable, though. Since they've arrived in the old Orchid Star, we've been luckier. First, we had a chance to get back to our ancestral, and we found the inheritance. And then we discovered the 1,000-fold lotus and the mysterious ancient city. He's our lucky charm. Tribal oldie, you got a big harvest in our ancestral land. Have you seen the dawn of your breakthrough yet? Almost. I will break through to second sky of ethereal God realm soon. If we can get enough materials and pellets, I can do it faster. We found the lost inheritance. It's destiny that our tribe will thrive. The giant's eyes brightened listening to the oldie. They were all excited. The precursors of the giant clan came to Agate Star area to pursue the God clan. After so many battles, this kind and brave race had volunteered a lot. Many of their precursors were dead in the battlefield, which led to the loss of half of the secret techniques and inheritance of the giant clan. They quenched their god body, using the powerful body to generate the distinctive features of the unique ethereal extent of the giant clan. It was also the foundation of the giant strength. However, since their ancestors had died, those secret techniques were lost. This time, when they visited Grace Mainland, Not Xin had completed the inheritance in the ancestral land of the giant clan. As long as they had time to rest and recover, they were going to be stronger soon. This was the reason why Not Xin wanted to endure this humiliation using 700,000 divine crystals to exchange for their fellow giants. They needed time, and they couldn't afford to lose any member. While Na Xion's team was talking, Shurian approached from afar, smiling. Na Xion's eyes brightened, lowering his voice. How was it? How much do you think? Shurian smiled, asking. At least 2 million top-quality divine crystals. We can exchange with this value. Perhaps it could be a little bit higher, but not exceeding 3 million. Na Xion pondered then whispered. 5 million. Shurian gave a low shout. The giants couldn't help but brighten their eyes. They almost laughed happily. 5 million divine crystals were a fortune the giants had never seen before. With this money, they could buy many cultivating materials for their fellow giants, which would advance the children and youth of the giant tribe on the martial path. It would boost their tribe's competence to a whole new level. But I can only give you 2,900,000. Shurian was a little bit embarrassed. AI Fu couldn't collect enough 5 million divine crystals. He needed 2 million more, so we took some items. Yeah, we must borrow this money from your tribe. After we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we will repay. I'm glad that you told us the truth. Na Xion smiled honestly. About that amount? Haha, manage it yourself. If we want to calculate trades, my tribe owes you more. This ring stores 2,900,000 divine crystals. You should pay the ransom for your fellows. Shurian gave him the rings, speaking seriously. I will repay our debt. I bought the blue ice jars from AI Fu. As soon as we return to Old Orchid Star, we can harvest the 1,000-fold lotus immediately. Then it's all good. Na Xion smiled again. Different from Ziyao and the others, The giant didn't think about the possibility that AI Fu could figure out something from the blue ice jars they had bought from him, and that he may snatch the item from them. The giants were still naive. Na Xin and his giants took the ring with 2,900,000 divine crystals and went to find the Mi Gu and Mi Lu brothers to exchange with his fellow giants. Shurian didn't follow him. He and the others walked around Broken Star Field, waiting for Na Xion's good news. However, they couldn't wait for any good news as they heard Na Xion's angry roar. His voice thundered Broken Star Field like thunderclaps, as if it could burst off the entire area. His voice came from the north region. Shurian frowned, contemplating for a while, and then said, "We should go there and see what just happened." Okay, Phelan's team nodded immediately. They hurried to the north. Chapter 929, Outsmart. Chapter 929, Outsmart, _ north of Broken Star City. In a street corner, Na Xian and his giant fellows were enraged. Their energy surged vehemently. Mi Gu and Mi Lu brothers and Ten King God Realm and Ethereal God Realm warriors were standing and laughing deliberately. Although they were much smaller than the giants, their auras weren't weaker. One of your fellas shouldn't try to find death so easily. He resisted. We just sent him off to heaven. Mi Gu was a member with green-brown skin who was part of the Dark Spirit clan. He was even shorter than humans. With a cruel and cunning visage, he said, "To kill him, we lost 2 men. So you have to compensate for our loss. All right, 1 million top-quality divine crystals. No discount." Mi Lu was his brother, who was also a second sky of Ethereal God Realm warrior. He stood by the 6 giants who were tied by iron chains. He squinted his small eyes coldly. The 6 members of the giant tribe had wounds all over their bodies. Some wounds already had pus. They looked very pathetic. All were exhausted. The chains that tied them even had barbs lodged deep into their flesh. Those chains were interlinked with Mi Lu, as if he just needed to think to make those tiny hooks pierce through the giants' bodies. "Tribal oldie, Avenger Tucker. Tribal oldie, don't mind us. Avenge him. Tribal oldie, tribal oldie." The 6 wounded giants begged with blood and tears rolling down their faces while they screamed heartrendingly. Na Xian and the other giants looked at them with red eyes, trying to press down their anger to confront Mi Gu. Many experts from different clans in Broken Star City gathered to watch the commotion from other corners of the city. They all looked relaxed, as if they didn't care about things that weren't related to them. Evidently, they didn't want to interfere. Broken Star Field didn't have any rule that banned fighting. As long as they didn't affect other people, a battle to the death was allowed to happen at any moment. No one would give a F***. Quite the contrary. It would become an event that would entertain them. Some even made a bet to kill their free time. Na Xen clenched his jaw, glaring at the brothers. He panted, trying to calm down. He couldn't let his anger and grudge confuse him. The old giant hated that he couldn't slaughter them all and crush Mi Gu and Mi Lu into a pulp. What a pity. Na Xian was also at second sky of Ethereal God Realm, the same realm as the other 2. And they were 2. If he risked his life and battled them, he wouldn't gain anything good but drag his other fellow giants into a deadly situation. Thus, although he was enraged, he was actually trying painfully to not lose his mind. "Give me 1 million top-quality divine crystals. I will let them go immediately. It's simple." Mi Gu sneered, speaking unconcernedly. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. We've shown mercy. If we didn't need slaves lately, we would have killed them all. Pay the ransom quickly. Don't wait until I change my mind." Na Xion's huge body shook. His trembling fingers fumbled for a ring and started to move the divine crystals inside. Mi Gu and Mi Lu exchanged looks. Their eyes brightened as they were surprised. The giant tribe was always a poor clan. They thought that asking for 1 million divine crystals should be the upper limit that the giants could bear. As Na Xian was moving the divine crystals, it meant that he had more than 1 million in his ring. Mi Gu laughed fiendishly, speaking all of a sudden. "Hold on." Na Xian grimaced, clenching his teeth. "What else do you want? These 6 giants and our loss cost 1 million divine crystals. However, Migo laughed evilly. Zhengu of your tribe had destroyed our ores in that mine. We must count this too. Okay, let's say 1 million divine crystals more. You have to pay 2 million in total. The F asterisk Q. Me GE's too malicious. This is pure blackmailing. Ruthless butcher. The giant tribes so poor that they don't even have enough food on their plates. How could they have so many divine crystals like that to give him? Migo brothers are always like that. They only bully the weak. To the stronger forces, they act as if they are truly the superior's grandchildren. The giants are too unlucky since they bumped into those thugs. This pair of brothers doesn't have a limit. The onlookers couldn't help but clamor. But since it wasn't related to them, no matter how much they were talking and discussing, none of them stood out to protect and bring justice. Hearing Migu saying so, not Xian's face convulsed. It felt like he had an erupting volcano in his body that he couldn't hold in any longer. Migu and Mi Lu exchanged looks, sneering continually as if they were waiting for the giants to attack them first. Then, they would subdue all the giants and take all of their properties. This pair of brothers was confident that they could subdue not Xian and the other giants if they joined hands. After all, they could take everything. Na Xian was indignant. His pain had almost overwhelmed his mind. He was on edge. In the next moment, he was going to burst out. What do we do? Carthu frowned. They can't start the battle. Once they do, Na Xian will lose for sure. However, I can tell that Na Xian is pushed to the edge. I think he won't be able to resist any longer. Yeah, the giants aren't very forbearing. Na Xian is trying hard to press it down. Shi Yin sighed, his eyes flashing. We must find a way to help them. They have 2 second sky of ethereal god realm. I'm not an equal match against any of them. If we fight, we will lose for sure. Fei Lan said frankly. Well, if we can't find, we have only one solution. Shi Yin knitted his brows tightly. Electric light flashed in his head while he tried to think of a solution. The Agate Star area was different from others. There were as many warriors here as there were trees in the forest. The average realm of their group couldn't be considered powerful. They couldn't use force to solve this problem. In this situation, they had to use their brains rather than their muscles. They couldn't act rashly. Shi Yin pondered for a while, thoughts crossing his head. Then, his eyes brightened up when he hissed. I got it. Fei Lan and Leona looked at him skeptically. 2. After that guy died, I have driven pieces of his blood and flesh together with the battleship and many bodies into the chaotic space basin. I'll try to see if I can pull out his flesh or blood. I'll put something on those brothers. As he was at ethereal god realm, his blood should have his aura. I think his brother will recognize it shortly. Shi Yin arranged his thoughts, grinning. You guys go there and find a chance to calm Na Xian down. I'm going to hide until I find a chance to pour the dirty water on those brothers. Treacherous. Katua smiled. Mean. Carthu grinned. Smart. Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with bright light. Then, Fei Lan, Leona, and the others followed his words, walking to Na Xian and the brothers. Shi Yan's eyes moved swiftly. He was like a gloomy ghost looking for a quiet corner, closing his eyes and urging space powers. His soul consciousness moved like a shuttle, tearing the sky and entering a secret space slit. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved like electronic beams running through the chaotic space currents continually, as if it knew where its target was. A weak beam of energy reflected his sea of consciousness. His soul altar shivered slightly. A pure beam of soul consciousness suddenly found its target. In the brilliantly colorful space basin, a battleship hovered with disposable bodies scattered around. They slowly decayed, becoming the most primitive parts in the universe. As Tu Feng had ethereal god realm, blocks of his flesh were also decomposing, but at a much slower speed. Shi Yan's wisp of soul consciousness moved like a hook, flying towards a dab of blood. It then shrouded a drop of sticky blood and returned to his soul from the chaotic space current. Migu and Mi Lu were standing, crossing their arms in front of their chest. They were sneering, waiting for Na Xian to burst out. Then, they would have an excuse to capture the giants and seize their properties. This pair of brothers wasn't hurrying. Milu stood between the 6 wounded giants. The massive body of the giants covered him so people couldn't see him wholly. A tiny space slit flashed and disappeared behind his left shoulder. A drop of blood fell on his left shoulder. Milu suddenly felt something. He frowned, glancing at his left shoulder and then the wounded giant lying next to him. He cursed under his breath, his face disdainful. He thought that the drop of blood on his shoulder came from that giant soldier. Thus, he didn't mind it much. From a quiet place far from that area, Shurian opened his eyes, grinning cunningly. He headed to someplace far ahead of him discreetly. In a deep place above his head, a shadow that both his eyes and soul consciousness couldn't spot suddenly flashed and then disappeared, drifting toward Shurian's direction. Dash, are you the blood halberd? Shurian walked to the center of Broken Star Field, speaking to an impatient warrior. Kid, what are you asking that for? The man couldn't keep his manners, shouting. I'm looking for Tu Fei. I got the news of his brother. Shurian said with a stern face. Tu Fei had forced this man too much. He wanted to bang his head on the wall. Listening to Shurian, his eyes brightened and he shouted curtly, "Follow me." Shortly after, Shurian was brought to the Blood Halberd's base in Broken Star Field. Tu Fei looked ferocious, staring at Shurian and speaking brutally like a caged wild beast. Kid, I've met you before. Yeah, I've just visited AI Fu. From AI Fu, I knew that your brother was murdered. Shurian nodded, talking seriously. On our way to Broken Star Field, we saw a fight where a first sky of Ethereal God Realm expert was killed. I didn't know him. However, when I saw you recently, I remembered it. I think you look very similar to him. Tu Fei stood up, his murderous aura shooting up to the sky. Who? You know who did that to my brother? I don't dare to say. I'm afraid that he will take revenge. They are so dangerous, Shurian said weakly. I'll protect you. Who dares to touch you? Spit it. Who? Tu Fei was outraged, his bloodthirsty feeling arising. Right inside Broken Star Field, he's confronting the giants. He's watching the giants. He got second sky of Ethereal God Realm cultivation base. He should have your brother's blood on his body. When you get there, you can sense. Then you will know whether or not I'm telling the truth. Shurian smiled inwardly, but his face was solemn. Please don't disclose my identity. I'm afraid. I'm scared of them. Don't worry. If they did that, I'm sure that they wouldn't stay alive to trouble you. Tu Fei didn't mind Shurian anymore. He flew like a roaring tornado towards the brothers' location. Chapter 930. Well played. Chapter 930. Well played. Underscore. North of Broken Star City. Na Xan gritted his teeth. His eyes looked like he wanted to spray fire. He was trying to hold himself. However, the flame of rage in his heart was burning harder and harder. Na Xan's spirit had almost collapsed. Fei Lan came. She frowned and then used her soul to send a message to Na Xan. Hold on for a little while. Na Xan's bloodshot eyes raked through the crowd. He found Fei Lan and the others. He had a gleam of confusion, but soon after, he calmed down. More and more people came to watch this battle. The experts of different races were waiting for something fun, a battle to be taking place soon. At the moment the atmosphere was the most tense, a tornado roared above the crowd, descending right next to Milu. Tu Fei, the crazy, savage Tu Fei. His brutal line of sight of a venomous snake was focused on Milu. He took a deep breath, using his soul to sense. Shortly after, his eyes became bloodshot, gazing at Milu's left shoulder. He hissed and roared like a mad ghost. Milu, Migu, you dare to kill my brother. I will crush your bones. Then he attacked them directly. The soul altar had a violent surge. Many tornadoes rocketed into the sky instantaneously. They looked like gray smoke columns used to warn people. They attacked Migu and Milu. Each of the tornadoes had sharp icicles in the core. In the middle of the tornadoes, the icicles howled as if they could crush everything into ashes. Seeing Tu Fei get mad, many onlookers were startled, staying away as fast as possible. Na Xin was bewildered, seeing Tu Fei become even crazier. He felt very confused. Tu Feng, didn't Fei Lan, Leona, and I break his god body and then Shi Yin swallow his soul altar? Why did Tu Fei come here to attack me, Lu? Na Xin had many questions in his mind. Tu Fei, what are you getting mad at? We brothers are always in Broken Starfield. We didn't go out. How could we kill your brother Tu Feng? Miga shouted. His arrogant manner disappeared. Your blood halberd, and we have never violated each other. How could we attack your brother? You mother of asterisk cur, you're so wrong. Your mama's wrong. Tu Fei was enraged, using his soul altar to manipulate the tornadoes. There's my brother's blood on your brother's body. I'm his brother. How would I not recognize that? Shouting and screaming crazily, Tu Fei faced the sky and hollered. He jumped directly into a tornado, moving like a mad ghost toward me, Lu. At the same time, Tu Fei shouted deafeningly, Blood Halberd brothers, kill them for me. Two shadows zoomed in from far distance. Their auras were very intimidating. They responded to Tu Fei's shout. As soon as they arrived, they joined the battle immediately. Miga, you want to F Asterisk King die? Do you dare to touch our Blood Halberds members? I know you are in short of mind slaves, but I didn't expect that you would plot against Blood Halberd. If we don't kill you, how can we Blood Halberd have a foothold in Broken Starfield? Kill them. Brother Tu Feng used to drink with me. You mother asterisk cur. You dare to touch my brother. You must die. There came another 2-second sky of ethereal god realm experts. Let me help you. Not Xin had pressed his anger down for a long time. He suddenly cried, grumblingly, releasing his ethereal extent. Light shot out around his body as he aimed at Miga. Today is the day you die. Tu Fei, Not Xin, and 2 Blood Halberds warriors who had just arrived were all at second sky of ethereal god realm. This force would absolutely gain the upper hand when dealing with the Miga brothers who were at the same level. Especially Not Xin. No one knew what he had encountered in Grace Mainland. However, at this moment, they saw his realm and power leap. While he was shouting and roaring, brilliant light twirled around him like a cotton ribbon. Then, it entangled Miga, cooperating perfectly with Not Xion's ethereal extent. However, only Not Xion was strong enough to subdue Miga. Kill me Lu first. Seeing Not Xion holding Miga, Tu Fei said maliciously, Daddy wants to show you the consequence of offending Blood Halberd. The 3 experts of Blood Halberd all released their ethereal extent. It looked like 3 new, different worlds had just been formed above Broken Star City. They were marvelous places with palaces, rivers and mountains, stars in the sky, and shooting meteors. 3 ethereal extents pressed down from the sky. This heavy and ferocious pressure made me lose body generate explosions. He wasn't free to watch the wounded soldiers of the giant tribe anymore. He cried, suffering from injustice. I didn't do that. We didn't kill Tu Feng. You're wrong. Too bad for him. Tu Fei had only rage in his mind. Also, he thought that he had evidence now, so he didn't listen to me Lu's explanation. Tu Fei urged the full power of his Upanishad. Tornadoes rose, pressing towards me Lu. Don't ruin Broken Star City. You guys, choose another place for your battle. Get the F***CK out of here. If you break my house, you mother of asterisk cur, I won't give you peace. Many annoyed voices arose in the crowd. They were from extremely high realm warriors who had a strong background. Hearing their urge, Tu Fei and the 2 experts from Blood Halberd, Not Xion, and Miga brothers became worried. Since they didn't have a chance to explain, Miga and Lu didn't want to linger. Hearing the others shouting, they hurried to flee, flying to the meteorite sea outside Broken Star City. Tu Fei, 2 experts from Blood Halberd, and Not Xion also flew after them. They seemed to want to eradicate Miga and Lu. Many onlookers saw them flying away from Broken Star City. It made them feel more comfortable. Then, they also followed them to see the fun, including Fei Lan's group. When Shi Yin arrived, he didn't see Tu Fei messing around. He only saw the 2 giants rescuing their 6 wounded fellows. Are they all right? Yin smiled, asking. They're okay. Milu has tied them. We're going to untie them, answered one of the two giants. Let me help you. Yin squinted. A flame slowly emerged, moving magically on the chains that held the giants. Wherever the flame passed by, the chain was frozen and then they broke easily. The 6 wounded giants looked at Yin with gratitude, asking, Who is he? During the time you weren't an old orchid star, many things have happened. When the tribal oldie comes back, he will explain to you guys, said a giant. All right, I'm going there to check. You guys stay here. Yin didn't linger. He nodded and smiled at them before flying away. AI Fu's ancient building. A ghostly shadow slowly emerged, but people couldn't see his real appearance. Young master, 2 Fey and blood halberd warriors are pursuing Mi Ge and Mi Lu. What happened? AI Fu's interest was aroused, asking curiously, is it true that the murder case of Tu Feng is related to Mi Ge and Mi Lu? It's impossible. How could Mi Ge and Mi Lu dare to provoke blood halberds people? They care about their lives, don't they? They aren't involved in Tu Fei's murder, indeed. The shadow explained in a soft tone. The murderer is the one who has just come here, the kid who uses space power. Why do you say so? AI Fu's eyes brightened. Mi Ge and Mi Lu wanted to get on the giants' nerves to take all of their divine crystals. Oh, right. After that kid left this place, he handed the divine crystals to Not Xin. It seems like he had sold the item on behalf of Not Xin. Continue, please. When Na Xin was about to crack, that kid used his space power to drip a drop of blood on Mi Lu. And that drop of blood belonged to Tu Feng. He told Tu Fei that Mi Ge and Mi Lu had killed Tu Feng using that drop of blood as evidence. Right after that, Tu Fei flew out. He sensed and certified that the blood belonged to his brother. The battle occurred right after that. AI Fu listened to him. After the shadow finished, his eyes became brighter. After a while, he couldn't hold his compliments. Well played. He shifted *T on Mi Ge and Mi Lu to solve the giant tribe's difficulty. It also saved them from Tu Fei's pursuit. They even had the chance to take the reward of 1 million from Tu Fei. Holy *T. This kid really played it well. He got all he wanted, and he didn't even need to labor for that. Excellent. Genius. Young master, do you want to expose him? Asked the shadow. No need. No need. AI Fu waved his hand continually. It's an excellent drama. Hey, I should go there to watch. It has been so long since I've last seen someone at such a level of cunning and deceptive. No, we shouldn't expose him. Absolutely not. If Tu Fei and Mi Ge kill him, who will find 1,000-fold lotus for me? Interesting. This kid is interesting. Yeah, you should continue to keep an eye on him for me. I'm going there to see how this funny drama will end. Haha, I feel good. Touché. The wild land in the north of Broken Star City. 6 figures rose the storm in the place, crushing all things including light. The earth cracked wherever they passed by. Earth-shaking explosions reverberated in the void. Not Xin of the giant looked like the crystal god of war. Brilliant light twirled around him. Beams of crystal light shot out from his god body, attacking in all directions. His ethereal extent continually released the aura, which boosted up his power. Tornadoes howled, screaming like giant gray dragons that roamed in the air to find some delicious snacks. They didn't see Mi Ge and Mi Lu as these 2 people were kept inside the gray tornadoes. They were shouting indignantly, cursing at Tu Fei. They felt so aggrieved that they wanted to die. Many warriors of Broken Star City followed them, but stayed afar, watching this fierce fight. Sometimes they gave comments and discussed boisterously. Doomed. Mi Ge and his brother are doomed. I wonder if they were totally killed. Oh, I think their soul altars could escape, right? Who knows? Anyway, Not Xin of the giant tribe seems to be much stronger today. Mi Ge can't be his opponent. He has underestimated the giants. Nonsense. The giant tribe used to be mighty. Do you know that? It's because they are frank and nice. They were always the vanguard. That was why many of them died. At the same time, they didn't have the fair shares afterward. That was how they were weakened. Yeah, The giant tribe used to be powerful. What a pity that their ancestors are all gone and their supernatural powers have been lost. From Naexion's performance, I think he had some good encounter. Interesting. While they were clamoring, Yin appeared silently by Fei Lan's group, smiling. If one of them dies, we will receive good things. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo's eyes brightened. Chapter 9:31. Occupy all advantages. Chapter 9:31. Occupy all advantages. Underscore. You guys, we meet again. AI Fu was like a ghost, standing quietly by Yin and the others. He lifted his head to look at the wild area in north of the Broken Star City, asking as if he was their friend. How's it going? Are Mi Gu and his brother hurt yet? He stood alone as he didn't bring any guards. However, as soon as he arrived, the other warriors proactively gave him room, which also gave Yin's little space. The battle between Naexion, Tu Fei, Mi Gu, and Mi Lu was furious with surging momentum. That area looked like it had to bear a terrifying earthquake. Energies impacted upon each other, creating tremendous shockwaves. People at low realms didn't dare come near. Mi Gu and Mi Lu were always in the lower hand situation. Naexion and Blood Halberd besieged, attacking them continually. They became helter-skelter. However, Mi Gu and Mi Lu didn't hasten to leave as they were trying to explain. They screamed and shouted to convince Tu Fei that they weren't related to Tu Feng's death. They both knew that if they couldn't explain this time, but fled away, it would be no different from escaping because they would be guilty. Blood Halberd would become even more confident that they were the real murderers. Blood Halberd in Broken Starfield was much stronger than the two brothers. If they brought a grudge against Blood Halberd, even if they could escape, Blood Halberd would chase after them unceasingly. Too bad for them. Tu Fei thought that he had found evidence, and he had rage flood his mind. His attacks weren't reduced, and instead became more formidable. Amongst this group of 6, Naexion was the only one who knew the truth. If the others knew what had happened back there, Mi Gu, Mi Lu, Tu Fei, and Blood Halberd would never spare his life and his tribe. Therefore, Naexion also tried his best to not give me good time to speak. His ethereal extent had many layers like a fantasy world, pressing down from the sky and shrouding Mi Gu entirely. Light swirled around Naexion's body, sending sharp air currents to attack Mi Gu. This kind of sharp light could even pierce through Mi Gu's ethereal extent. Mi Gu was trying to strengthen his ethereal extent and keep it complete. He had to concentrate, not having time to talk. Mi Lu's situation was even worse. Tu Fei and 2 Blood Halberd's experts were attacking him. He could still scream at first. Afterward, he couldn't even roar to vent out his anger, as he had to move continually in his ethereal extent to dodge Tu Fei's world of tornadoes. Mi Gu brothers are destined to be defeated. However, perhaps they won't be killed. It depends on Tu Fei and Blood Halberd. Let's see if they're willing to pay or not. Yin explained in a low voice. Mi Lu was about to collapse. If he wanted to escape at any cost, he could still have a chance. Of course, if Tu Fei was afraid that Mi Lu would risk his life and lose their chance to stop him, it was possible that Mi Lu would survive. AI Fu smiled until his eyes narrowed, looking at Yin. He nodded inwardly. Bro, you have sharp eyes then. Haha, seems like everything is going accordingly to your plan. Excellent. AI Fu complimented sincerely. Shifting blame on Mi Gu and Mi Lu made Blood Halberd attack them, which could decrease the danger for the giants and stop Tu Fei from pursuing the murder case of Tu Feng. He had done only one deed to get all the advantages. AI Fu asked himself, and he knew that he couldn't make a flawless plan like that. He thought that Yin was indeed extraordinarily cunning and deceptive. He wanted to befriend this man. Don't let him escape. Tu Fei suddenly shouted, his face ferocious. Hold him down. The 2 savage experts of the Blood Halberd nodded, and they relentlessly attacked again. Mi Lu was injured already. Seeing that he had no chance to explain, he decided to retreat. They had to dodge this culpa first, though. Afterward, they could find opportunities to clarify this misunderstanding. A warrior at Second Sky Ethereal God Realm could make their ethereal extent and the real world coordinate magically to travel hundreds of thousands of miles in the void. Unless the same realm warrior had locked his ethereal soul by the ethereal extent beforehand and used the same passage to pursue, it would be hard to find him, let alone to kill him. As Lu could see that the situation was getting worse, the light waves started to ripple from his brilliant ethereal extent, trying to form a magical, subtle connection with the real world. As two Fae and Blood Halberds experts realized his intention from this little move, they became more malignant, releasing their soul altars. The three-soul altar appeared like three magnificent towers above the mountain range of Broken Star Field. The ethereal extent realm in the four-tiered soul altar sent out a complicated energy fluctuation as if it was the most mysterious and magical power of the entire world. That kind of energy seeped toward the space next to Lu, twisting that space with their thoughts, which blocked Lu's attempt to connect spaces. Lu was like a savage beast backed into the corner. His face darkened ferociously, shouting, "Do you really want to kill us? If I can't kill you today, how can I talk to my brother?" Two Fae faced the sky, laughing mournfully and crazily. "I have only one little brother. We'd grown up together. I'd seen him thrive every day. You killed him. I will make your soul perish completely." Two Fae's soul altar in the middle of the ethereal extent started to surge and make more tornadoes, crying and howling, covering the entire place. The magical energy fluctuation that Lu was trying to urge became stagnant under the mighty tornadoes. At the same time, the two Blood Halberds experts grinned fiendishly, releasing their subtle powers. Countless wild thunderbolt dragons stormed out. Countless icicles showered, covering Lu and stopping him from connecting his ethereal extent to the real world. "I'll risk my life to beat you." Lu was pushed into the corner. He knew he couldn't use the ethereal extent to run away. His face became savage as his soul altar started to enlarge like a blown-up balloon. A flow of extremely formidable energy rocketed unceasingly. It became fiercer shortly. "Brother, no!" Miga shouted, his eyes reddened, as the energy surged around him more tremendously. "Dage, you should leave. I will stop them." Lu shouted crazily. Both his soul altar and his god body were ballooning. His destructive energy flooded out rapidly. "Holy sh*T. Suicide bombing. Flee." Many onlookers were scared as they watched the scene. They turned into electric beams, fleeing from this sight. One of them was at First Sky of Ethereal God Realm. "Move. Hurry. Do not watch it anymore." AI Fu shouted. His body flashed and then disappeared. Shurian became tense, shouting, "Go." He extended his hand, making a cut. A narrow space slit appeared. He got it immediately, shouting at Fei Lan and the others, "Move." Fei Lan, Leona, Karthu, Ziyao, and Katoa hastened to jump into the space slit, which then sparkled and disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in south of Broken Star City. A series of earth-shaking explosions arose from the wild area in north of Broken Star Field. The noise didn't fade out for a long time. An aggrieved will hovered for a while before slowly dispersing. Shurian's face was dark and solemn. He sensed for seconds and then grinned. He swayed through the space slit again. It wasn't a hard task for him at his realm to move between the short distances in this area of Broken Star Field. He could cross tens of thousands of miles in just a blink. He could even bring people with him. When he reappeared on the wildland in north of the Broken Star Field, he didn't see Miga. However, Lu was everywhere. Pieces of the god body, bones, tendons, vessels, were hovering under the effect of an unknown power. They appeared in every corner of the wildland. His soul had turned into countless wisps, but they couldn't gather again, slowly disposing into earth and heaven. Shurian halted between those pieces of blood and flesh, hovering quietly as if he was watching something. Actually, he was trying to absorb the energy. Lu's soul altar was also broken. His soul energy scattered around like threads of a spider web. However, Shurian didn't dare to use the black hole in his soul altar to swallow it, which could catch people's attention. He had just silently taken in the energy from Milu's god body with his acupuncture points. Since Milu was at second sky of ethereal god realm, only the energy in his body was too abundant. It shook Shurian's acupuncture points, making each of his cells cheerful. Pieces of Milu's cracked bones and meat floated in the void. Before the energy dispersed, they still hovered for a while. After Yin had taken in their energy, they would fall immediately. He stood quietly in between Milu's pieces of blood and flesh. He didn't talk, but was looking for something. From a distance, Xian appeared with magnificent light around his body. He had a trickle of blood on the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were still bright. On the other side, Tu Fei and the second sky of ethereal god realm of the blood halberd were pale. They looked exhausted. The three of them sat down cross-legged to adjust their aura and stabilize their energy. Tu Fei frowned, looking at Yin. He snorted and then thundered. "Kid, you're hurried enough. Aren't you afraid that I won't pay you?" While talking, Tu Fei slipped off a ring on his finger, flickering it towards Yin. Yin was so happy receiving the ring. He used his soul consciousness to sense then laughed. "Thank you, Sir Tu Fei. You do respect your credit. Such a real man." Tu Fei thought that he came to ask for payment. He didn't know that Yin came here to try to take the energy from Milu's body before it was lost when his energy dispersed into earth and heaven. Giant Xian was shocked. He gazed at Yin, his eyes darkening. The secret that had disturbed him was exposed now. He finally knew why Tu Fei took his blood halberds experts to kill Migu and Milu. Because of him, Xian felt a chill in his heart. Yin hadn't spent a bit of effort, but he was able to get the Mi brothers killed while he took everything. This gave Xian, the giant with a kind heart, goosebumps. Too cunning, too wicked. Yin glanced at Xian, smiling. He then bent his body towards Tu Fei and left to a blind place, tearing the sky and returning to where Leona and Fei Lan was. "Find a quiet place immediately. You guys have good fortune then," hissed Yin. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo were surprised, smiling simultaneously. Chapter 9:32 Blood Replacement. Chapter 9:32 Blood Replacement _ Yin used 10,000 divine crystals to hire a training court. This court had 10 cultivating rooms and a secret room hidden deep underground. It also had a preset barrier, which could block all sensing activity. This place was indeed suitable for them. In the secret chamber, Yin, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo sat down cross-legged. Yin sat on the opposite sides to the other three. Pure energy was released from each of Yin's acupuncture points. They divided into 3 flows that poured to the blood mark on the forehead of Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo, respectively. This time, Yin was capable of precisely controlling the amount of energy released. At second sky of ethereal god realm, Milu was 1 level higher than Tu Feng. The intensity of essence chi when his god body exploded was several times thicker than Tu Feng's. Without Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo taking the excess, Yin couldn't digest all of it alone. Perhaps he would explode to death. Through the blood mark, Fei Lan and the other 2 helped him share the excess of energy, especially Fei Lan. She had reached first sky of ethereal god realm, so she could absorb a lot of energy. Yin sat neatly, letting his exquisite soul consciousness guide the surging energy in his vessels that flooded the essence chi ancient tree to refine his god body. After many times of quenching, Yin's god body had reached an incredible toughness. This time, when carrying out the quenching, he stressed the power of the immortal rebirth secret to condense the immortal demon blood. As the energy rolled in his vessels, magical changes started to occur. Above the hidden chamber, Karthu and Ziyao were waiting in a 1,000 square meter stone room. Ziyao's charming face looked obviously dejected. Karthu knew she wasn't comfortable. He advised her reluctantly. "You shouldn't mind it much. That kid must have some secrets, which are related to Leona, Phelan, and Katua. That's why he doesn't want us to watch them. I understand. Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled a gleam of sorrow. I found that I couldn't enter his heart. Moreover, after we left Raging Flamestar area, I felt helpless, so helpless. After they had left Raging Flamestar area, Yin, with his power and knowledge, had naturally become their leader. Even Phelan and Leona had followed his orders, which was unimaginable in Carthu and Xiao's points of view. However, since they had arrived in Old Orchid Star, Yin had proven his competence many times. He met the requirements of a leader who could give them many benefits. Jester, who used to have a different opinion, was now subdued, following him honestly. From some aspect, he did have charisma. However, this had weakened Xiao and Carthu's confidence, especially Xiao. When they were in Raging Flame Star area, she was the noble princess of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation with an honorable position. Her realm wasn't bad. She was also a smart princess, the top warrior amongst the top warriors. However, in this Agate Star area, she was just a small, ordinary, original God Realm warrior who didn't have a compelling background. Her cultivation progress was also paused. The longer she stayed with Yin, the greater the pressure she had to bear. Gradually, she found that she couldn't catch up with Yin. Apparently, he has some purpose. He has many secrets. As you can't get into his heart, you can't know his secrets. Also, you can't actually merge with him. Carthu sighed. This kid is a miracle. I've known this when we were still in Raging Flame Star area. However, I had underestimated him. I think that if you do have feelings for him, you shouldn't be shy and should be more active. With your intelligence and glamour, I think he won't be able to resist. Especially, since that little girl Feng Rao isn't here. Should we seize the chance like that? Xiao muttered, blushing beautifully. She was shy, so she couldn't hold it. Ha! If Feng Rao wasn't lucky enough to go with him that year, things wouldn't be like this today. At that time, you weren't with Yin. Carthu chuckled. At that moment, I didn't think that he was the one I wanted with all my heart. It's not because Feng Rao had taken that chance. It was her destiny. Xiao forced a smile. Moreover, he treats Feng Rao well. If I interfere with him now, wouldn't I be a little despicable? I don't know what your highness think, but I think that if you love someone, you won't think about anything else but winning his heart. Frankly speaking, talking about love, it matters to only two people, you and your loved one. Carthu guided the girl. Xiao was astounded for a while. Then she thinned her lips. I will try. Carthu smiled happily. In the secret room, no more light of pure energy emitted from Yan's body at this moment. Phelan, Kata'a, and Leona were sitting neatly, carefully digesting the energy and merging it with their own energy in their body. Katua suddenly shuddered. His soul altar started to spin continuously, releasing a flow of chaotic energy. That twisted energy covered him tightly, creating a chunk of some substance, which was floating and transforming according to the change of his chaotic energy. He got the complete inheritance from Yin. As he had ascetically cultivated for many years, his realm wasn't low. However, due to his incomplete inheritance, he couldn't break through fast. After the complete inheritance had been integrated into his soul, he had soon increased his realm on a larger scale. In God-perishing land, Tuor received the subtle chaotic energy left by Gulu, which boosted his realm evidently. Receiving soul energy from Yin twice, he became the first expert having a breakthrough in this group. He was breaking to Second Sky Original God Realm from First Sky of Original God Realm. As seen from his momentum, it would come shortly. Staying in the center of the twisted, chaotic energy, Katuo's face was deformed, which looked pretty funny. His body continued to distort. He suddenly recalled something. A ring on his finger flashed. Some round pellets emerged from the ring. He swallowed them all. The fragrance of the pellets seeped into his internal organs. The medicinal efficacy dissolved and circulated in his body, sea of consciousness and soul altar. They were the pellets he found in AI Fu's treasury, which were at level 6 divine grade, pretty suitable for his breakthrough. Not long after he had swallowed the pellets, Ka-Tuo's spirit, chi, and soul became abnormal. His soul altar spun, diffusing a faint aroma. His original soul gradually calmed down, becoming clear and empty. Suddenly, chaos power Upanishad in his head became easier to perceive. He was increasing his realm step by step. After Fei Lan and Leona had refined the energy, they felt something. They couldn't help but look at Ka-Tuo with astonishment in their eyes. Excellent innate endowment. Fei Lan and Leona exhaled and then shifted to look at Shi Yin, who still had his eyes closed, his aura ancient and long with a faint smell of blood. They didn't know that Shi Yin was using the immortal rebirth secret to refine the pure energy in his body to create the immortal demon blood. Scarlet drops of immortal demon blood that looked like ruby rolled into his vessels in circulation. He was carrying out the blood replacement. The number of immortal blood demon drops he had generated this time was significant. Together with the previous accumulation, Shi Yin thought he could attempt to replace the blood in his body. He immediately carried out his plan. Drops of scarlet immortal demon blood slowly moved inside his vessels. They looked like blood pearls on a pearl chain, drop by drop. His original blood evaporated into blood chi, diffusing through his skin and giving people the distinctive smell of blood. While replacing his blood, his body became scarily garnet. At this moment, he looked like a bloody man. After Fei Lan and Leona had finished refining the abundant energy that Shi Yin just gave them, they frowned as they were a little bit anxious. They didn't know whether Shi Yin's current situation was good or bad. They didn't even know that Shi Yin could replace his blood or what was good about replacing blood, which made them worried. Today, even if Shi Yin wanted to get rid of them, they wouldn't leave him. With the previous and the current experiences, they knew what kind of benefits they could receive if they stayed with Shi Yin. Also, the encounters they had would make people jealous. To a warrior, his realm was the foundation of everything, while a mighty competence was all he could have. Shi Yin could give them all of these. Will he be all right? Leona frowned. Should we help him? Help him. Fei Lan forced a smile. Do you know how to help him? If I knew, I wouldn't just sit here and watch. Anyway, I think you don't even know what's happening to him, right? Leona nodded. If we don't know the causes, we shouldn't act rashly. I think he isn't similar to ordinary humans. If he receives a mighty inheritance, he should have something unique. I think we can only watch him then, said Fei Lan. Leona hesitated for a while and then said reluctantly, we could only wait in vain then. It'd be better than acting rashly, said Fei Lan indifferently. Thus, they just looked at Shi Yin, waiting in silence. Under their gaze, it looked like Shi Yin's entire body was congested. Suddenly, a blood halo expanded from him, which looked more like a real, magnificent crystal. His god body was covered by the blood light, which then created a giant blood cocoon. From a transparent state, it became opaque. It looked like some strange creature was undergoing its last transformation. Breaking this chrysalis, it would become a butterfly. Fei Lan and Leona gawked. They could see a gleam of fear in each other's eyes. Shi Yin's transformation at this moment wasn't similar to any normal creature. It looked eccentric, yet beautiful, and it made them confused. Is he a human after all? Leona contemplated for a while and then muttered. Fei Lan had a bitter gleam on her face. I was certain that he was. But now, I don't know. But I believe he knows what he's doing. Otherwise, he would have moved to resist and not stand idly like this. Listening to her, Leona could feel that. She nodded. Yeah, he isn't resisting. I can tell that he's happily accepting everything. It means that he knows what he's doing. So what's he doing after all? Only God knows. Fei Lan shook her head. Chapter 9:33. Blood is boiling. Perfect form? Chapter 9:33. Blood is boiling. Perfect form _. Shi Yin's god body was hiding inside the blood chrysalis, so Fei Lan and Leona couldn't see him. However, beams of blood light moved on the blood chrysalis like a bunch of snakes with intellect. An immense blood chi gushed out terrifyingly from the blood chrysalis. Fei Lan and Leona were frightened. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat was powerful like a rumbling thunder. It felt like a massive hammer continuously pounding Shurian. However, Fei Lan and Leona clearly understood that the noise was Shurian's heartbeat. Gradually, more clear and exquisite cracking noises came from the blood chrysalis like the breaking or exploding of bones, which rose the hair on their napes. At Fei Lan's and Leona's realms, they could see inside the blood cocoon. However, they couldn't know what was happening inside, even when they used their soul consciousness. They only knew that Shi Yin was transforming. They still didn't know whether his transformation was good or bad. They didn't dare to tear the blood chrysalis. They could only watch until the moment he broke this chrysalis. Time flew hurriedly. 3 days had passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. After 3 days, Shi Yin was still inside the blood cocoon, while blood qi surged more vehemently. More blood light wound around the blood cocoon. Blood electric spears shot out like lightning strikes. Leona and Fei Lan wore a darker face. Katua wasn't far from them. He had reached the critical moment. His soul altar started to slow down as if he had to consume a lot of energy for each round. His soul altar becoming sluggish meant that it was undergoing a transformation. Each round it spun now was one time of quenching. Fei Lan and Leona had been through this step. They knew when a madly spinning soul altar slowed down and how heavy it was to make it revolve one time. The warrior needed a tenacious mind and spirit to capture the power Upanishad to break through. When Katuo's knowledge of chaos power Upanishad had something new, he had to stimulate the energy in his body with more effort to move the soul altar to go through one round. Katuo's god body and soul altar slowly revolved. Brilliant light emitted from his body, making him a significant source of light. He didn't use divine crystals. Earth and heaven energy in this area was also diluted, which couldn't support him much. But he had the energy Shi Yin had given him. That amount of dense energy was enough to supplement the amount he had consumed to finish his breakthrough. Thus, Katawa didn't need to worry about energy. He just needed to understand his chaos Upanishad. Gradually, Katawa found it harder to move his soul altar. It felt very heavy. However, the chaotic energy surging around him and the coverage of his god domain was still expanding. Each inch he covered meant progress toward his breakthrough. Eventually, when Katuo's understanding of chaotic energy had reached another level using the secret inheritance Galu gave him, his soul altar forcefully spun one round. Boom! An explosion echoed from both Katuo's soul altar and god body. However, it was like the whisper of an angel to him as it carried the magical essence of the world. The light around his body retreated. His aura stabilized. The god domain created from the chaotic power was also retrieved. Katuwa sat still. However, he gave people a strange feeling as he seemed to combine into one with earth and heaven, matching perfectly and becoming part of Broken Star City and Broken Star Field. He had successfully broken through to second sky of original God realm. At this moment, he just needed to steady his energy, calm down his soul altar, and wait for the moment to wake up. His innate endowment isn't ordinary. No wonder why he received the inheritance. I've been observing him throughout past few years. He does have qualifications to receive the inheritance. Fei Lan said softly. It seems that the Chaos Upanishad inheritance isn't open to anyone. Perhaps, before him, many had received it and perished because they couldn't bear the inheritance. I think so. Katuwa is also a madman. He didn't always follow the rules in Heaven Punishment City. If you didn't protect him discreetly, he would have died already, smiled Leona. We still have someone extraordinary here. Fei Lan looked at Shi Yin. This man is much more formidable than Katuwa. The inheritance he received is also the wickedest one. Anyway, his transformation is slower than Katuo's. I wonder what's going on in there. Leona beamed a forced smile as she didn't know what to say. Under their gazes, the blood lights slowly retreated into the blood chrysalis, as if they were going to wind around Shi Yan's god body. Slowly, the beam of blood light from the blood cocoon disappeared. It looked a bit shriveled, as if it had lost all of the blood. Another 7 days had passed. The blood chrysalis quieted down. There was no beam of aura diffused to the atmosphere. They didn't even hear Shi Yan's heartbeat anymore. It seemed like he was dead. However, Fei Lan and Leona knew that Shi Yan hadn't died yet, because they could still feel his soul aura and the life magnetic field from that blood chrysalis. Katua woke up, laughing excitedly. I have broken through. I've reached the second sky of original God realm. Shut up. Fei Lan and Leona hissed in unison. Katua retracted his neck, shutting his mouth. Now he saw the blood chrysalis, asking in astonishment. What happened? He tried to press his voice. He's in there. Leona pointed at the blood chrysalis. When you were breaking through, he was carrying out some kind of mysterious transformation. I think he's about to finish. Transformation? What transformation? What's going on? Katua was frightened. Will he be all right? Well, we would believe you if you said that something would happen to you. But him, I don't think so. Leona pouted, talking coldly. I think he's breaking through because he had a big harvest this time. However, I don't think he's carrying out a breakthrough of his realm. It seems like something more magical. We don't know what's happening to him. We could only wait and see. Listening to her, Katua jolted up, frowning at the blood chrysalis, speaking emotionally. I think my senior's breakthrough will be more marvelous than mine. He would have something magical that we can hardly imagine. Of course, Fei Lan said resolutely. He received the most powerful inheritance, which ours can't be compared to. No matter what magical things he makes, I don't think they are strange. The three of them lowered their voice in disgust. They still kept an eye on Shi Yan, not wanting to miss any small detail. After 10 more days. Today, more crispy sounds echoed from the blood chrysalis. At the moment the sound arose, an immense, fierce blood chi erupted like a volcano. Swish! The blood chrysalis was torn, turning into dust and vanishing. Shi Yan's god body was exposed immediately. Fei Lan, Leona, and Katuo's eyes brightened, gazing at him with great astonishment. At this moment, Shi Yan was still himself, but he was undergoing a significant transformation. He was naked. Each of his muscles was transparent like ruby. They were crystal clear with fulgent red light. The human body has several hundred muscles. Each of Shi Yan's muscles seemed to have reached perfect condition. It wasn't too rough, but it was refined to the acme. For example, if it were a little bit bigger, it would affect his speed. If it were a bit smaller, it would affect his bursting power. They were connected perfectly with each other to promote his god body's powers flawlessly. In Fei Lan, Leona, and Katuo's points of view, the perfect form of a warrior was this one, the body and arrangement of muscles that they were observing. They felt inexplicable. However, in their eyes, Shi Yan's muscles arrangement was like a heavenly masterpiece of art. Not only did it look extraordinarily splendid and exquisite, it could also release the power to the acme. This was the most perfect form of the warrior. Fine spikes jutted out from his shoulders, elbows, and knees. They looked red and sharp like sharp horns. With different lengths, they wouldn't affect him when he moved his god body. They wouldn't hurt him, but they would create the highest level of damage against his opponent. His eyes were garnet like the most splendid ruby. His long hair was red, as if he had soaked them in blood. The bizarre, evil red that shook people's heart would give them anxiety, as if it had a devilish power. Shi Yan was around 2 meters tall. He looked like a sculpture carved with dedication. Each of his muscles was transparent and pure like ruby. Even when it spikes, blood chi in his body rolled and surged tremendously. His blood chi was even more abundant than a 1,000-meter-long beast. It was a miracle. Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua couldn't take their eyes off him. They gawked, dropping their jaws with astounded faces. What? Don't you recognize me? Shi Yan grinned. Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua woke up. They were shaking and shouting. What happened? Immortal demon blood seethed and boiled in his body. To maintain this form, he had to use immortal demon blood at every minute. However, the feeling he got in this form was awesome. It gave him thoughts of engaging in a furious battle. The desire to fighting gushed out uncontrollably. In this form, his desire to slaughter and his thirst for a bloody battle swelled harder, as if they didn't want him to stay idle for even a moment. The immortal demon blood was burning in his vessel every second. It gave him an evil and wild energy that could even tear the sky. This was the fighting form of the immortal demon clan after they had their blood replaced. It's hard to explain. My blood is a little strange. This time, I finally urged all the power of my blood. Oh right, there's a race called the immortal demon race. This shape of mine is the fighting form of that race. I have to burn my blood to use this form. Shi Yin frowned, trying to explain. You look a bit similar to that God Clan man. However, it's not quite the same. He wasn't red, and he didn't have the same aura as you, said Kato all of a sudden. Hearing him, Fei Lan and Leona eyed Shi Yin. They also became aghast. The God Clan man they encountered in God Perishing Land also had spikes on his body and armor that lingered on his skin. At this moment, Shi Yin looked somehow similar to him. If his refined muscles turned into scaled armor, he would look more like that God Clan man. I'm definitely not one of them, Shi Yin grinned. If I were one of them, I would never have received the inheritance. But you say that I look somehow similar to him. I think perhaps we share something back in our origin. Chapter 934, Proper Arrangement. Chapter 934, Proper Arrangement, _ Meeting Hall, AI Fu's Ancient Building. A gloomy shadow floated in the hall, speaking spookily. They hired a training court. That kid and the other 3 are staying in the hidden chamber. I'm guessing that they are cultivating. AI Fu lay on his side on a soft sofa, eating fruits and drinking good wine. He asked casually, why didn't you get in there and check it better? The hidden chamber has 7 layers of barriers. I could go in there, but I was not sure if I would disturb them. As you've advised, I considered that it was important to not disclose myself. Thus, I didn't tear the barriers, explained the shadow. Before you've fallen, you were at peak of ethereal God realm. You had almost reached incipient God realm. Although you have only the ethereal soul now, you can't even tear the barrier discreetly? AI Fu frowned. The shadow sighed begrudgingly. My soul altar exploded. My sea of consciousness perished. The tier of power Upanishads and ethereal extent vanished. I have only the ethereal soul now. The abilities that I can use are limited. If I still had my soul altar, I could have done it easily. But now, I don't have a choice. Then forget it. You watch them for me. Don't let them leave Broken Star City without me knowing about that, said AI Fu impatiently. Young master, don't worry. Once they reappear, I will know it immediately. And please remember to rebuild my soul altar, said the shadow solemnly. I know. AI Fu waved his hand, signaling the ominous shadow to leave. After there was no shadow above his head, he snorted disdainfully. Young master, one of the 3rd sky of ethereal god realm experts craned his neck out of the 5-colored light passage behind the hall. The Blood Halberd's master sent a message. They want us to find Migu. After that battle, Migu has escaped to Broken Star Field. He's hiding. Migu. AI Fu smiled. Such bad luck. He doesn't know that people have plotted against him. Now, Blood Halberd is after him. Haha. That old man didn't say a thing. He just waited silently. How much has he offered? AI Fu looked interested in this business. Me G's at 2nd sky of ethereal god realm. His life should be worth a lot. 1 million, said the old man. Oh, too little. Too little. AI Fu shook his head continually. You tell him. If it's less than 2 million, I don't give a F***ck about this business. The Blood Halberd has had big harvests around Broken Star Field recently. If they want to use my service, I require a generous pay. Understood. The old man retreated. Hidden chamber. Shi Yan's eyes weren't garnet anymore. The terrifying blood halo around his body slowly was absorbed into his body. His form gradually resumed. To maintain this condition, I have to use blood in my body. If I don't have to fight, I won't use it often. Shi Yin smiled, explaining to Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka, condensing the blood isn't an easy task. The other three nodded silently, but they actually didn't understand. Everyone has blood in their body, right? Why did he need to condense it? If he had to burn his blood, how could he endure that? Hey, Kata, you've broken through. Shi Yin screamed in surprise, smiling. Not bad. Not bad. Seems like you got good things, right? At this speed, I think everybody could strengthen their realms fast. All thanks to you, Senior. Ka said honestly. Without your help, I wouldn't be the Kata I am today. I will memorize your grace forever. Waving his hand, Shi Yin didn't want to talk about that. We're the locusts on the same string. We will advance together and retreat together. Of course, we have to try our best together. Senior, why wouldn't you break through? At your cultivation speed, it's time, right? Ka and Leona also looked at him, paying attention to this matter. Since he had entered Raging Flame Star area, Shi Yin was like a miracle as he continually broke through to the new realms. His progress was fast, as if he didn't have a bottleneck or the need of energy accumulation. This kind of breakthrough happened until now. My power is enough, but my realm is still a little bit short. Giving a forced smile, he said slowly, breaking into the new realm requires the comprehension of power Upanishad. I still need a little more. Yeah, I'm trying my best in this aspect. Then he waved his hand. The fantasy sky rings sparkled. The mother and child sky linking formation he received from AI Fu appeared in the hidden chamber, falling to the ground. This pair of formations had empty fantasy crystals as the foundation. The lines on the formation carved in the crystals were exquisite, and it carried the power and mysteries of space power. Using this mother and child sky linking formation, he could connect the broken star field with the old orchid star. If he succeeded, they wouldn't need to spend several months to return. I want to use this mother and child sky linking formation to advance further in space power Upanishad. Shi Yin smiled, speaking to the other three. We'll stay in Broken Star City for a while. I will try to fix them. Even if I can't fix them, I'm sure I will still make some progress in space power. It was not a bad deal buying this toy. Xian's waiting for you outside, said Fei Lon. Shi Yin was surprised. He nodded. Then I'll go meet him first. Yeah, I should explain to him, though. Getting out of the secret chamber, Fei Lon, Leona, Kata, and Shi Yin walked to the training yard. Karthu and Zi Yao were happy seeing them leaving the hidden chamber. Oh wow. Karthu was shocked, looking at Kata. You've broken through. Ha. Kata laughed loudly. Yeah, I did. Karthu. You'd roamed around land of God punishment and killed a lot of our pirates. You captured anyone in your way. Now what? Do you dare to touch me now? Karthu was still at first sky of original God realm. He beamed a forced smile. What's the meaning of reminding me of such things in Agate Star area? Leona snorted, glaring at Kaktua, who was swaggering, speaking faintly. I used to work in Land of God Punishment for a while. Do you think breaking through one level will allow you to do anything you want? There is no need to mention that we're in Agate Star area. Even if we're in Raging Flame Star area, the second sky of Original God Realm isn't the peak. If Du Tianji wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape? Kato got told off. He became embarrassed, scratching his head. I was just kidding because I was too happy. You don't need to react that much. Leona snorted. I just don't want to see you swaggering. Katua immediately behaved. Xian is waiting outside. Ziao smiled, looking at Shi Yin and murmuring. He and his giant fellows have been waiting for you for a long time. He wants to see you. I'm going to see them. Shi Yin smiled and nodded. The training court that they rented also had a garden, cultivating rooms, and rooms to stay. However, those rooms were designed for regular races. They weren't suitable for the giants. With Xian's figure, he would break this place. They couldn't get into the place, so they had to wait outside. Xian and the giants stood on the street outside the training yard. Seeing Shi Yin, they immediately showed their gratitude. This was especially the case for Xian. His eyes brightened as he wanted to use the etiquette of the giants to greet him. Na Xian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He knew what happened to me, Gu and Mi Lu, but he couldn't explain it to his fellows. Seeing Shi Yin, he said immediately, "On behalf of my fellows, I thank you. You don't need to repay the amount of divine crystals you said that you wanted to borrow from us." Some giants looked at Na Xian as they felt weird inwardly. Sure, Yin had helped them sell the lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. They appreciated his deed, but they didn't understand why Na Xian said that Shi Yin didn't need to pay them back the amount he borrowed. Na Xian didn't answer, and just looked at Shi Yin deep in his eyes. Shi Yin smiled as he knew that Na Xian had figured out why Tu Fei had attacked Mi Gu and Mi Lu. "Precursor, please don't mind it much. We all live in Old Orchid Star. Of course, we have to help each other. And also, you're already here, but please wait for me for a little while. I have something I'm going to bring back, and I need you to help me bring it back to Old Orchid Star." Na Xian was confused. "What's that? Give me some time. After I've fixed it, you'll help me bring it back to Old Orchid Star." Shi Yin didn't explain. He just said something and asked Na Xian to stay in Broken Star Field for a while. Na Xian had a lot of divine crystals, so he didn't want to go home immediately. He wanted to use the divine crystals to exchange for some materials. He would bring some materials to Old Orchid Star so his fellow giants could have the better cultivating materials. Also, the children and soldiers of his tribe would then be able to break through faster. He wanted to stay here for a while indeed. Listening to Shi Yan's request, he agreed frankly. After Shi Yin finished his business, they would leave together. The giants went away to work on their business. Shi Yin also hastened to repair the mother and child sky linking formation. He didn't talk more, wanted to get into the hidden chamber immediately. "Shi Yin, I want to talk to you." Seeing him want to leave, Ziyao couldn't help but stop him. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling strangely, as she was also blushing uneasily. Shi Yin was surprised, turning his head to look at her. "Anything important?" No, it's not urgent." Ziyao was a little bit anxious as she couldn't make herself clear. She made people skeptical. "Not urgent? Okay. Wait for me for several days then." Shi Yin pondered for a while and then said seriously, "I need to fix a formation. That formation is very important to us. I need to fix them, and not Xian will bring it to Old Orchid Star." Hearing him, Ziyao said hastily, "So you should work first." "Yeah, you need to work on it first. I'm not impatient." She exhaled in relief inwardly. However, she felt uneasy, nervous, and restless. Shi Yin didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't ask more, nodding to greet her and then going into the secret chambers. After he sealed the door, he paid attention to the mother and child sky linking formation. If he could fix the formation, he would let Na Xian bring the mother formation back to Old Orchid Star. He would keep the child formation. No matter where they were, they would be able to return to Old Orchid Star instantly. This formation also worked in the Life Star. If it worked, he wouldn't need to worry about unexpected events in Old Orchid Star. Besides that, during the time he repaired the formation, he would know how the expert who used space power had fabricated this formation that year. He would gain understanding about how he had used space power and applied it. This meant so much to his advancement of space power Upanishad. This benefit would be immeasurable. As Shi Yin was hurried, he didn't notice Ziyao's restless eyes. In the secret chamber, Shi Yin released his soul consciousness, gathering space power to study the mother and child sky linking formation, his face stern and lucid. Chapter 935, Opportunity. Chapter 935, Opportunity, _ Space was something marvelous. Non-material structures could be deemed space. However, someone who didn't understand space power couldn't comprehend an area with outer space power. The mother and child sky linking formation was on the ground. This formation used the empty fantasy crystal and dozens of rare materials that Shi Yin didn't know about as the foundation. The edge of the two formations had several thousand concave, fist-sized spots where divine crystals were installed to power up the formations. The first step Shi Yin had to do was install the divine crystals into those concave spots. Around 30,000 divine crystals were put into the spots in the mother and child sky linking formation. Those divine crystals had enormous energy. They looked like stars twinkling in the velvet night, giving it a mysterious beauty. After inlaying all the divine crystals, Yin walked to the mother formation. He frowned, releasing the soul consciousness with space power to seep into the formation. A magnificently complex space formation, which looked like a giant spider web, slowly formed in his sea of consciousness. Exquisite space threads interweaved like silky spider fibers, creating sparkling, wonderful space nodes that were like diamonds. Pouring soul consciousness into the space nodes, Yin found a strange space door in each node. Yin was scared. The mother formation had several 100,000 space threads, creating millions of space nodes. Each space node was a door connecting two spaces, which could create a space passage. Amongst millions of space nodes, many of them weren't stable. Space energy inside those space nodes was so dangerous that it could crush anything. Those unstable nodes hid disorderly doors, which held broken details of this marvelous formation. If he wanted to fix the mother and child sky linking formation, the main thing he had to do was fix those nodes and stabilize the space doors, which would then allow matter to get through them. Taking a deep breath, Yin's eyes darkened as he was very reluctant. There were around 50 or 60,000 broken doors, and it was just for the mother formation. He hadn't checked the child formation to see how many nodes needed to be repaired. Fixing dozens of space doors wasn't a task that he could accomplish in a short time. He suddenly felt a headache. Instinctively, he wanted to give up. He didn't want to repair the marvelous formation that some warrior with supernatural powers had created. Sitting neatly by the mother formation, Yin knitted his brows. His thoughts changed like shooting stars. Ideas appeared that Yin objected, and this cycle continued. After an unknown time, Yin finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should fix one of them first. I should stabilize one door first, and then I'll see if I want to continue or not." His soul alter-spun one round. Space energy fluctuated from the power Upanishad tier. It rippled through his god body, creating the god domain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fine space slits slowly emerged like thousands of sabers floating in his god domain. Crack, crack, crack. His bones sounded as if space energy was cutting him. Shortly after, billions of light dots bloomed from his body. They moved like fireflies, entering the space slits and triggering some space transformation. The magnificent but unpredictable space currents swirled around him like meteors. They made many splendid curves, giving him a feeling of being immersed in a world of light where he became the real master of space who controlled space as he pleased. Space sabers moved like an electric light as he mind-controlled them to seep into the space node that his original soul had locked, flooding through an unstable space door. Boom! His sea of consciousness was shaken. Then it projected a mysterious, complex space formation above his sea of consciousness. An intersection in that formation suddenly shone dazzlingly like the brightest star in the sky. Space threads made by his soul consciousness with space power instantaneously flooded into that fulgent space node. His soul consciousness seemed to get through a real space door while a vibe was spreading out. That door looked real, and his soul consciousness hand could even touch it and feel the fantastic space mysteries inside. This door was made of space energy. However, it was broken and its pieces were scattered around the magical areas. What Yin wanted to do was use space energy with the same frequency to refine, match, and connect the broken pieces to fix that door. And he did it that way. His soul consciousness became the mighty, skillful hand that guided and connected pieces of the door with his energy. After an unknown time, the shattered space door was complete under the power of Yin's energy, spirit, soul consciousness, and his soul. It was combined and refined little by little until it was complete. At the moment the small dots gathered the disorderly space node and the door inside became stable and strengthened with space energy. It allowed energy and real matter to get through it. Yin relaxed his nerves. Sensing for the second time, Yin found that the space node and the door inside were now back to order. Its energy fluctuation was stable. He didn't know how long it took. Sitting silently, he sensed his body and found that he didn't consume a significant amount of soul consciousness. His energy was still full. Yin was happy. He then recalled and assessed his procedure to check the changes of his god body and soul during that time. After a while, his eyes brightened up. He couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that it didn't require him to use too much energy. This massive work that looked really tough to finish wasn't actually that difficult. Also, that magical formation was able to provide him energy to fix itself. What he needed to do was to use his soul consciousness to guide and connect it. The energy it required was self-provided. The mother formation had the ability to fix itself, and his god domain was the fountain of its support. What he needed to do was to show it the direction and guide it. The formation's energy would fix itself. Understanding this point, Yin smiled. He knew that if he divided his soul consciousness into many flows working at the same time, it wouldn't be very difficult. Yin understood thoroughly. Thus, his sea of consciousness surged, changing. After he had refined and condensed his soul consciousness, he sent them to each of the broken nodes. His sea of consciousness changed, turning into tens of thousands of flows, each of which was one of his many godly tentacles. They entered the unstable nodes. Yin just needed to work on one node, and his soul consciousness would copy his procedure. Each flow of his soul consciousness was a clone of his, copying his actions of guiding and connecting pieces of the broken doors. It wasn't really tough, though. Yin thought, concentrating on fixing dozens of space nodes of the mother formation while time flew hastily. Outside the hidden chamber, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo found themselves a cultivating room. They didn't notice Ka Tuo and Ziyao as they were digesting energy that they received from Yin and comprehending their power Upanishad. While Karthu and Ziyao felt bored, they visited every place in Broken Star City to widen their knowledge of the prosperous Agate Star area. Today, Ziyao saw a bald, old human in a special potion shop. He wore a long, gray robe that hid his hands into his sleeves. His shaved head had a magical tattoo, as if it was made of strange, entangling lights. She didn't know the meaning of that tattoo. That old man had a quiet aura around his body while he was looking around the shop with dark eyes. Shortly after, his eyes gazed on Ziyao as if he was frozen. His calm aura became excited. After a while, it seemed like the old man had confirmed something. He stepped over proactively, bending his body and talking gently. "Miss, is it true that you are cultivating light Upanishad and that you've absorbed outer space divine light, which has a consciousness?" Ziyao's exquisite face had a gleam of surprise which showed in her beautiful, diamond-like eyes. "Precursor, how did you know that?" The withered face of the old man brightened up with joy. He said tenderly, "My master also cultivates light power Upanishad. She has a deep understanding of outer space divine light. Miss, can we go somewhere to talk?" Ziyao was astounded. She hesitated, looking at Karthu. Karthu's voice was dry, giving a forced smile. "His realm's really profound. If he wants to hurt us, we can't even run away." The old man chuckled and then said seriously, "I won't harm you, and I won't let anyone harm you. I can assure you about that." Listening to him, Ziyao nodded. "Okay." Shortly after, the old man, Ziyao, and Karthu walked to a remote alley. The old man bent to greet them, introducing himself. "I'm Long Duo, a servant of my master. I'm here to find an apprentice for my master. Miss, you're cultivating light power, and you've absorbed outer space divine light. You meet the requirements to be a disciple of my master. If you're willing to do that, you can follow me. I'm sure that after you meet my master, your realm and power will upgrade on a large scale." Ziyao's soft body shivered, her beautiful eyes bright. "Which realm does your master have?" Haha, I'm at peak of ethereal god realm. I think you can guess my master's realm, said the man called Long Duo humbly. My master doesn't live in the far west. She's in a wonderful secret domain. Her reputation is well known in any area of Agate Star area. Miss, my master has strict requirements for enrolling disciple. Until now, she has had only 2 apprentices. It's your fortune and destiny. If you agree, I'll take you to my master. If you don't want it, I will not force you. Carthu was shocked. He couldn't help but hiss, Your Highness. Ziyao's knitted her bold brows. She was astounded for a while before she could say softly, Can you give me more time to think about it? Sure, Long Duo smiled mildly. I'm staying in Broken Star City, and I will wait for you to make up your mind. Can you tell me where you're staying? Yes. Ziao told him the address of the training court Yin had rented. Then, she left with Carthu, her mind complicated. She was hesitant. Your Highness, this is your big opportunity. You can have an incipient God Realm teacher who also cultivates light power Upanishad. I think that if you let this chance slip away, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Carthu said honestly, even if you walk the same path with Yin, you can't help him on anything. You can't catch up with him now. If you want to get closer to him, at least your realm shouldn't be lower than his. Your Highness, please seize this chance. I will wait for him until he gets out. Ziao pondered for a while and then sighed. At least before I leave, I want to bid him farewell. Chapter 936, A Hug. Chapter 936, A Hug, _ AI Fu's Ancient Building, Main Hall. After Long Duo bid farewell to Ziyao, he came here alone, carrying himself with ease and a natural poise. AI Fu and the 2/3 sky of ethereal god realm old men treated him well. They offered him good wine, smiling warmly. Long Duo enjoyed his wine. He didn't deny the other's offering. He just smiled and drank relaxedly. Sir, you're in a good mood today? AI Fu smiled, trying to win his favor. Long Duo nodded. Yeah, my mood isn't bad. Master will have one more apprentice. Haha, I didn't expect to find a precious jade for my master so soon. What good luck I have. AI Fu's eyes brightened. Sir, did you meet a talent who cultivates light power Upanishad and has merged with outer space divine light? Long Duo smiled cheerily. Yeah, I did. AI Fu smiled, speaking continually. Congratulations. Congratulations. We must drink more to celebrate. The other 2 old men also treated him cordially, raising their glasses. Long Duo didn't deny anyone. He drank several glasses of wine and then said with a serious face, AI Fu, now we shall discuss our business. Give me that thing. Okay. AI Fu stopped saying meaningless words. His fantasy sky ring flashed, and the lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan he bought from Yin emerged. He cautiously handed it to Long Duo. Long Duo's eyes were as bright and sharp as a saber. He studied the lumber, rubbing the lines of the wooden texture. After a while, he nodded with a smile. Your grandfather had you collect materials for his fortune. Yeah, this is the small lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. It's good. AI Fu laughed as he was in a good mood. As you sent me a quotation, is there any problem with the price of 10 million top-quality divine crystals? AI Fu nodded. He didn't have any other opinion. Of course, no problem. You're divine light, and I have done business for so many years. Of course, I will never turn down the business. It's hard to sell this lumber in our far west. We can't sell at a good price. We're happy that divine light will handle it. I know this lumber attracts incipient God Realm experts of the Wood Clan a lot. I'm sure you will make a fortune with it. Then 10 million it is. Long Duo smiled as he was about to pay for the item. Sir, don't be impatient. AI Fu rose his hand. I don't need it all in cash. I need you to use 5 million to make me some battleships. I just need 5 million divine crystals. Like the previous time, Long Duo was surprised. There's no war in the far west region. Why do you need to stock up on battleships? Divine Light can produce battleship in various types and styles. You don't require high-quality battleships. Do you think you can find some customers for those expensive battleships? No, not the previous types. AI Fu smiled. They should be very, very big. large enough to fit the giants. Yeah, the giant tribe has ordered 2 battleships. Big. Long Duo rubbed his chin, smiling. So it's not cheap. We used to fabricate one for the Monster Clan. The cost is 3 million for one. Okay, we're partners for a long time. I can make it 2,500,000 for one battleship. With your 5 million, I can make you 2. Is that okay? Thank you, sir. 2 battleships are what I want with that amount. AI Fu smiled. Okay, deal. Long Duo nodded, dividing the divine crystals in his fantasy sky ring and then handing it to AI Fu. Here's your 5 million. Soon, I will deliver 2 giant battleships. At most, it will arrive in your warehouse within 15 days. Good business. Good business. Hidden chamber. Shurian opened his eyes. He smiled and got up, relaxing his limbs. The mother and child sky linking formation lay near him on the stone ground. The divine crystals inlaid in the formation had turned into ordinary stones as their energy had been all consumed. However, at this moment, the mother and child sky linking formation had waves of space energy and marvelous energy fluctuations. This shattered formation was repaired. Smiling, he finished his secluding cultivation time. Although he couldn't break through this time, his understanding of space Upanishad had progressed. If he could create the door himself, he could use the attainment of space power to break through to second sky of original God realm. Walking to the training court, his soul consciousness flickered. Shortly after, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua arrived. Is Na Xian here? Asked Shurian. Yeah, they've been in Broken Star City to buy cultivating materials. I think they're almost done. They've just returned, said Ka Tua. Shurian nodded, walking out of the training court. At first glance, he found Na Xian of the giant tribe. As soon as Na Xian saw him, he walked over, greeting him happily. We placed an order with AI Fu. He will make large battleship that we can use. AI Fu can do that. He can make even this kind of massive battleship. He's living up to his name in Broken Star City. As the old Orchid Star had a terrifying gravity, the bigger the people were, the heavier the gravitational effect was that they had to bear. Thus, it was tough to go through the atmosphere and jump directly into outer space. They had many giants, including women and children, who had never had a chance to leave old Orchid Star to travel around the area due to that great gravity. When a warrior cultivated, he couldn't only stay in his room to break through. With different power Upanishads, they could find different places that better supported and advanced their understanding of power Upanishads better. If the giant children reached a bottleneck during their cultivation, they were better off leaving old Orchid Star to find a place suitable for their power Upanishad. Afterward, they could progress faster, which would increase the general competence of the giant tribe. The massive battleship that suited the giant tribe could take many members of their tribe to a better place for their cultivation before they would reach their specific realm. They would have a better chance to advance. What is the initial price? Shurian was surprised. AI Fu said 5 million divine crystals. Na Xian was a little excited. We don't have enough divine crystals now, but we have plans. After we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we will have enough money. We giants will have our battleship. The other giants also looked excited. They felt proud because of this big event. 5 million. Shurian beamed a forced smile inwardly. He saw many different battleships in AI Fu's treasury, which were priced at 100,000 to 1 million divine crystals. The battleship AI Fu would fabricate for the giants cost 5 million. What a ripoff. Anyway, Na Xian and his fellows had placed the order, and they looked very excited, so Shurian couldn't say anything. He could only discreetly blame their naive nature. When can you take that battleship? Asked Shurian. AI Fu said that as soon as we have the divine crystals, he will hand the battleship to us anytime. Na Xian was yearning for it. Kids in our tribe have never seen anything that big. They will be thrilled. The materials we got home this time would make them so happy. They will go crazy. Oh, Shurian nodded, talking to him. You guys help me bring one formation back home. Oh, right. We should buy a battleship to carry it. He was surprised for a while. asking, "Where's Carthu?" "I'm here." Carthu's voice came from the training court. "You need me to do something? Take this ring. It has 800,000 divine crystals. You and Na Xin should buy a normal battleship and use the remaining divine crystals to buy some suitable pellets or cultivating materials. We will bring them all to Old Orchid Star." Sure, Yin flickered a ring to him. Carthu received the ring, using his soul consciousness to sense, and then smiled. "No problem." Hesitating for a while, he continued, "Sure, Yin, Ziyao wants to see you. She's in a cultivating room. She has something important to tell you." Sure Yin was surprised. He told Na Xian and Carthu to be careful when placing the mother and child sky linking formation. Then, he returned to the training yard confused. He found Ziyao and then asked softly, "I heard Carthu say that you wanted to see me." Ziyao wore a beautiful purple dress, which supported her slim, gentle body with graceful curves. Her beautiful eyes were like a flower with its sweet nectar. She looked indescribably pretty with her light makeup. Evidently, she tried to wear makeup for this talk. Shi Yin was stunned, looking at her. His eyes brightened as he was absorbed into his thoughts. After a while, he said, "You're still so beautiful like when I saw you the first time that year. You make me feel like I've encountered a deity." Ziyao's beautiful eyes were like a vast sea with many deep meanings. She studied him and then bloomed a smile. "I'm glad to hear that. When I saw you that year, I didn't think that you could have anything special. I used to hate you, though." "Hate me?" Shurian pointed at his nose, forcing a smile. "I saved your brother that year. Why did you hate me? Women, I will never understand them. Because you were so calm in front of me. You made me think my charisma was reduced. Because you didn't try to flirt me, I didn't feel pleased. Your realm was so low, but you dared to look at me like that." Ziyao smiled charmingly. "Anyway, I didn't feel comfortable to look at you. If you haven't saved my brother, perhaps I would have taught you a lesson. I would trouble you so much so you would know how dangerous I was." "You're unreasonable," said Shi Yan. "I want to bid farewell to you." Ziyao sighed weakly. Her beautiful eyes sparked a gleam of sadness. Pondering for a while, she suddenly stepped forward. While Shi Yan was bewildered, she hugged him. Her stunning chin rested on his shoulder. Her fragranced orchid breath blew to his ear. "After we say farewell, I don't know when we can meet again. Let me hug you for a while, okay? Why do you want to leave? Where will you go?" Sure, Yin was perplexed, showing that he didn't want that. His body stiffened. "Do you feel like you were being neglected by us?" "No, I didn't mean it. Fei Lan, Leona, Ka Tuo, and I share the same origin. If you guys know it, it won't bring you anything good but disaster. An incipient God realm expert wants to make me a disciple of hers. She cultivates light power Upanishad. All right, don't guess. I know, that expert's a she." Ziyao bit her lower lip, her face blushing as she whispered, "Don't say anything. Just let me hug you. Let me feel your existence. I want to memorize this moment." Shi Yin was baffled, but he was actually touched. Vibes rippled through his heart as he had a lot of emotions at this moment. Chapter 9:37, Broken Star Field. Chapter 9:37, Broken Star Field, _ When people have someone on their side, they would sometimes not treasure them. Only when that person wants to leave do they feel reluctant and bitter inwardly. Shi Yin now felt bitter and regret. Ziyao left. She decided to leave for the advancement of her realm. Standing in front of the training court, Shi Yin watched Ziyao, Carthu, and Na Xian leave. It was the first time he found that he didn't want her to leave. Reflecting by himself, he realized that he didn't pay enough attention or take care of her well enough. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo didn't say anything, standing indifferently by his side. After a while, Shi Yin pulled himself from sorrow and gave a faint smile. "We should go too." His mind flickered, connecting his soul consciousness to another beam in a direction. He told Ka Ta, "Bring that boy here." Ka Tuan nodded and left. After 1 hour, he brought Jiyu back. Jiyu's eyes were dim and gloomy. He stooped in distress. Seeing Shi Yin and Fei Lan, he bent his body to greet them, muttering, "I'm ready. We can go at any time." Shi Yin smiled, nodded to him. Why do you look like this? How is your father? Yu had sold his news for 100,000 divine crystals, saying that he had to save his father. Shurian didn't pay much attention to his father's case. He didn't ask him more or discreetly investigate. However, seeing Yu with his gloomy countenance, Shurian felt skeptical as he asked. The same. However, as we have 100,000 divine crystals, he should be safe for a while. Yu is a little bit touched, explaining carefully. My father's at first sky of ethereal god realm. He used to be awesome, but now his soul altar is damaged. He's on the edge. His soul altar is about to break down. I've used 100,000 divine crystals to buy medicine and pellets. However, they could only slow down the damaging progress. They couldn't heal him. Yu's eyes reddened, balling his fists. He bit his lower lip, muttering, My father has taken care of me since I was a little boy. For my development, he'd gone to Broken Star Field to find rare materials to exchange for divine crystals. He helped me reach my current realm. However, Broken Star Field isn't a safe place. Although my father's at ethereal god realm, he couldn't help himself. He fought for materials once and got wounded badly, until now. Staying in Broken Star City for several months, Shurian knew a little about Broken Star Field. Many races lived around the area, and many powerful forces had come to Broken Star Field to find cultivating materials. The Broken Star Field had many types of materials, which attracted experts from the entire Agate Star area. Broken Star Field was always chaotic and unsafe. With low realms and insufficient competences, warriors couldn't live there with ease. For example, Zhenggu and his fellow giants were beaten up by the Mi brothers. They had almost been killed. You seem very familiar with Broken Star Field? Shurian was bewildered. You can survive even though you only have King God Realm. I have my surviving methods. Yu lifted his head, speaking honestly. Every time I go to Broken Star Field, I accompany some people. Since I'm familiar with this place, people hire me to be their guide. And although my realm's low, I have knowledge and I'm not greedy for what I can't keep. Thus, I can survive. People won't target me. Shurian exchanged looks with the others, their faces strange. This teenager had been living in difficulties. His realm wasn't high and he wasn't old enough, but he had survived Broken Star Field many times. He had to endure many things, living in people's disdain and neglect. He's done so many things just to save his father's soul altar. I've promised you, I will never change my mind. When we want to depart, seeing that they say nothing, Yu took the initiative and asked. We'll depart now, Shurian said faintly. Good, let's go. Yu mumbled, I bid farewell to my father anyway. Let's go. Blood Halberd's headquarters, Broken Star City. Today, a middle-aged man wearing a long white robe took his subordinates to this place. 2 Fae and more than 10 warriors of the Blood Halberd stood by the door to greet him, bending their bodies. Greetings, sir. The middle-aged man wore a cold face. He nodded, walking directly to the main hall. He sat on the chairman's seat, which showed his status, waving his hand. 2 Fae and the Blood Halberd's warriors now sat down on his 2 sides. Defong, master of Blood Halberd and a third sky of ethereal god realm warrior, was a famous expert in the far west region and the entire Broken Star Field. His origin was mysterious. One day, he came to Broken Star Field and built Blood Halberd. He had spent hundreds of years to make Blood Halberd a potent force in Broken Star Field to the point that people didn't dare to provoke them. Many people had guessed that Defong wasn't a warrior from the Far West since they had never heard about this expert in the Far West region before. They deemed Defong a warrior of some mighty force in Agate Star area. He had come to Far West region and built a force on purpose. Of course, Defong had never admitted anything. No one knew if the rumors were true. On my way here, I've investigated 2 Fang's murder case. Defang's countenance was cold while icy mist swirled around his body. His eyes were like chilling snowflakes. 2 Fae jolted up, asking in a low voice, Sir, what was the result of your investigation? Apparently, it was not me Gu and me Lu. Defong snorted coldly. You were too impulsive. That kid has fooled you. You let your anger blind your mind. Although Tu Fei was called a madman in Broken Star City, he didn't dare to retort when the man shouted at him. When Tu Feng was murdered, Mi Gu and his brother were in Broken Star Field. I've had someone confirm it. Unless Mi Gu and Mi Lu cultivated space power, it was impossible for them to get out of Broken Star Field and kill Tu Feng. De Feng's face was cold as he talked. Although the Mi brothers were harsh and despicable to the weak, has any one of you seen them provoking blood halberd? Don't they only mess with us? When they did do that, wouldn't they clean it up? How could they let people figure out their crime? An original God Realm kid could avoid them, witness the case, and leave safely? Tu Fei and the two ethereal God Realm experts that had joined the attack were embarrassed, bending their heads. They didn't dare to say anything to defend themselves. You've lost your mind because of anger. You didn't verify the provided information. That was how he could fool you. De Feng explained everything and then continued indifferently. That kid is the suspect now. You capture him and use the search soul technique to search his memories. You can find the truth. You fool. You even lost 1 million divine crystals. De Feng hissed. Tu Fei discolored. A fire was about to ignite in his eyes. I'm going to capture him now. That damn kid dared to deceive me. He roared, flying away. 1 minute later, Tu Fei returned with red eyes. They left 7 days ago to Broken Star Field. Damn it. Do you need me to teach you what to do now? De Feng's face was icy cold. I'm after him. Tu Fei put on a malicious face and bowed to the man. He then said, "Thank you for reminding me." Then, Tu Fei took several warriors, leaving Broken Star City and jumping into Broken Star Field. De Feng sent a message, saying that we don't need to find Mi Gu anymore. Seems like they know that the Mi brothers didn't do that. Tu Fei is after Shurian. He's confirmed the news. He's flying to Broken Star Field now, said an old man under AI Fu's command. AI Fu frowned, contemplating for a while. De Feng's much smarter than Tu Fei. Yeah, seems like that boy's going to have a lot of trouble. Young master, should we notify him? Remind him? AI Fu rubbed his chin. Light sparkled in his eyes. He talked after pondering for a while. Now that De Feng has joined this mess, it's more difficult. This man is mysterious and wicked. It's not good to turn our back to him. Okay, you go there yourself. When Tu Fei encounters them, you seize the chance and capture that kid before him. We must know where the 1,000-fold lotus is. We can use the 1,000-fold lotus to exchange for his life. I think it's worth it. Yeah, work on it. Understood. Broken Star Field. Shurian's team hovered in the air, moving slowly. Ji led ahead of them. Sometimes he gave them descriptions. Rumor says that Broken Star Field is formed by countless pieces of broken stars. I believe it's true. Moreover, I heard that the core of Broken Star Field has a mysterious force that could attract broken stars. As far as I've known, throughout recent history, there are still many pieces of broken stars flying here and becoming new parts of Broken Star Field. It was true that Ji Yu was much more familiar with this area. With his guide, Shurian's team didn't need to do anything. They hadn't met any danger yet. Broken Star Field is indeed vast. At least, I can't travel through it. It seems like the area has tens of thousands of broken stars congregating here. Some pieces are very old, and they hide rare materials. They even have original incipient grade materials. That is why Broken Star Field attracts so many experts. I've scouted the route we are traveling. Not many people will choose this route. Thus, we won't meet many experts on this way for quite a long time. Also, we can make sure that we won't be ambushed or have conflicts with others. On their way, Ji Yu continually told them the wonderful features of Broken Star Field. He knew the place as if it was the back of his hand. His descriptions were clear and easy to understand. Sure, Yin listened to him and widened his knowledge of Broken Star Field. He thought that his 100,000 divine crystals were well spent. Half a year later, Ji Yu stopped by a place where disorderly stones made up the mountains. The atmosphere was cold. From here onward, we will travel through many places with the possibility of finding rare materials. We will meet a lot of people from different races and forces, Ji Yu said with a stern face. From now on, we should be prepared to counter dangers, which can happen at any minute. Shurian squinted his eyes, nodded, and put up guard. Chapter 9:38 Becoming Enemies. Chapter 9:38 Becoming Enemies, underscore. There were many massive, chipped holes reaching deep underground. Collapsed mountain ranges were everywhere. Some of the mountains had a flat surface, as if they were cut by a sharp knife. Large rocks were scattered around the place. The ground was bumpy, as if some giants had marched through this place. Some holes had colored fluids with something mysterious inside. Also, they found many kinds of dominant plants, and even undying ancient trees. This was also a corner of broken Starfield. Shurian was standing by the mountain. Be careful. This place has been exploited many times. It wouldn't have precious materials. However, there are still some mines deep underground. Once they find some marvelous cultivating materials, the battle would take place. Ji became anxious in this area, speaking gingerly. Shurian nodded. I got it. Lead the way, please. Ji knitted his brows tightly, slowly flying forward. However, he was much slower than before. Sometimes, he looked around as if he was afraid that they would meet unexpected things. 5 days later, they came to deeper corner in Broken Star Field. Swoosh! The figure zoomed over from afar. He had a dark blue halo moving around his body, which was stained with black blood, his face pale. Third sky of original God realm. Shurian's eyes shrank. He pulled his spirit, nodding at Fei Lan. Fei Lan extended her hand and grabbed the void, pulling Ji, who was flying in front of them. The oncoming warrior was a member of the Dark Spirit clan. He had oily green skin and a green shoulder-length hair. His eyes were also as green as a venomous snake. Seeing Shurian's team, his eyes brightened, shouting, "Take this!" A water drop like blue jade shot out from his hand. It had a distinctive energy fluctuation. Ji couldn't help but scream surprisedly. Blue bloodstone, level 6 divine grade, used to refine blue blood pellet, which is to give a tonic to blood chi. The blue bloodstone turned into a beam of blue light shooting towards Fei Lan. The Dark Spirit clan man didn't talk much. He just grinned and ran away. He passed by Shurian's team, flying quickly to get out of this place. Boom! The path in front of him suddenly had a shining silver river. This river hid the soft but tenacious power of water. It was the ability of the ethereal extent. The man bumped into the long river, drowning. Water bound him tightly. He couldn't even wiggle to get rid of it quickly. Immediately, a man and a woman appeared in the direction he had just left. The man had a nice but evil look. The woman was as charming as a flower. They were around 30 or 40 years old, and both of them were members of the Ghostmar clan. Their exposed shoulder had marvelous green textures. First sky of ethereal god realm. Fei Lan hissed. Shurian slightly changed his visage, screaming immediately, "Throw that bloodstone away." Fei Lan didn't hesitate. Her left hand was about to capture that stone, now had some pale thread, which then guided the blue bloodstone away. The two Ghostmark clan fellows arrived. The man laughed evilly as he rose his hand and caught the blue bloodstone. Then, he glanced at Shurian's team disdainfully, gliding away. Dare to take our stuff? He doesn't know how to live, right? The woman was charmingly mature. She smiled tenderly, retrieving her power Upanishad. The long silver river shrunk little by little. The Dark Spirit clan man was covered in the river, trying to wiggle, but he couldn't get rid of it. Eventually, he was pulled toward the woman. The woman's phoenix eyes were full of murderous aura. The river derived from her ethereal extent turned into water dragons, coiling around him. Crack, crack, crack. The Dark Spirit clan man exploded. His bones broke while his flesh and blood splashed everywhere. Swoosh! His soul altar escaped, looking at the Ghostmar clan experts with an enormous grudge. It threw a glance at Fei Lan and then turned into a wave, teleporting thousands of miles in just a blink. Run fast enough. The beautiful woman of the Ghostmar clan cursed then as they retrieved the river into her soul altar. Her beautiful eyes glared at Fei Lan annoyedly. Fei Lan frowned, but said nothing. Two ugly women, The ghost Markland woman mumbled as if she wanted to vent out her anger. Phelan and Leona became cold. Phelan didn't take care about her appearance. At the same time, she looked senile with many wrinkles on her face. Leona's face was full of scars. Although they were all women, compared to the beautiful ghost Markland woman, they looked horrid. However, being pointed at and directly scolded, a nice person would be enraged. Cough, cough. Shurian gave dry coughs. Phelan and Leona gritted their teeth, tried to control themselves not to burst out and make a mess. Don't cause more trouble. The ghost Mark clanman frowned. We still need to harvest blue bloodstone. We shouldn't waste more time. Let's go. The beautiful woman glanced at Phelan and Leona disdainfully, muttering, If I'm not busy, I will play with you guys. How dare you try to run around with such ugly faces? Don't you think you will scare all men away? Then she smiled contentedly, following the man and returning. They flew deeper into the place, disappearing shortly. Waiting until the two of them left, Shurian calmly moved to the position where the dark spirit clanman exploded, hovering indifferently for a while. Pieces of that dark spirit clanman's body seemed shriveled, as if someone had taken all the water in them. Eventually, they became dried meat as if they had been dried under the intense sunlight for countless years. Shurian smiled, speaking to Phelan and Leona, who still grimaced. Both of them are at first sky of ethereal god realm, and we don't know if they still have some fellows around here. Engaging in a battle isn't a wise move. Phelan and Leona had dark eyes. After a while, they nodded but didn't reply him. You should take a rest for a while. Shurian contemplated for a while and then looked at Jiyu. He rose his hand and a blue light cave descended from the sky, shrouding Jiyu entirely and preventing him from observing anything around. Shurian sat down, closing his eyes to digest the energy. Phelan, Leona, and Katua knew what was going to happen. They were all happy, sitting down quietly. After a while, beams of pure light energy emitted from Shurian's god body, entering the mark on Phelan, Leona, and Katuo's foreheads. A long while later, the four of them got up one after another. They were all vivid and refreshed, their auras full and lively. Especially Katuo, as he had reached second sky of original god realm, he needed more energy. Receiving energy from Shurian, Katuo's accumulation advanced. At least, it helped him save dozens of years of ascetic cultivation. It was unnecessary to compete like that. It was boring, though, especially when we weren't sure about the victory. We shouldn't provoke them in such a fight. Sure, Yin knitted his brows, talking calmly. Just think that those be asterisk cheese have just given us a gift. We will stay in Broken Star Field for a while. We will probably meet them again. If you guys are sure, I will not stop you from taking revenge. Yeah, that woman has an exquisite face. I think if you use a sharp knife and cut it little by little, it'll be more beautiful when it's bloody enough. Phelan and Leona pulled themselves together. Listening to him, they imagined the picture and smiled coldly. Seeing them resume their normal states, Shurian eased his mind. He grabbed the void, and the blue ice light flew up, disappearing into his body. After Jiyu got out of the cage, he looked at him skeptically. What did you do secretly? If you don't want me to listen to your conversation, you can tell me. I will leave. You don't need to do that. That cage is so cold. If you hold me there any longer, I won't be able to endure that kind of cold. Shurian smiled. There's something you shouldn't know. It's better for you. Okay, next time I will control the temperature. You can stay there comfortably. Listening to him, Jiyu had a forced smile, but he had no choice. He could only nod his head begrudgingly. Then you should be more careful. Better to tell me in advance, so I can prepare myself. Okay, I will tell you in advance, Shurian agreed with him. We will encounter this sort of thing more often in the future. You shouldn't feel strange. It's normal that weaker warriors are killed or have to run away when they find precious materials. Allow me to advise you on this. If you don't have the competence, you shouldn't be greedy. Just let go what you don't need to live. Only if you learn how to let things go will you be able to live longer, Jiyu advised earnestly. Phelan, Leona, and Ka Tuo felt a little shamed. When they were in Raging Flame Star area, they were the experts who had their own territories. Fei Lan was the peak warrior, the legendary one. However, as they were in the remote area of Far West in the Agate Star area, they felt mocked and disdained. Still, they acted patient and subtle. Even a kid like Ji Yu thought that they weren't strong enough. He had advised them to be patient in this damn broken star field. They found it hard to accept. Okay, I know what to do. Shi Yin was calm. He had wandered, drifting away for so many years, struggling to survive amongst the experts. He had experienced many bad situations. He knew when to be patient and subtle. When he had just arrived in the endless sea, he was frail. Ultimately, he had reached the peak, standing above everyone else. When he had entered Divine Great Land, the situation was also the same. With his efforts, he had become the top warrior of Grace Mainland. The same had happened in Raging Flame Star area. He had made each step with the goal of protecting himself. Eventually, with his perception and mysterious power Upanishads, he had a great achievement. Today, as he was in Agate Star area, everything was the same. Nothing was to be different. What he had to do now was be persistent in each step he made. He could get stronger little by little. When he reached a certain level, he turned his head around. He would see the ones who used to be powerful who were now under his feet, admiring his aura. Be patient now to exchange for the peak later. I hope you guys understand that this place isn't your Raging Flame Star area. It's Shi Yin. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka, too, nodded begrudgingly. Don't you think Broken Star Field is the best place for us? Shi Yin suddenly smiled. His face showed that he wanted to take action. Killing, fighting, and death are everywhere. Isn't it the best fortune we have? The other three's eyes brightened. Chapter 939, Immortal Grass. Chapter 939, Immortal Grass, _ Shi Yin strolled forward in a corner of Broken Star Field. He was cautious and watchful for every small change around him. On their way, they met groups of warriors. Usually, each group had one or several ethereal god realm experts leading a team. Some of them were from the Far West region, while others came from other places deep in Agate Star area. They came here to find rare materials in Broken Star Field. They had encountered a lot of battles, and all of them were because of seizing, cultivating materials. No exception. Each battle had taken place because of only one reason: robbing crystals, ores, or precious materials. Whether they found it themselves or just saw it and they thought they were strong enough to rob, they took action without much hesitation. It was extremely brutal. The weak warriors couldn't keep their benefits. If they understood and gave it up, it was possible that they would save their lives. If they weren't strong enough and hadn't left before the battle happened, they likely perished. On their way, they'd seen many similar battles and many unlucky warriors who lost their lives in such battles. To the others, it was their misfortune. To Shi Yin's team, it was their fortune. When the battle happened, someone died. Shi Yin acted like he got an injection of chicken blood, hurrying to come and watch. Chicken blood therapy was a form of pseudo-medical therapy popular in China during the Cultural Revolution. It was practiced mainly by village doctors in the 1960s. Originally banned by the government, it was eventually accepted and encouraged by the Communist Party of China. But he had only watched. He had never joined any battle. He didn't let himself be involved in it. Every time they spotted a battle, they would wait afar. After it ended, Shi Yan's team would approach the corpses, hovering. Ji Yu was unlucky. He felt aggrieved because Shi Yin usually used the blue ice cage to imprison him temporarily. He couldn't see anything, so he didn't know what Shi Yin, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo had done. Also, he didn't know why they had to conceal what they did. The four people of Shi Yan's team were sitting cross-legged by the piles of crushed stone. The energy fluctuations from Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo calmed down eventually. After a while, Ka Tuo opened his eyes and smiled. He thanked Shi Yin sincerely. "Senior, my second sky of original god realm has been strengthened. My energy is brimming, reaching the threshold to break through again. I think as soon as I have some comprehension of power Upanishad, I can enter the whole new world of third sky of original god realm. Yin chuckled, nodded. So, can you estimate how much time you need before your breakthrough comes? I think that it won't be too long. Tua was excited. If you can maintain your support for me. Of course, Yin chuckled. Broken Star Field suits us well. Fighting is everywhere. When the experts die, people collect materials while we collect the corpses. Our harvest is much larger than anyone else's. Tua laughed as he felt so lucky. Fei Lan stood up quietly. She had a faint nimbus on her wrinkled face. Her spirit, chi, and soul were vigorous. She frowned at Leona. Leona sat neatly. The area around her was like a dark abyss that had swallowed all the light. Her figure was vague in the shaded area. She looked like an ominous shadow. A magical and profound energy came from her soul altar. Yin and Tua were surprised. They looked at Leona, their faces touched. You can see it, right? Leona is about to break through too. Pondering for a while, Fei Lan felt surprised and happy. Seems like she has harvested a lot lately. When she broke through last time, her dark power Upanishad has advanced as well. Talking about the realm, she has reached the threshold. She just needs time to accumulate energy. Then, she can make a strong move. And you've been giving her this amount of energy, an amount that requires hundreds of years to accumulate in just 1 or 2 years. Perhaps she will break through earlier. Tuo's eyes brightened as he couldn't help but scream, Senior, you're our lucky charm. Going with you, we will leap up and progress faster. Fei Lan nodded. She sighed inwardly as she said, Perhaps it's the reason why the cortege of 8 wanted to follow Bloodthirsty. His marvelous power Upanishad could grant his escorts their wishes. I think I got it. After Leona had finished refining her energy, she woke up. Her eyes were as dark as ink, so dark that it was as if it could swallow any kind of light. She got up quietly, speaking, At this speed of energy absorption, after 1 month at most, I can enter ethereal god realm. Fei Lan and Tua were excited. They were honestly happy for her. From the day they entered Broken Star Field, they realized that even though they were the top warriors in Raging Flame Star area, they weren't strong enough in this place where there were so many dangers and unidentified factors. If they could improve their competencies, they could live better in Broken Star Field, and they could harvest more benefits. Although Yin often sneaked into the areas where battles happened, he was always cautious. He didn't dare to come close to some fights. To some of the particular battles, he didn't even dare to watch even from a far distance. Usually, he would stay as far as possible from the battles between warriors at Ethereal God Realm, especially Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. He was afraid that the experts at Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm would kill them to warm up. Because to experts at such realms, it didn't require a lot of energy to kill Yan's entire team. The battles he dared to observe were usually between warriors at the original God Realm and First Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Since they had Fei Lan and Leona, and they were never greedy for those materials, the others wouldn't trouble them. They didn't consider them their new rivals. Yin was always cautious. In Broken Star Field, they had harvested the benefits they could at the best rate. They didn't need to join any battle, but their harvest was abundant. Anyway, no one could know this. Seeing the 3 of them waking up and refining the energy they had just harvested, Yin smiled, retrieving the power he used to restrain Jiyu. Then, they continued moving deeper into Broken Star Field. Jiyu got used to his confinement. He didn't bother asking anymore. Every time he was released, he just continued to lead the way, not saying anything. They felt satisfied with Jiyu. This boy wasn't mature, but he knew how to guess what people were thinking through their countenances. He knew what to do to not provoke others. Jiyu was a smart kid. Standing in the middle of the crushed stone piles between the collapsed mountains, a mature, attractive woman was observing something on the ground. That woman was from the Demon Clan. Just like Dishan, she was a member of the Black Wing Clan with 2 massive wings on her back. Her curvy body was shrouded in a black dress, which lingered on her healthy, wheat-toned skin. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her rear end. She bent her body slightly, which revealed her heavy bosom. She focused, gliding swiftly between the crushed stone, her flying posture gentle like a bird. She suddenly felt something, and she halted in the air. Her phoenix eyes twinkled, silently watching the incomers. Yan's team paused, hovering dozens of meters away from that beautiful demon clan woman. First sky of ethereal god realm, Lon whispered. This area has nothing valuable. I wonder what she's looking for. So strange, Ji mumbled. Yin looked at the piles of crushed stone. He could see some tufts of green grass, which looked ordinary without much energy, fragrance, or any halo. However, that charming demon woman was crouching in the grass. Her slender fingers grabbed the green leaves that could be found everywhere else here. She gingerly watched Yan's team, frowning. She pondered for a while, and then continued her work of harvesting the grass. What kind of grass is it? Yan contemplated and then asked in a low tone. Lon, Leona, and Ka Tua shook their heads. Ji thought for a while, and then lowered his voice to answer Yan. It's called immortal grass. Only this area has this kind of grass in Broken Star Field. It's ordinary. I've never seen anyone harvesting this grass. This immortal grass doesn't have energy fluctuations. No alchemist comes to harvest it. However, immortal grass is tenacious. After being cut, it will heal itself immediately as if it never died. Except for this feature, I don't know any of its other magical effects. Immortal grass. Yin repeated the name silently. He was bewildered for a while before walking towards the piles of crushed stone. The black-winged woman paused her work. She stood up, her legs beautifully slim. Her bright eyes glared at him coldly. Yin smiled friendly. I just want to pick a leaf to see. I mean no harm. Don't be tense. This woman had first sky of ethereal god realm, which wasn't a significant threat in their opinions. That was why Yin dared to come over. If she had had second sky of ethereal god realm, he wouldn't have dared to get so close. Do you need this grass? The woman was astounded, her eyes showing her disdain. Do you know its effects? No, Yin smiled, shaking his head. I'm just curious. Simply curious. Pausing for a while, he continued. Did I disturb you? The black-winged woman knitted her brows slightly, speaking as if she was bothered. You don't know anything. Why would you look around here? Forget it. If you want to waste your time, just do it. Then, she turned around and left. Like a blackbird, she made a gentle curve in the air, disappearing shortly. Seconds later, they couldn't see her anymore. Yin was astounded for a while. He didn't keep it in his mind, walking to the area the woman had harvested the grass previously. He picked up a handful. This green weed was around 1 meter long, rooted in between the stones, surviving tenaciously. He picked up a tuft of them. Shortly after, the cut roots of the grass grew again. A grass-green fluid stuck on the roots. Gradually, this fluid seeped into the grass, disappearing. The broken leaves were Yin grabbed them, but also had grass-green fluid sticking on his fingers. Magically, this grass-green fluid seeped directly into his finger, disappearing little by little. And the most tenacious grass started to wither, as if their nutrients were taken away. A drop of ruby, immortal demon blood in his finger suddenly vibrated. Chapter 940. Enemies on a Narrow Road. Chapter 940. Enemies on a Narrow Road. Underscore. The grass-green fluid of the immortal grass seeped into his flesh, vibrating his immortal demon blood. And a wonderful thing happened. After that rice-sized drop of immortal demon blood slowly absorbed the fluid of the immortal grass, it enlarged. The blood chi stored in that drop of blood became strangely abundant. Yin was baffled. You couldn't help but hiss. What's going on? He jumped and landed next to Yin. While Yin was absorbed in his thoughts, Yu shot out a light, cutting the grass underneath. However, those leaves he had cut were still vivid green, as if nothing happened. They didn't wither and die like the grass in Yin's hand. Yu was perplexed, looking at Yin and asking seriously, why did this grass wither and die in your hand? Yu threw the grass he had cut on the ground. Those leaves moved like snakes, protectively slithering towards the grass. The cut leaves joined the grass. They looked as vibrant as they were a moment ago. Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tual were surprised. They stormed over, stooping to observe the immortal grass. However, they didn't spot anything abnormal. Shurian was baffled for a while. His eyes gradually brightened up, laughing happily. Just like a beam of dark light, he moved back and forth between piles of crushed stone, grabbing tufts of immortal grass and squeezing them. Drops of green fluid seeped into his flesh and dissolved. The immortal grass leaves he plucked withered and died shortly after, as if their fountain of life had been taken away. After 5 minutes, all the immortal grass around this place looked like they were squeezed. They shriveled and died. At this moment, Shurian stopped, his eyes brighter and deeper. A smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Immortal grass and immortal demon blood were somehow similar. They could mingle with each other and help him condense more immortal demon blood. Thousands of tufts of ordinary immortal grass brought him at least 100 new drops of immortal demon blood. This amount could be compared to essence chi from dead bodies of some original God Realm experts. Shurian was happy, laughing loudly. This grass isn't bad. Interesting. Jiyu, Phelan, and the others looked at him dazedly. They knew that this kind of green grass had some magical effects on him. However, since he didn't disclose it to them, they couldn't guess anything. Is there more immortal grass around? Shurian chuckled, asking Jiyu. We can go there if it's further away from this area. Jiyu shook his head with a smile. No, only this place. You've consumed them all shortly. I'm afraid that we can't have them later. What's happened after all? Nothing. This grass is good for me. Shurian smiled, stretching his body and speaking contentedly. We should go. There's no reason to stay here. Jiyu was so curious, but if Shurian didn't want to say it, he couldn't do anything. He nodded and continued to lead. A long time afterward, the black-winged woman who had disappeared from this area returned with 2 black-scaled tribe clansmen of the demon clan. The 2 black-scaled men looked muscular and rough. Their bodies were covered with fine black scales. They had a naturally imposing aura that people didn't dare to underestimate. Both of them were at 3rd sky of ethereal God Realm. The 3 demon fellows stood in the middle of the withered grass on the ground, their faces grimaced. Something is wrong. The attractive black-winged woman shivered in fear. Suddenly, she cried, the immortal grass died. It withered and died. The 2 brawny black scale men reacted when they heard her. Strange lights sparkled in their eyes. Is it similar to our master when he absorbs them? A beefy man shouted. He looked shaken, hissing solemnly. Is he from the immortal demon tribe like our master? Impossible. The other man shook his head continually. Master has been searching through Agate Star area for years. He hasn't found any member of his tribe yet. Only our master has the immortal demon blood in Agate Star area. So it must be impossible. The 2 muscular men shrilled, looking at the beautiful black-winged woman. Wulan, you're the smartest. What do you think? The charming black-winged woman was astounded. But then, the shout from the man had woken her up. She shook her head. I don't know. Our master has been searching for years in Agate Star area, but he hasn't found any members of his tribe. It's possible that he couldn't sense his fellows with his realm. 100 years ago, Master had used a lot of energy to rake through the area. He got nothing. Anyway, the condition of immortal grass here is really similar. It looks like some immortal demon, like our master, has absorbed the grass. The last search of our master was 100 years ago. What if that person is an immortal demon and he has just entered Agate Star area in the past 100 years? Could that be possible? Said a black-scaled man skeptically. If it's coincident, this possibility exists. The beautiful black-winged woman pondered and then nodded. But there's still another possibility. If he cultivates a peculiar power Upanishad, he can still destroy immortal grass. Although immortal grass is tenacious, it's not actually immortal. Seems like we have 2 possibilities here. If he's an immortal demon tribe's member, I think our master will be delighted, said the muscular man. Find them. We must identify them. Wulan said in a lower voice. All right, After the three demon experts set their target, they immediately took action. Another area. Tu-Fei was flying madly. Some blood halberd followed him closely, not daring to linger. Boom! Tu-Fei stopped by a massive pit. A group of more than 10 warriors was working in that pit. They were exploring the depth of the pit. Sometimes they laughed out loud. They had killed several warriors to seize this mine, which had a level 6 divine, grade serene moonwood. At this moment, they were identifying the scope of the area to enter deeper and see if they could find more serene moonwood or not. The noise when Tu-Fei descended changed their countenance. They emerged from the deep pit. All looked ferocious. However, seeing that it was Tu-Fei, they behaved. One of them beamed a forced smile. "Oh, Tu-Fei Dage of the Blood Halberd. I want to find a person." Tu-Fei snorted. His left eyes projected a light curtain, which formed Shi Yan's appearance. "Have you ever met this man?" "Oh, we have." That man smiled. "Half a month ago, we met him here. Just a small warrior. When we robbed this mine, he watched us. I think he likes corpses. He stayed idle by the corpses for a while." "Tu-Fei Dage. What do you need to find him for?" Tu-Fei's face was icy cold. "None of this matters to you. You just need to tell me where he has gone." The man smiled reluctantly. He didn't dare to babble, pointing in a direction and talking firmly. "That way. Yeah, with your speed, you'll catch him soon. I wish you success in advance." Tu-Fei snorted coldly. He had a cold intention, gliding above the mine. He observed the pit for a while, and then said, "Give me 20 pieces of serene moonwood." More than 10 warriors were enraged, clenching their jars. At this moment, more than 10 blood halberds warriors quietly approached, circling this team. They smiled coldly as they were prepared to take action in any minute. Tu-Fei Dage mines the serene moon wood with your wise vision. "Yeah, this is our honor." The leader tried to press down his anger, obediently handing 20 pieces of serene moonwood. He stooped and spoke. "Tu-Fei Dage, are you pleased now?" Tu-Fei nodded. "Well, you're lucky this time. If I had more time, it wouldn't have been easy to talk to me." Then, Tu-Fei brought blood halberds warriors who were going on their journey. Their wanton laughter came from the void. "I wish you would die soon, so you could reincarnate early. You motherf asterisk cur. I've been laboring for so long to get 25 pieces of serene moonwood. This mad dog takes more than half. I'm having F asterisk king bad luck to encounter this man." After they didn't hear Tu-Fei's laughter anymore, the leader spat and then cursed. "Forget it. We can't cause a grudge against Blood Halberd. Tu-Fei's infamous for his madness and sheer wanton deeds. Just think that we got bad luck." A man sighed from inside the pit. "It's what Broken Starfield is. You have the right if your fist is bigger. We also rob others, right? Everybody be prepared. We will find some weaker warriors to vent out our anger on. Let's go." After Tu-Fei's robbery, this group was dispirited. They didn't have the mood to dig further. They flew away, seeking a soft persimmon to squeeze and vent their anger at. Shi Yan suddenly stopped by an area covered in purple clouds. Sitting in the dark purple ancient woods were 2 ghost-marked fellows, one male and one female. They were exhausted with a pale face, trying to adjust their energy. They had met these 2 before. They were the couple who had mocked Fei Lan and Leona, saying that they were too ugly to go around like this and that it scared away men. At this moment, it seemed like they had just finished a battle, so they had to use the divine crystals to refill their energy. Their conditions weren't good either. They had bloodstains on their bodies. Evidently, they were hurt, but at least their wounds were less intense. "Guys, long time no see." Shi Yan watched them for a while, chuckled, and swaggered towards them. "We meet again. Seems like we share some destiny. Haha, I wonder if you have time for a little chat." Fei Lan and Leona were eager to storm over. Their auras became dark and sinister. They followed him, walking toward the Ghostmark couple. The Ghostmark couple was closing their eyes to stabilize their energy. They opened their eyes at the same time and snorted disdainfully. They slowly got up. They thought that even when they got hurt, it wasn't a problem to kill Shi Yan's team. "You don't want to live. You want to attack us when we're wounded. Have you ever checked what the heck you are?" The charming ghost mark woman wiped the blood trickle on the corner of her mouth, shouting coldly. Court Death. Chapter 941. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Chapter 941. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Underscore. The ghost mark woman hissed, her face cold. A supple power of water arose in her soft palms, condensing into a drop of pure water. She didn't say anything that didn't make sense, snatching over them from a distance. That water drop became like a massive sea pouring down from the sky. That water drop was as big as a rice grain. It was crystal clear with a soft halo and immense steam. While falling, it enlarged. Shortly after, it became as big as a fist, bringing the power of a 1,000-man army and the confining power of water. Shurian, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua became stern. Their spinning soul altars were like they were held back in a bog, which delayed their power Upanishad and slowed down their energy circulation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The water drop fell. Ear-piercing explosions echoed like a mountain had just collapsed. The ghost mark man had peculiar bearings. He smiled brightly, and 2 fire snakes flew out of his eyes. The blazing red columns extended hundreds of meters. Despite the distance between them, they attacked Fei Lan and Leona. These 2 ghost mark fellows seemed to be husband and wife. One cultivated fire, while the other cultivated a supple power of water. They had used duet cultivation to support each other. Their power Upanishad could blend with each other, and even their power Upanishads were opposed to each other. Not only that, the fiery power of his flame could strengthen the aura of her water. At the same time, a supple power of water could make the fire not discernible. Watch out! Fei Lan hissed, her figure disappearing. A moment later, countless pale lines of corrosive energy appeared in the void between them. They weaved like a thick spider web, covering every inch of the void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several hundred corrosive lines merged into one flow, entering the water drop. Sounds of things being corroded arose. The fist-sized water drop shrank rapidly as a significant amount of steam was dissolved. Fei Lan's aura changed. Her god body even turned into a flow of corrosive air, shooting towards that ghost mark man. The ghost mark man was shocked. He was stunned because of Fei Lan's power Upanishad. The corrosion power Upanishad was one of the 8 great inheritances of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. It was rare in any star area. It was unique compared to any popular power Upanishads. Not many people knew it. Evil and eccentric power Upanishads often hid terrifying abilities. The ghost mark couple understood it well. Seeing her corrosion power Upanishad, they immediately became severe. At this moment, Leona also expanded her god domain. The endless darkness diffused from her body like a black curtain, shrouding the entire sky, shading all the stars and absorbing all the light. It was getting dark. The absolute darkness engulfing any kind of light expanded hundreds of miles around Leona. People couldn't see any beam of light in every place that was too dark. This kind of darkness didn't affect only people's visions, but also the sea of consciousness, touching sense, and even perception. In the dark, the ghost mark couple had their 5 senses covered. Their eyes couldn't see their surroundings. Their god body couldn't sense the movement of air and energy. Their soul consciousness couldn't detect the auras of living beings. Their sea of consciousness had been covered. They suddenly became blind. Leona's dark power Upanishad would cover the eyes and soul consciousness of everybody but herself. She wasn't affected, and she could move spookily in the dark. She could approach the ghost mark couple easily to kill them. Shurian and Kataw were also shrouded in the darkness. Their perception wasn't different from the other 2. Although they had their eyes open, they weren't different from a blind man. All their senses were blocked. However, it was temporarily. After 3 seconds, they felt a fantastic energy descend from the sky, hitting them. Under that strange power, they were able to get rid of this involuntary confinement. Their vision and soul consciousness weren't blocked anymore. The 2 exchanged looks. They had an odd countenance, as they understood that it was Leona's power. Now she could release the darkness and control it as she pleased. She could make the dark shroud someone and spare the other with her thoughts. When she was in Heaven Punishment City, her control of dark power Upanishad hadn't reached this level yet. As she could manipulate it smoothly and effortlessly like this, her understanding of dark power Upanishad had reached a whole new level. Thus, Shi Yin and Ka Tua could see a dark shadow hover above the ghost mark woman. It looked like a spooky ghost, as if could slowly seep in her head, moving towards her soul altar. Leona seemed to get into the other's sea of consciousness. Shi Yin was scared. Fear crossed his face as he was stunned. Ka Tua shivered. It seemed like he was affected. His chaotic energy was released slowly, twirling around his body to protect his soul altar and preventing the attack from others. The soul altar was the foundation of their lives. It was the control center of the warrior's powers, which stayed deep in the brains. Once it was intruded, the soul altar would stop moving. That moment was like a giant hand that had grabbed all the energy in the soul altar. The ghost mark woman had first sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base, one level higher than Leona's. In the absolute darkness, her soul altar was covered, but she didn't have any way to resist the invasion of her sea of consciousness. The immense, hazy aura of water suddenly became chaotic. The water drop she had released suddenly exploded like shattered glass. Foam and bubbles filled the sky and fell. Each of the bubbles hid the power of her water that could confine the soul. However, under the dark coverage, her soul consciousness couldn't guide her water power precisely. She couldn't do any harm to Shi Yin and Ka Ta, let alone attack Leona, the master of darkness. Abruptly, an ear-piercing shrill came from the beautiful ghost mark woman. It was like she was possessed as she crazily scratched her face with both of her jade-like hands. She was trying to damage her face that she had always felt proud of. Blood rolled down her face from the bone-deep scratches. Blood that looked like eccentric snakes flowed down her white wrists. It looked strange and evil that could give people goosebumps. The pretty woman that looked like a fairy was now like a wailing ghost. She looked even more terrible than Leona. This was Leona's retaliation. The infamous Crazy Devil was the regimental commander of the Bloody Legion of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. When Leona's mental illness burst out, Shi Yin and Ka Ta both got anxious. They exchanged looks, and they could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. Shi Yin suddenly made up his mind. From now on, he had to remember to never comment on Leona's appearance. This was her backward scale. It turned out that it wasn't that she didn't care about her appearance. Quite the contrary, actually, as she did mind a lot. Anyone who dared to insult her look had to bear her bloody retaliation from this bloodthirsty thug. Evidently, that ghost mark woman had been manipulated. Leona had occupied her mind, controlling her to damage her own face. Perhaps she knew what she was doing, but she couldn't resist as someone distorted her thoughts. Shi Yin guessed that she was still conscious from her mournful shrills that were like shrieks from an ancient beast. Shi Yin guessed that Leona had spared her that little consciousness. It was to let her know what she was doing to her face. Shi Yin shivered, taking a deep breath. He beamed a forced smile, murmuring, "Today, I finally got to see how brutal the commander of the Bloody Legion is. Her reputation and attainment aren't fabricated. I underestimated her." "Yeah, of course." Katuo's voice trembled. "Who isn't afraid of Madame Leona in Raging Flame Star area? She is the wildest executioner, the most brutal butcher. Compared to her, my title Bloody Slaughterer shames me. My title is just a vain name." Shi Yin was surprised. "Little Ro," the ghost mark man screamed, his voice shaking the sky as he felt something. Lines of fire shot out, covering the woman. Boom! Flows of fire shot out from her god body, evaporating the blood trickles on her scary face. Tears brimmed, overflowing from her eyes. Those tears seemed to have the power of miraculous nature. Water power spun, arraying the magical water formation. Suddenly white waves rippled. A dark shadow flew out, as if the white crystal drops had forced it out. The shadow was struck, turning into small pieces of darkness. Leona, who had disappeared, reappeared. There was no emotion in her icy cold, dark green eyes. She beamed a satisfied smile. She felt content with her masterpiece. Looking at the ghost mark woman who had scratched her own face, Leona crackled as if she went nuts. In her crazy laughter, she disappeared again into the darkness. Yin and Ka Tua couldn't see her anymore. You guys stay away from this. You don't need to participate in this battle. Fei Lan's voice arose from a deep place in the darkness. In the next moment, Yin and Ka Tua were pushed out of the darkness shortly. They hovered 100 meters away from the battle site, staring at a block of black ink area stretching over 10 miles. However, they couldn't sense the violent, surging energy in that pitch-black area. However, they understood that Fei Lan and Leona were engaging in a battle against the Ghost Mark couple to the death. They now had the most terrifying slaughter. From what they could observe, Fei Lan and Leona didn't fall into a disadvantageous situation. They took the upper hand indeed. If no one else was involved, the Ghost Mark couple who were already wounded would be buried in this area. They weren't lucky enough to avoid death. Thus, insulting in Fei Lan and Leona's appearance was the worst mistake they could have made for their whole life, which made their lives turn to nothingness. Chapter 942. Consequences of Having a Lousy Mouth. Chapter 942. Consequences of Having a Lousy Mouth. Ka Tua and Yin couldn't see any anomaly or sense any energy in that area shrouded by the endless darkness. They stood sternly by the edge of the dark area, their face serious, frowning. They knew that Fei Lan and Leona were powerful. However, they were confronting a couple which wasn't weaker than them. Their realms were even higher. Although they were wounded, Fei Lan and Leona weren't so sure about their victory in this death-or-life battle. Thus, Ka Tua and Yin were anxious. Senior, do you think Precursor Fei Lan and Leona de Jia could win? Ka Tua kept silent for a while. He couldn't help but ask. Yin frowned, contemplating for a while. He answered Ka Tua with a question. Ka, if you fight with a third sky of original God Realm warrior, do you think you could win? Ka Tua pondered. After a while, Ka Tua guffawed evilly. Possibly. I don't know why, but I always feel my Chaos Power Upanishad is much stronger after I've had it complete and got it back on the right track. I'm confident I can skip a level and fight with the opponent. He said confidently and affirmatively. He was much proud of his Power Upanishad. Yin nodded, smiling. The Power Upanishads of Precursor Fei Lan and Leona Dajia aren't worse than yours. In other words, they should have the same ability. Ka Tuo's eyes brightened. Precursor Fei lands at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm. As far as we're concerned, if she has to fight for her life, she could resist a second sky of Ethereal God Realm expert. In Leona, she has the competence to fight against a first sky of Ethereal God Realm expert. And that couple got hurt before. Ka Tua laughed out loud, nodded continually. Listening to you, I suddenly feel that they will win for sure. I think so. Yin suddenly calmed down. Our powers Upanishads are unique. They're much different from the popular ones. Rare powers Upanishads guarantee stronger and more bizarre powers. If you can skip one level and fight, they can, too. They won't be defeated. Senior, Ka Tua was astounded for a while, looking at Yin as if he suddenly recalled something. If you fight with the other, which is the highest realm you can resist, your powers Upanishads are even more peculiar than ours. You have 3 powers Upanishads at the same time. You've fused with the origin. Which level of the opponent you can resist without falling into a disadvantaged situation? Yin was startled. I've never tried. I'm not sure. However, I think I won't be damaged much if I fight with a third sky of original God Realm warrior. Perhaps I could win. Ka Tua was shaken. After a while, he beamed a forced smile. Senior, you're worth your name. Boom! A blood-soaked figure flew out from the darkness while they were talking. Along the way she gliding, The ground was turned into a bloody, deep ditch. Swish! She halted right in front of Shi Yin and Ka Ta. The ghost mark woman was blown through the ground for hundreds of meters. At this moment, the ghost mark woman was blood-soaked. Her clothes were torn, revealing her skin. On her exposed skin, there were many cuts as if someone had used a sharp knife to scratch her body. Hundreds of deep-to-bone cuts were still bleeding. Her face, neck, breasts, legs, and shoulder were bleeding as if she was executed by dismembering. She looked so pathetic they felt it hard to look at her. Too pitiful. Shi Yin shivered inwardly. He couldn't help but gave a forced smile. Just one comment, saying you look ugly and you get done this way? If you mind your appearance that much, why won't you find a solution to recover your face? It's obvious, but you don't let people talk about it. Such a stubborn, mad woman. Shi Yin shouted in his mind. Ka Tua shivered. He instinctively lifted his head. A ghostly shadow with darkness swirling around her arose, then flew toward them. Talk, talk, talk. Blood dripped from the fingertips of her relaxed hands. Apparently, it came from the ghost mark woman. Shi Yin observed. He could see pieces of flesh. Leona grabbed the ghost mark woman who had insulted her, then used her fingernail to cut bleeding every inch of that woman's attractive body. She had cuts hundreds of times, not even spare the area between the woman's thighs. Too wicked. The ghost mark woman was dying. Looking at the crazy resentment in her dim eyes, Shi Yin and Ka Tua felt sorry for her, thinking that she had terrible luck. Because of her lousy mouth and some insulting words, she bought herself a death sentence. She got so many cuts on her body, which made her more pathetic. Why didn't she do that? Swoosh! The water-blue soul altar floated up from the woman's head. Her ethereal soul and her appearance were the same with her real body, with deep-to-bone resentment and wild, bloodthirsty desire. It glared at Leona. Leona acted as if she didn't see it. She strolled toward Shi Yin, throwing him a glance. Why are you still standing there idle? Shi Yin reacted. He touched his forehead, and his soul altar floated out of his head. The black hole on the Upanishad tier of his soul altar enlarged, generating a terrifying suction force. The soul and the soul altar of the ghost Mark's woman swayed violently. She had a deep fear on her mesmerizing face. Her soul shivered, trying her best to wiggle to get away. Usually, it was hard to destroy the soul altar unless using the original incipient grade weapon or the most terrifying powers Upanishad. That woman thought Leona couldn't destroy her soul altar. And with the unique features of the soul altar that could get through confining abilities, she could escape this battle site shortly. Unfortunately, she didn't know Shi Yin, a monster. Shi Yin had the lowest realm here, but his powers Upanishad were the evilest ones. That power Upanishad in the form of a black hole could swallow soul altars. At the moment the suction force reached her, she felt something wrong. In the next moment, she had to struggle to get rid of it. However, it's too late. No matter how hard she had wiggled, she couldn't get away from the black hole's suction force. That black hole was the nemesis of soul altar. It pulled the soul altar little by little. Slowly, the soul altar disappeared into the black hole. At this moment, Shi Yin and Ka Tua understood why the wounded body of this woman shot out from the dark, falling right under their feet. Leona wanted to let Shi Yin engulf that woman's soul altar. Swoosh! The woman's soul altar disappeared entirely into the black hole. All of her vital signs vanished, as if a sharp knife had cut off all the connection in just a blink. This world would no longer have that woman's aura. She left no trace as her soul had utterly perished. Deep in the dark, the ghost mark man seemed to get it right away. The painful screech arose from the immense darkness, just like when a beast had lost its mate. In his pitiful roar, a sea of fire emerged in the dark, flying away. I swear I will use the last days of my life to hunt you down. It's my sole purpose to live. As long as you are still alive, as long as you still exist, wherever you are, I will skin you and draw your bones alive. I will make you suffer for 10,000 years before you can die. I swear you must die in the most painful ways." The resentful curse of the man reverberated unceasingly within 100 miles. After his aura disappeared completely, his cursing was still echoing. Leona frowned, her body sparkling a dark light. The darkness shrouding the world behind them turned into clusters of black clouds, entering her body. After several seconds, all the darkness had retreated into her body. Light reappeared. Phelan's lonely, hunching figure walked toward them from the battle area were filled with crushed stone. With only one step, she could cross several hundred meters. Shortly after, she arrived. That guy is a higher realm. He's about to reach the second sky of ethereal god realm. As he wanted to get away at any cost, I couldn't stop him. Phelan's eyes were dark, but her voice cold. I left the corrosive energy in his body. It will corrode his flesh gradually. He couldn't recover easily. He's not a threat now. Shireen, Kata, and Leona nodded, listening to her. Everybody knew how wicked Phelan's corrosive power was. Fanny got struck once, and he died days later as his vitality was corroded to death. Corrosive energy could caustically wear out flesh and blood energy. As soon as she left a beam of her corrosive energy in the warrior's body, although he wasn't hurt much, as time flies, the terrifying effect of her corrosive energy would become significant. This time, Phelan had seeped her erosive energy into that ghost mark man. As he had wounded before, he wouldn't have the strength to battle with them in a short time. If he didn't have the magical medicines or pellets to support, his realm could be degraded, while his body was decaying. Although his words were threatening, he didn't have the competence to do that. It would sound like a joke then. Anyway, Shurian didn't feel tense or anxious. Facing a dying expert, what would he be afraid? Smiling, Shurian looked at the blue ice cage behind piles of crushed stone. After they had found the ghost mark couple, Shurian had confined Jiyu and put him away. On the one hand, it would prevent him from seeing things he shouldn't. On the other hand, it would save him from an unexpected attack. Yin released a beam of energy. An icy cold energy poured into the ground, stretching toward the blue ice cage. He smiled and said, "I need to adjust my energy. In a short time, he won't wake up." Phelan, Leona, and Katual were happy. They didn't wait for him to ask them to prepare. They sat down in front of him like the eager students waiting for their teacher. Shurian laughed, sat down, then said cheerily, "We got the power and soul energy of an ethereal god realm warrior. Yeah, you guys, prepare to receive your gifts." "Haha, following senior, we will have meat to eat," Katawa smiled, talking servilely, winking and waiting. Chapter 943. Connect two places. Chapter 943. Connect two places, _ After 1 hour, pure energy diffused from Shurian's god body and soul altar. Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tuo's eyes brightened. The blood mark on their glabella shimmered with scarlet halos as they quietly took in the energy from Shurian. The energy from Shurian's acupuncture points could strengthen their essence chi ancient tree, while the soul energy from him could nurture their soul altar, facilitating them to understand the powers Upanishad better. Not long afterward, Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tual were full of spirit. Their faces shimmered with strange red halos of abundant blood chi. Shurian had become the source of energy. The pure energy emitted from his flesh, bones, and blood, together with the mysterious energy from the black hole congregated in his soul altar, quenching it. Just like when he trained his body, these energies made his soul altar more tenacious. Normally, the soul altar was like an illusion, a shadow in the water. People could see it, but they couldn't touch it. However, after quenching his soul altar many times, Shurian's soul altar became a real matter. It looked like it was made of a combination of metal, jade, and stone. The edges of the soul altar looked sharp and thin like a precious cut jewel. It gave people a feeling that they could feel it using their fingers. Shurian could actually feel his soul altar changing silently after having the tonic from the marvelous mysterious energy. This change happened little by little. It couldn't be finished at once, so he hadn't seen any significant change yet. However, Yin understood that after each quenching, his soul altar became more magical. The essence Qi ancient tree was still thriving. It was crystal clear like a jewel with God power moving inside. Each branch was brimming with immense, pure energy, which was the fountain of his strength, the foundation of his existence, and the motivation that made him stronger. At this moment, each branch of his essence, Qi ancient tree, was filled with energy. Unless he went through another breakthrough to expand his essence Qi ancient tree, he would have no more room to store energy. The energy stored in his body had reached its limit. Smiling, Yin opened his eyes. He silently checked his condition for a while and didn't feel dispirited. He was just one step away from second sky of original God realm. If he had another comprehension of his powers Upanishad, he could break through smoothly. He needed an opportunity. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo were still refining energy. They sat still as usual while energy twirled around their bodies. However, Leona had something different. With a closer look, he found a strange, dark light start to wind around Leona's god body. Shortly after, Leona's body looked like black ink, turning into a thick block of darkness. This kind of darkness wasn't from her god domain. It appeared directly on her skin and expanded. At this moment, Leona was the darkness as her body was able to swallow all of the light. Yin knitted his brows, watching quietly. The tail of his brow twitched as if he got something. Fei Lan opened her eyes all of a sudden, sparkling with joy and hissing. She's about to break through. Yin was shocked, jolting up and speaking. That was really fast. When we were in Heaven Punishment City, her breakthrough wasn't completed yet. Her attainment in the realm comprehension was profound, but her energy hadn't accumulated enough. That was why she had reached only third sky of original God realm, but not the new realm. Fei Lan took a deep breath. She looked at him with her dim eyes while she spoke earnestly. The heart of darkness she got from you hides a marvelous intent domain, which is the essence of dark power, Upanishad. As long as she keeps the heart of darkness in her body, her understanding of her realm will get more profound. In other words, her realm comprehension was sufficient, and that was why her usage of dark power had become more exquisite and magnificent. At this moment, Ka Tuo also woke up. He looked at Leona with admiration. Ethereal God realm. I long for it. Yin walked to Leona, contemplating. Afterward, he asked Fei Lan, how long does it take to break through to ethereal God realm? It could be quick, or it could take around 1 or 2 months. It will depend on her. We can't say the exact time. Fei Lan became stern as she knew it wasn't a good thing. We're in Broken Star Field. Breaking through here isn't a good idea. That Ghostmar clan man could return with his friends. If that happens, it will be big trouble for us. Kato also got it. His countenance changed. Then what should we do? If my timing is correct, not Xian and Karthu should be in original God realm. Yin had an idea all of a sudden, smiling. It's easy to solve then. Under the other's gaze, Yin caressed his ring. A smoke fumed as if he was trying to draw the whole world out of that ring. Floating on that shady smoke was a formation made of empty fantasy crystals and dozens of supporting materials, refined by an expert using space power Upanishad. This formation could connect to Mother Formation directly. The brilliant child formation slowly landed neatly in front of Yin under his power's control. Boom, boom, boom. Divine crystals with energy fluctuations flew out of the ring, falling precisely into each concave spot on the edge of the child formation. After he had finished inlaying dozens of thousands of divine crystals, the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation had bunches of beautiful light. Each of them was like a space door aligning one after another to an unknown space under the direction of space power and divine crystals as the energy supply. The divine crystals started to release their energy. Yin concentrated, sitting neatly inside the child formation, releasing space energy. Fine space slits appeared around him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Those space slits seemed to be revived, seeping into the formation like a swimming school of fish. They piled up on each space door. Bang! Light rippled through the child formation, stirring up the whole place. A brilliant, dazzling light ring appeared in the center of the formation. At the moment the light ring bloomed, Shi Yin disappeared. His aura was also gone. The beautiful child formation now had a flickering light as space energy fluctuated. Gradually, a light door was formed. Through that door, they saw many shadows, and all of them were the ones that they knew in Old Orchid Star. They saw Ka Fu, Long Zhu, and Na Exine waiting at the other end, as if they knew something would happen shortly. Let Leona de Jian, Shi Yan's voice came from behind the light door. Ask her to hold her energy while crossing the door. Or else, I'm afraid this door won't be able to endure it. Fei Lan reacted, placing a fingertip on her temple. A flow of subtle soul energy flew out, falling into Leona's sea of consciousness. Leona hadn't noticed the changes in the outer world. Listening to Fei Lan's call, she woke up from her state. She shivered and then opened her eyes. She understood what was happening. Fei Lan didn't need to explain. The aura of her dark power retreated. She turned into a beam of dark light, flying through the light door of the child formation. Dash, center of the ancient city, Old Orchid Star. The mother formation stood on a newly installed stone platform. At this moment, it had magical space ripples and magnificent light. Long Zhu, Na Exine, and the others were guarding the mother formation. Their faces were solemn, waiting. A light sparkled. Shi Yin appeared, standing on the mother formation. Grinning, he felt satisfied, looking at Karthu, Long Zhu, and Na Exine. This formation is really wonderful. We can move between the life stars freely. With this formation, no matter where I am, I can return in just a blink. As soon as he said that, Karthu, Na Exine, Long Zhu, and Yin Hao cheered up. Swoosh! Leona appeared behind him with a dark aura. After she landed on the mother formation, she nodded to Shi Yin and then disappeared. She found a manor which hadn't decayed after dozens of thousands of years and sat down quietly. After I've broken through, you have to bring me back to Broken Starfield. A sole thought of Leona appeared in Shi Yan's head after she had gone. Shi Yin smiled, nodded, and then turned to Na Exine. How are you doing? Anything serious happened in Old Orchid Star lately? Everything's fine. Na Exine smiled sincerely. The kids are all happy. The cultivating materials we brought home from Broken Star City can boost up their cultivating progress. They can condense the god body soon. And Zhengu is recovering well. He'll be all right in 2 months at most. We bought him good pellets, which are increasing his recovery speed. They didn't enter Broken Star Field. After buying a lot of cultivating materials, they took the mother formation and returned it to Old Orchid Star. This time, the giant tribe had a big harvest. They brought home a significant amount of cultivating materials, which stirred up the entire tribe. They finally found hope in their lives. Karthu used Shi Yan's divine crystals to buy a lot of cultivating materials, pellets, power Upanishad scriptures, and suitable training yards for low-realm warriors. He also explained the wonderful and yet strange features of Agate Star area to warriors from Grace Mainland and Raging Flame Star area. Where are you guys? Still in Broken Star City? After Na Exine calmed down as he couldn't hold his curiosity. In the Broken Star Field, we want to explore for a while. Shi Yin didn't tell him the details. He just smiled and said, Precursor, please help me take care of my family and friends here. And as for the ones I've rescued, please hide them away. Don't let anyone know about them. Na Exine nodded. Don't worry. I know what to do. Okay, then I'll go now. Send someone to watch over this mother formation for me. Shi Yin asked Long Zhu and then disappeared into the light door. Shortly after, the light on the mother formation vanished. Everything resumed its normal state. Chapter 944, Whereabouts Disclosed. Chapter 944, Whereabouts Disclosed, _ AI Fu's Ancient Building, Broken Star City. Three third sky of original God realm experts stood in the hall. With logbooks in their hands, they were reporting the recent turnover of their business. They reported all transactions completed in detail to AI Fu. AI Fu lay on his soft sofa, drinking good wine. He felt very satisfied. Abruptly, a small bell near him rang hurriedly. AI Fu frowned, putting down his glass of wine. He waved his hand impatiently to the three who were still reading their records, asking them to leave immediately. The three of them bowed and excused themselves. After they had left, AI Fu gave a low shout. An old man emerged from the five-colored passage behind him. It was his guard who watched over the treasury. He had sent him to Broken Star Field to keep track of Shurian. A spooky shadow slowly emerged in the void between AI Fu and that old man. That shadow was slowly moving and merging in one place. AI Fu had a dark face. He snorted. "Do you know how much precious materials I had to use to gather your soul from Broken Star Field? If your intelligence isn't worth it, don't blame me for not having mercy." The gloomy shadow smiled reluctantly. "Young master, don't worry. The news I got this time will frighten you. You won't feel like it was a waste." AI Fu was surprised. He nodded. "Tell me. I always follow your advice carefully. I've watched the team of that kid. After they entered Broken Star Field, they behaved well for a long time. They didn't have any dispute with other people. They never attacked anyone deliberately. Their calm manner made me feel strange." "Get straight to the main point," shouted AI Fu. The spooky shadow was bewildered. "Okay then. There were two Ghost Mar clan warriors. You knew them. They were the troopers of Niger of the Ghost Mar clan in the far west region. They were a couple. The man was called Gate, and the woman was called Feng Ro. Young master, do you remember them?" "I know them. They're all at first sky of Ethereal God Realm. They used to buy my stuff. Niger has third sky of Ethereal God Realm cultivation base. He is a talented one of a family of the Ghost Mark clan in Agate Star area. They're in charge of the far west region, right?" Feng Ro's dead. The ones you've asked me to watch killed her. AI Fu's interest was stirred. Impossible. Feng Ro was at first sky of Ethereal God Realm. Even if she couldn't win, she shouldn't be killed. What happened? The ominous shadow arranged his ideas and narrated what he had witnessed. AI Fu and the old man listened to him. Their faces grimaced. "You meant Shurian had swallowed Feng Ro's soul altar? Are you sure he did that?" AI Fu's god body shivered. He couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. "Swallowed? How? What kind of power Upanishad can swallow a soul altar? Shurian, doesn't he has only first sky of original God realm? He swallowed Feng Ro's soul altar. Are you sure you are mistaken?" "I saw it." The gloomy shadow was also frightened. "Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. I had never seen anything like that. It was scary, all right. A first sky of original God Realm warrior has engulfed the soul altar of an ethereal God Realm warrior. Oh my God, it was against any of my knowledge of earth and heaven's powers." The old man by AI Fu was also scared. He looked so shocked. "Do you know any power Upanishad that can swallow the soul altar?" AI Fu turned and asked that old man. The old man shook his head continually. Never before. Two people and a soul sank into an annoying silence. After a long moment, AI Fu asked weakly, "You said that the four of them have a magical blood mark. What kind of blood mark is it?" "Young master, do you remember a legend in Broken Star Field that thousands of years ago someone had intruded Broken Star Field? The one who could bring death to anyone else? Tens of thousands of living beings were killed wherever he went. That person also had the same blood mark. If I'm not wrong, Shurian's team has the same mark." Then, AI Fu and the old man were stunned. They didn't say anything for quite a long time. The powers Upanishads they cultivate are evil and peculiar. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never have believed in the existence of such supernatural powers Upanishad. But now I've seen four. It was very shocking. The ominous shadow contemplated for a while, and then added, "He has fixed the mother and child sky linking formation that he bought from you. He has used it already." AI Fu was perplexed. After a while, he scolded, "That cunning kid. Young master, I think it's critical. I think we should report this to the master. Those four have a mysterious origin. They aren't like Agate Star area's warriors. The man who cultivated death power Upanishad used to visit the Agate Star area. He rose the blood rain and stinky wind wherever he passed by. He was so formidable. The old man suggested seriously. About that blood mark, no one knows which force it represents, but if Shi Yin and his people have it, it should relate to some force for sure. The old man felt terrible. As he realized something wrong happened, he was extremely restless. Pulling himself together, he took another deep breath and continued. Young master, we shouldn't act rashly. If they belong to a mighty force, I'm afraid that we shouldn't provoke them. When an incipient God realm expert subordinates are killed, he would know immediately and he would hunt the murderer down. I think we shouldn't mess with them. It is better. Or else, we could bring trouble to our master. The gloomy shadow had the same idea. I also feel that they're really intimidating. If they belong to a force, that force should be unimaginably strong. Being their enemies isn't a good move. AI Fu furrowed his brows tightly. What the others said had silenced him for a long moment. He pondered for a while, sighing begrudgingly. Report to my grandfather immediately. Let him decide. And as for you, you should notify Old Han and tell him not to act rashly. If Blood Halberd wants to die, just let them go. We won't get involved. Old Han was the other third sky of ethereal god realm he had sent to save Shi Yin to ask for the 1,000-fold lotus in case Tu Fei wanted to kill him. However, after that gloomy shadow saw what he shouldn't, AI Fu was scared. He wasn't an impulsive guy. He knew how to protect himself. That was how he was able to live comfortably in Broken Star City. And I got something else. I saw people of Blood Devil in Broken Star Field. The shadow hesitated for a while, and then added, seems like they were collecting materials for Blood Devil. They had a short encounter with Shi Yin. Now, they're looking for him. Blood Devil? The immortal demon tribe of Agate Star area? AI Fu was panicked. Yeah, I guessed. They thought that Shi Yin and Blood Devil have some relationship. They are finding him, and they aren't far from him. I guess they're going to see him soon, said the gloomy shadow. AI Fu and the old man exchanged looks. They saw fear in each other's eyes. People of Blood Devil have never operated in the Far West region. Why are they here? AI Fu took a deep breath, beaming a forced smile. Broken Star Field is so lively lately. Even Blood Devil has sent his fellows here. Did they verify Shi Yin and Blood Devil's relationship? Probably, nodded the shadow. You should be more careful. Blood Devil's troops can feel your existence. You just need to peek a little bit. Don't let them catch you at any cost. AI Fu stood up from his couch. Notify my grandfather immediately. Tell him everything. I can't understand the whole picture. Blood Devil is a tyrannical, arrogant expert. He hates tiny areas, but he still sent his men to Broken Star Field. What kind of vandalism is that? Does he have mercy to spare us, local warriors? Although AI Fu had a foul mouth, his mood was so bad. He picked up a jug of wine, drinking crazily. Dash. Wulan was hovering above a blue lake, closing her eyes to sense. The two-third sky of ethereal god realm muscular black-scaled men were so bored, watching here and there. More than 100 warriors were hiding inside a deep pit next to them. They didn't dare crane their necks to watch. A thin and small dark-spirit old man stooped his head in distress. He was holding a fantasy sky ring, offering it sincerely. Precursors, this ring stores all of our harvest in Broken Star Field. Please take a look. More than 100 warriors staying in the dark pit not far from them had sent him to talk on their behalf. 10 days ago, they had killed around 10 experts to occupy this mine. They were happily exploiting a strange metal when they found Wulan's team. They became reluctant. Although Wulan was finding something and she didn't want to see them, they were still panicked. Thus, we have this situation. This man who came here to talk to Wulan's team wanted to offer their harvest, so Wulan would show them mercy and not kill them. In Broken Star Field, people would rob and snatch the harvest of the weaker warriors. If they were in a good mood, they would only take the materials. If they were in a bad mood, they often killed all of the poor warriors. Wulon opened her eyes, unable to help but glare at the dark spirit old man. Get lost. Do you think that we want the toys that you're exploiting here? We have only these things, the old man discolored, trying to bend his body lower. If you want anything we have, just say so. Please, you don't need to be polite to us. Huh. People in Broken Star Field are interesting, indeed. As they are thugs, they think that everyone else is a thug like them, mocked one of the black-scaled warriors. Yeah, since we've come here, we've met a lot like him. They offered us things as if they're our grandchildren, the other brawny man said. *T. I didn't think that a remote area like the Far West region could be that chaotic. Seems like everywhere in this place will be the same. No place can have peace. I said get lost. Didn't you hear that? Wulon was annoyed. A shiny light emerged from her palm. Shortly, she remembered something. The light that on her finger turned into Yan's image. Have you ever met this man? Yeah, several days ago, he crossed this place. He went in that direction. The dark spirit old man clarified with a stern face. They're a group of 5. They have a teenager guide and an old woman. This man said and detailed, as though he was afraid that Wulon wouldn't feel satisfied with his answer. He gestured, funnily swinging his arm. All right, Wulon snorted, didn't bother to look at him, nodded to the 2 muscular black-scaled men. They jumped and disappeared shortly. More than 100 warriors hiding in the deep pit sighed in relief as they saw the 3 disappear. They thought they had good luck today. Chapter 945, Revive the Death Trap. Chapter 945, Revive the Death Trap. _ Here we are. This place. Jiyu halted, not daring to step further. Instead, he pointed in a direction. Shurian, Fei Lan, and Katua stopped by him. In front of them, a luxuriant forest stood with wet ground and thick, lively energy from the woods. It was utterly contrary to what he had described before. Fei Lan and Katua glared at him with malicious looks, giving him a snort. Jiyu beamed a forced smile. It's inside. You guys should go inside the forest. You will see anomalies. He's right. It's here. Shurian contemplated for a while, and then said, the death aura inside is really strong. I have a dear feeling with it. I know this aura. It's exactly the same as my god domain when I used Death Power Upanishad. Fei Lan and Katua were surprised. Shurian led the team, walking into the woods without waiting for them to discuss more. Fei Lan was baffled, but she immediately followed him. How about you? Katua turned around, looking at Jiyu, who was shaking like a leaf. Are you going with us to take a look? Jiyu shook his head hastily. No, thanks. I almost died in there last time. I won't go in. You guys just go. Don't wait for me. While talking, he moved backward, getting further away from the forest, as if this forest had some terrifying ghosts or monsters that could take his life away at any moment. Katua grinned silently. He didn't mind the boy anymore, walking behind Yin and Fei Lan. 10 minutes later, he paused as fear sparkled in his eyes. The center of this lush forest had an area of 10 miles that didn't even have a leaf of grass. There was no energy fluctuation. A quiet, desolate aura hovered, frightening people's souls and making them shiver in fear. Situated in the middle of an exuberant forest, this place looked very peculiar. The ground was damp, but it had no single weed. At the same time, in the area where the death aura couldn't reach, it was luxuriant. All kinds of florists that were extraordinarily thriving. This place was so eccentric. The core had a heavy death aura while its outskirts were lively. It was the same as Yan's god domain, which was contrary to each other but had the same magical effects. Once Yin urged the god domain using Death Power Upanishad, the area around him would become absolutely quiet. Then it would proactively take life, energy, killing other living beings. However, as the core of his power, Yan's god body would receive the vivid vitality. He could harvest life energy in his dead territory to strengthen himself. This was contrary to this forest. There were no sound or beam of life energy 10 miles around the forest. It didn't have a leaf of grass as the dense death aura hovered. People who came nearer would feel like they were walking toward the abyss of death, walking on the road of self-destruction. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo weren't exceptions. They were just standing near the edge of the death aura area, but they still felt fear arising from deep inside their hearts. Their souls and vitality seemed to be drawn away, turning into light dots and vanishing. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo discolored. They didn't dare linger near the dead area anymore. They retreated into the forest. They finally calmed down, but they still looked frightened. That death intent domain was so scary. We just stood outside, but we couldn't endure it. I wonder how many dangers are hiding in there. No wonder, you didn't dare go into the woods. Ka Tuo was still frightened, shivering. Fei Lan was a little better than him. However, her eyes showed her anxiety, which was caused by Yan. He got into the area. Not only did he enter, but he was also walking towards the center where the death aura was thickest. He stood silently in the middle of the place, his face astounded. He seemed to be sensing something. "Senior, are you all right?" Ka Tuo lowered his voice, asking instinctively. Fei Lan didn't look at him, still frowning at Yan. She said thoughtfully, "If something happens to him here, I'm afraid no one in the entire Agate Star area will be able to get in here. I think this place exists because of him." Because of him? Ka Tuo was bewildered. Impossible? He has never met that person before, right? Why did someone leave this place for him? Did he know Yan would enter Agate Star area and visit Broken Star Field? It's unimaginable. I think it's impossible. At his realm, he could anticipate anything. Yan received his inheritance, went to Raging Flame Star area, connected to the Dark Sky family, and then went to God Perishing Land. From the God Perishing Land, he went to Old Orchid Star, staying in the far west region. It seems like a hand in the dark has arranged everything. It was all set thousands of years ago. Fei Lan considered her wording. She muttered, "I think he knew that Yan would come. That was why he left the intent domain in Broken Star Field, waiting for Yan." Ka Tuo was astounded. He still found it unbelievable. However, he believed it shortly after. Yan had undergone many changes. Standing in the core of the death intent domain, where the deadly aura was thickest, Yan used his death power Upanishad to release the God domain. Death energy fluctuated, stretching from his God domain and blending in with the death aura of the place. In the next moment, Ka Tuo had a magical feeling. He thought that this place was Yan's home. It has been waiting for him to come home. It was whispering and reporting to its master about every difficulty it had experienced. A strange color was revealed in Yan's eyes. Both of his arms swung as if he was touching death intent domain. The magical death energy fluctuation expanded from Yan as the center and reaching further outside. Each of the rich, ancient trees in the forest and tenacious foliage withered under the death intent domain. Their vitality was all taken. The silent light, dots carrying life energy, congregated like a drizzle falling into the sea. Yan was that sea, taking in all the energy around him and receiving a gift from his precursor, including the cognition of death power Upanishad. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo were panic-stricken. They had to retreat further away from this area. Suddenly, Yan's power Upanishad changed. The vigorous energy that fiercely flooded his body was rejected, shooting everywhere. A miracle happened. Those dead ancient trees and foliage were revived under this life energy. The withered trees became lively. Buds and leaves started to grow at a speed that naked eyes could observe. Ka Tuo and Fei Lan gawked, dropping their jaws. Yan's God domain changed again. His entire body became heavy with death aura. He had no life energy, as if his blood chi also had death chi. His heartbeat even paused. However, his God domain was lively and vigorous with countless life energy fluctuations. Under his control, they shrouded everywhere, giving vitality to the shriveled plants. He switched death and life energy fluctuations. He could make these two contrary auras take turns and merge. Is he trying to fuse them? Ka-Tual was bewildered. How could he fuse Death Upanishad and Life Upanishad? How could he? I don't know if it's a fusion or not, but I think he has something magical, said Fei Lan softly. While they were talking, Shi Yan's god domain changed again. The massive, deadly aura was wiped out, replaced by vigorous life energy. The god domain around him now had the fierce death aura. Those revived trees withered and died the second time. Ka-Tual and Fei Lan gawked. They understood that Shi Yan was testing his cognition of death power Upanishad. He had used the power Upanishad magnetic field of that precursor to sublimate his own power Upanishad. Evidently, Shi Yan had harvested the inheritance that was more profound than his own death Upanishad. This inheritance wasn't simply about death. It was about his new perception of life and an approach to the soul. Time flew quietly. Fei Lan and Ka-Tual were waiting for Shi Yan to comprehend the true meaning of his power Upanishad. Afterward, he would awaken from his comprehension. One day, Fei Lan jolted up in panic. She was comprehending her corrosion power Upanishad, and something alarming struck her. Fei Lan's reaction made Ka-Tual stand up and frown as he looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Precursor, is something wrong?" He looked at Shi Yan. Shi Yan stood in the center of the dead zone. He was still switching between death and life power Upanishad, trying to understand the magical mysteries of the two contrary powers Upanishad. There was nothing unusual that happened to him. "It's not Shi Yan. Someone is coming towards us rapidly. They're almost here," hissed Fei Lan. Ka-Tual discolored, shouting, "My senior is studying his power. He can't be disturbed now. Who is that blind little thug?" "Little thug." Fei Lan forced a smile. "It better be just a thug. His realm is one level higher than mine." Pausing for a while, Fei Lan took a deep breath and spoke resolutely. "We can't let him come close to this area. We must stop them on the way. We must try our best to seize more time for Shi Yan." "Who is it? Did the ghost mark guy come with his friends?" asked Ka-Tual. Shaking her head, Fei Lan said, "I don't know. Regardless of who's coming, we must stop him. We can't afford to let Shi Yan be disturbed at this moment. This opportunity is rare. Once he gets bothered, I'm not sure if we can get into the intent domain the second time. It happens only once in a blue moon. We must seize more time for him." "Understood." Ka-Tual nodded, his face serious. He grinned fiendishly. "Then bring it on. Let's go." Fei Lan turned into a white-gray light, flying out of the forest. After 15 minutes, a tornado came roaring and howling. It crushed the stone around easily, as if it was breaking dried branches. This enormous tornado wanted to cover the entire sky. A figure was shouting and thundering in the center of the tornado. His angry voice shook the sky. He was Tu Fei of Blood Halberd. More than 10 warriors of Blood Halberd emerged from a far distance. They were circling them. Apparently, they didn't want to let Fei Lan's team escape alive. "Finally, I found you guys." Tu Fei thundered like an enraged wild beast. He said maliciously, "Bring that kid to me. He must die for what he has done. I want to skin him alive. Beat me and then talk." Fei Lan's face was cold. As she knew Tu Fei's murder was disclosed, she didn't want to conceal it anymore. She tried to stick his resentment on her. "I killed your little brother. It's not related to Shi Yan. Don't shoot at the wrong target." "Right. That kid's realm is low. How could he have killed my brother?" Tu Fei roared crazily. He turned into a tornado, storming toward her. His ethereal extent appeared above his head. Chapter 946. Lift the Siege. Chapter 946. Lift the Siege, _. Tu Fei and Blood Halberd's warriors came all the way from Broken Star City. Their purpose was clear, to take revenge for Tu Feng. Shi Yan and Fei Lan were the targets of this mission. Shi Yan was in his critical moment of comprehending his realm. If he got disturbed and woke up from his cultivation, it would be tough for him to enter that intent domain the second time. In the eyes of Fei Lan and Ka-Tual, Shi Yan had done many things for them. It was time to pay back his favors. Thus, They stood up and faced Tu Fei and his blood halberd. Although their realms and manpower were lower, Fei Lan and Ka To never thought about stepping back. They never thought about abandoning Shi Yan and leaving. It was because Shi Yan's their hope. As long as Shi Yan was alive, as long as Shi Yan could get gradually stronger, as long as they went the same way as Shi Yan, they would receive enormous benefits. After one battle, they would accumulate a tremendous amount of energy and refine their soul altars at the same time. After they had experienced this kind of indescribable benefit, they never wanted to ignore it. Growling, Ka Tuo roared like an enraged beast. He suddenly floated up into the air. Ka Tuo released his god domain. Chaotic energy appeared, uprooting trees around them. They twirled around his god domain together with crushed stones, logs, grass, sand, and gravel. They looked like schools of fish moving around Ka Ta. A flow of fierce, chaotic energy expanded from Ka Ta. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks and trees exploded. The area where Ka Tuo hovered seemed to be smashed. The chaotic energy twisted everything. None of the warriors of Blood Halberd accompanying Tu Fei had reached Ethereal God Realm. They were all in Third Sky of King God Realm and the Original God Realm. One of them was at Third Sky of Original God Realm, which was one level higher than Ka Tuo's. However, when Ka Tuo released his chaos power Upanishad, his twisted power swept the area, affecting all Blood Halberd's warriors. Instantly, they had a distorted feeling that twisted their souls and their vessels, entangling them. When they urged their energy, it felt like someone used a needle to prick their bodies. Just like Leona, Ka Tuo could now spare one level and attack the others. A Third Sky of Original God Realm warrior wasn't really terrifying in his eyes. He believed that he could defeat him. Tu Fei didn't have time to take care of Ka Tuo, as he was too busy against Fei Lan, his opponent. Fei Lan also had the capacity to leap a level and fight higher-rel warriors. It was the first time she showed her ethereal extent. Deep in the sky, a world of the dark and opaque gray air appeared, which looked like a dark, ghostly abyss. This abyss carried the will that could dissolve everything. This world didn't have any lakes or mountains. There was no faunus or florus, but the ash-gray, corrosive air. Since this area could corrode everything, there was nothing else in Fei Lan's world. It looked like this world would never have any living being. The ash-gray, ethereal extent slowly descended on Fei Lan, shrouding her entirely. Tu Fei's ethereal extent had tornadoes like alarming smoke columns that jutted into the clouds. Their auras were harsh and brutal, as if they could break everything no matter how hard it was. Tu Fei's ethereal extent collided with Fei Lan's ethereal extent. Fei Lan's ethereal extent didn't break. Her empty ethereal extent stayed the same after the tornadoes attacked her world. It had nothing. What was there to be destroyed? Tu Fei's tornadoes were controlled by his power Upanishad and soul. After they fell into Fei Lan's ethereal extent, they moved like a thunderstorm. However, they reluctantly found that they couldn't destroy anything. At the same time, their energy was discreetly worn out. When Tu Fei found this anomaly, the tornadoes he had created by his soul energy turned into nothingness in Fei Lan's ethereal extent. Tu Fei suddenly appeared in the real world. A tornado supported his body, and he raised. He paled, and a gleam of fear crossed his eyes. He suddenly realized that it was impossible to use his higher realm ethereal extent to break Fei Lan's ethereal extent with force. Fei Lan's ethereal extent was generated by her peculiar power, Upanishad. Due to its corrosive ability, it wasn't afraid of any kind of energy attacks. Tu Fei couldn't take any advantage. Quite the contrary, his energy was disorderly, and he had to consume a significant amount of energy. He started to change his approach. Switching from using realms, he began to use the energy to attack. Death and life energy took turns to show up on the edge of the forest. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo had used all of their best abilities. They didn't seem afraid of exhaustion, as if they could restore shortly afterward. They were consuming energy massively to seize more time for Shurian. There's a battle. From 1,000 miles away, a black-scaled, brawny man's eyebrows twitched, hissing. Wulan's eyes sparkled. She closed her eyes to sense. Over there. We will see that kid soon. I'm excited. If he's a member of a mortal demon tribe, a member of our demon clan, Master will be cheered up since he finally has someone who belongs to his own kind. What if he doesn't want to go the same way as our demon clan? One of them said. We just need to make ourselves clear and just tell him the truth. I think he knows what he should do. Wulan chuckled. Our master's reputation can shake the entire Agate Star area. As long as he's not a dumbass, he will know how great this opportunity is. Yeah, that's right. The two black-scaled, muscular men nodded, showing their agreement. The three of them smiled, flying faster. They looked relaxed, as if they knew that not many forces in Broken Star Field have the strength to resist them. Those who were strong enough to fight them wouldn't cause a dispute with them because of their mighty force. They had this confidence. Although they were in Broken Star Field, the distance of 1,000 miles took just a blink of an eye to the experts at their level. Look, it's them. Wulan's eyes brightened. She recognized Fei Lan and Ka Tua. Ah, they have special powers, Upanishad, screamed a demon man. Fei Lan and Ka Tua were struggling to resist this force. Fei Lan's situation was better. She looked calm. However, when she used her energy, she looked a little tired. Ka Tua had blood all over his body. He had a more significant pressure. Not only was he dealing with a third sky of original God Realm expert, but he also had to deal with 10 other warriors. Their manpower was limited. At this moment, Ka Tua was almost exhausted. Under the besiege of more than 10 warriors, it was a miracle that he was able to endure until now. Oh, trouble. Wulan frowned, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Don't waste more time." The black-scaled men nodded. They stormed forward, moving directly to Ka Tua. Just like two hungry wolves entering a sheep's pasture, as soon as the two demon men arrived, the Blood Halberds warriors felt like massive mountains had just smashed them. Their god bodies cracked, and then exploded, sending blood and flesh everywhere. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Their god bodies were pressed and blasted, their soul altars flying away. The Blood Halberds warriors were as weak as lambs in their eyes. They exploded as if others were breaking dried tree branches. Ka Tua was petrified. He pulled himself together, watching around. He found no one but floating soul altars. Those soul altars had hesitated for a while. They were so frightened, flying away immediately, not daring to leave a curse. They disappeared shortly after. Wow, that was fast, laughed a black-scaled warrior. The scales on his body rattled. He looked as mighty as a black-armored demogorgon. Wulan moved swiftly, standing by the battle site. He glanced at Ka Tua. Ka Tua was chilled. He stepped backward. He was fearful, but he was prepared to run in any minute. He recognized Wulan. Wulan had initially been collecting immortal grass. Seeing Shurian, she thought that the situation wasn't going well, running away. It looked like Shurian had occupied the grass, and Fei Lan and Ka Tua were his partners in crime. At first, Ka Tua thought that they came to take revenge. The mighty aura of the two black-scaled warriors was enough to subdue him. As he knew that the others were powerful, Ka Tua was frightened and anxious. "We aren't here to trouble you guys," Wulan smiled, her face natural. "Where's that kid? The one who took my immortal grass." "What do you want?" Ka Tua shivered, gritting his teeth. "Don't be tense. We mean no harm." Wulan was surprised. Pondering for a while, she said, "To show our goodwill, we need to do something." "Okay, move." She nodded to the two black-scaled beefy men. They understood, storming away like a massive black sword thrusting at Tu Fei. Tu Fei felt an intense, insecure feeling. He didn't linger, getting away from the battle site. In just a blink, he had moved 1,000 miles away. When he saw his subordinates die, he didn't hurry to leave because he wanted to know the identity and purpose of who killed them. However, seeing the others take action, he knew that he wouldn't have a chance. He made a quick decision to flee. The black-scaled men exchanged looks and then grinned. People from Broken Starfield are cunning and they have a good sense. They are good at running away. Yeah, in this place where battles happen every day, fleeing when seeing the stronger warriors seems to be instinctual. Seems like he was lucky. He escaped. Otherwise, While they were talking, Fei Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead, taking a deep breath. At this moment, Wu Lan and Ka Tua arrived. Wu Lan smiled weakly. Can you tell us where he is now? Fei Lan and Ka Tua were confused. Right after that, they sensed and their faces showed surprise. Yin wasn't far from them. He stayed in the forest right behind their back. Fei Lan and Ka Tua thought that the others could sense him with their realm, so they shouldn't ask them for his whereabouts. The two then became skeptical. However, they sensed and found Yan's aura had disappeared completely. The forest behind them didn't have any strange commotion. Fei Lan and Ka Tua were frightened. They hurried to fly into the forest, wanting to check the situation back there. Wu Lan and the two black-scaled men followed them. Deep in the forest, the death and life energy didn't fluctuate anymore. The atmosphere in there was no different from the outside. However, Yin wasn't there. No one knew where he had gone. There was nothing left behind for them to sense. He seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Chapter 947, Death and Life Bridge. Chapter 947, Death and Life Bridge, _ Deep in the forest, Fei Lan, Ka Tua, Wu Lan, and the other two knitted their brows tightly, releasing their soul consciousness, which moved like shuttles that observed and searched everywhere. This place didn't have a desolate aura or vigorous vitality. It was similar to the atmosphere of any place in Broken Starfield. Nothing looked strange anymore. The death and life commotions seemed to be just a hallucination for Fei Lan and Ka Tua. Standing in the middle of the forest, Ka Tua and Fei Lan were very confused. Where had Yin gone? They exchanged looks and couldn't give a reason. Their soul consciousness didn't find any anomaly. Wu Lan's bold brows furrowed, looking at Fei Lan and Ka Tua coldly and skeptically. You said he was here? You aren't trying to deceive us, are you? Where is he? He was just right there. Ka Tua beamed a forced smile, shaking his head. He found the intent domain here suitable for his power, Upanishad. He was learning the essence of his Upanishad. We were afraid that the others would disturb him. That was why we got out there and fought. While fighting, we didn't have time to check up on him, and we didn't see anything strange. Did the others capture him? One of the black-scaled men hesitated. If they still have an ethereal god realm warrior, that one could have avoided your sensing to abduct him while you were fighting. Impossible. Fei Lan snorted, her face stern. With Yan's subtle powers Upanishad, his carefulness and capabilities, it wouldn't be easy to capture him. Wu Lan and the two black-scaled men were surprised as they didn't know where Fei Lan had her confidence. In common sense, a first guy of original God Realm warrior would be unable to resist an ethereal God Realm expert. Facing such an opponent, when the ethereal extent snatched him, his powers Upanishad would be restrained, and he would be left with no chance to resist. In their eyes, even if Yin was stronger, he could never have avoided capture from an ethereal God Realm expert. Yeah, it's true. With his mysterious powers, not many people can restrain him in just a blink. Ka Tua nodded. His realm is lower than ours, but in a battle to the death, I would be the loser, said Ka Tua affirmatively. Then, Wu Lan and the two black-scaled men were perplexed. He must have encountered something marvelous. Fei Lan pondered for a while. She seemed to understand something. She sat down cross-legged, squinting her eyes. She didn't mind anything else. Ka Tua suddenly smiled. It's true. The intent domain in this area is left by that precursor. Of course, he wouldn't harm Yin. He would only give him benefits. Then Ka Tua also sat down, relaxing. They decided to wait for him here. Wu Lan and the two black-scale beefy men were skeptical. However, seeing that Fei Lan and Ka Tua did not have any intention of explaining, the three exchanged looks, frowning, and then waiting in silence. Time flew. Broken Star Field didn't have any sun or moon. It had only brilliant stars in the vast void. Without a special tool, it was hard to tell the exact time. One day, while the five of them were still sitting neatly, their brows twitched. They couldn't help but stoop to watch the place underneath. Crack, crack, crack. Pop, pop. Strange, crispy sounds echoed from the deep underground. It sounded like something rigid had broken. They all heard the noise clearly. The five of them jolted up. With a severe countenance, they released their soul consciousness, seeping deep underground. Boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. They shook violently as if they were suddenly pounded by a giant hammer. They even staggered. The more profound their realm was, the more severe the damage was. As the two black-scaled men had third sky of ethereal god realm, their soul altars were shaken violently as if they were about to collapse. The two paled. They didn't think much, immediately retrieving their soul consciousness. They couldn't hold their screeching. Wulon, Phelan, and Kak-Tuah trembled as if they were drunk. They struggled to steady their body. They were all frightened. The soul consciousness they had sent into the earth had returned with an icy, cold energy, running directly into their sea of consciousness and god body. They heard explosions in their heads while their god bodies shook, as if it was about to be ripped off. Even you guys can't endure it? Kak-Tuah was so scared. He couldn't believe it. He just stared at the two black-scaled men. The others, too, had a bitter and fearful countenance. They gazed at the ground underneath and couldn't help but hiss. There's a powerful energy fluctuation down there. It's mighty and unpredictable. It should be some remnant of an incipient god realm expert. My, that vibe came back through our soul consciousness. It's too intimidating. Perhaps our master isn't that strong. Wulan's beautiful eyes showed a deep fear. She couldn't help but screech. More intimidating than our master? I think so. One of them sighed dejectedly. Although our master is mighty and we've been following him for many years, we've never seen anything as formidable as this. The person who had left such energy in the ground could have a more profound realm than our master. Listening to him, Wulan gawked. She was speechless for a long moment. Which is your master's realm? Kak-Tuah mouthed gingerly. The second sky of incipient god realm. Wulan had deep respect in her voice. Kak-Tuah shut his mouth. He wore a serious face as he had a passionate admiration in his eyes. He suddenly understood more clearly. The existence that had left the remnant underground was the one who cultivated death power Upanishad, who used to appear in Raging Flame Star area, and was a member of Bloodthirsty's Cortege of 8. This person was a precursor in his school, and he also had a close relationship to Shurian. The energy remnant of such a character had almost broken the two unidentified demon experts. They said that this person could be even stronger than their master, who was an expert at second sky of incipient god realm. So what was the remarkable realm of this precursor? Kak-Tuah was shocked. He quietly clenched his fists while having a strange rainbow light on his face. He was thrilled indeed. Wulan and the two black-scaled men could see his strange expression. They looked at him skeptically. Why are you so excited? Does it matter to you? Asked Wulan. That person was our precursor. I am, of course, proud of my powerful precursor. Kak-Tuah grinned. Moreover, he brought something good to my senior. I believe my senior is deep underground. We should now wait for him here. Why do you want to find Shurian? Phelan's winkle twitched as she looked at the other three lucidly. Because he took your immortal grass. Wulan got herself together, smiling charmingly. Sister, I want to ask something. Shoot, Phelan said dully. Did anything unusual happen after he grabbed the immortal grass? Asked Wulan. The two black-scaled brawny men's eyes also brightened, looking at Phelan. Unusual? Phelan frowned. Nothing. The puree of that immortal something grass seeped into his body. He said that it could help him condense more immortal demon blood, or something like that. Wulan and the two black-scaled warriors were astonished. Their bodies shivered with thrill. Indeed, he's one of our master's fellows. My oh my, I didn't expect that we would find a fellow of our master's race. If he knows about this, he will be so excited. He has been searching for his clansmen for so many years. It was too bad that he hasn't found anything. If he knows that he's no longer lonely in Agate Star area, he will go crazy. The three demon experts were surprised and happy. They laughed cheerily, their faces joyful. Fei Lan and Ka Tual were baffled. They weren't fools. Since Wu Lan and the other had helped them out, they knew that those experts weren't their enemies. Thus, Fei Lan and Ka Tual took the chances and revealed a little about Shi Yin to check their reactions. At this moment, seeing the other three almost crack of happiness, Ka Tual and Fei Lan exchanged looks. They felt amazed somehow. When Shi Yin had finished his blood replacement, his god body changed. They all saw that Shi Yin didn't have a human form at that moment. He somehow looked similar to the god clan from the legends. Fei Lan and Ka Tual understood that Shi Yin still had many secrets that they didn't know. Today, from Wu Lan's team, they finally confirmed one thing. Shi Yin's changes could be similar to someone else's, and that person was likely one of his fellows. Since the others didn't have any malicious intent, they knew that it would be a good encounter for Shi Yin. Thus, they didn't conceal his information. Deep in the earth of the most magical place of Broken Star Field was a whole new world. It was a marvelous, long bridge made of five-colored light. This light bridge led deep underground. There were many transparent handprints on the bridge that looked like someone had left them intentionally. They had death and life energies, respectively. There were death seals and life seals. That bridge was the death and life bridge, which was made of light energy. Death and life seals on the bridge released the death and life auras at the same time. The death and life bridge ran directly into the deep and dark ground, connecting to a mysterious land. At this moment, Shi Yin, who had disappeared earlier, was taking each step with great effort on that bridge. At each step, the transparent handprints on Death and Life Bridge would fly out, falling heavily on his god body. They struck him until his step trembled. Right after that, the handprints merged with his body. It was unknown if the handprints helped him quench the god body or fuse with the intent domain. He made each step with a struggle. After each step, he had to pause to recover before continuing his journey. The transparent handprints carried the intent, domain, and energy of death and life with tremendous power. The handprints attacked his god body and then disappeared, giving him a lot of wounds. His blood splashed. His bones cracked. The cracking noise Fei Lan and the other heard actually came from his bones. However, there was no pain on his face. Quite the contrary, his eyes sparkled like bunches of light. He looked excited and passionate, as if he was actually enjoying all of these. He continued to walk resolutely. Chapter 948, Inheritance. Chapter 948, Inheritance, _ With each step that Shi Yin took, transparent handprints would fly out and violently strike his god body. Inside each handprint was the death or life intent domain. They crazily attacked his body. The death seal smashed his flesh and bones while the life seal revived the damaged part, giving him full vitality. It felt like he had experienced death and reincarnation, struggling between death and life. This kind of continuous rebirth gave him a strong urge for his life form transformation. The death and life bridge extended deep underground. It was mysterious and unpredictable. As he walked, the death seal and life seal flew out and disappeared. Part of the bridge where he had passed slowly disappeared. The death and life bridge functioned as a marvelous inheritance. With each step he made, he received a flow of power Upanishad inheritance, which made the previous part of the bridge disappear as it became the engine that quenched his body and soul altar. The refining of his god body and the transformation of his soul gave him joy and pain. The pain came from his god body, his flesh and veins, and his broken and healed bones. The joy came from his soul and soul altar, especially the tier of powers Upanishad. The death power Upanishad and the tier of powers Upanishad had one more beam of vitality after each transparent handprint struck him. The death power Upanishad became ingenuine. It condensed and entered his life energy, giving his tier of powers Upanishad vitality. It seemed like it was the complete form of the death and life power Upanishad. The process of receiving power Upanishad inheritance was to walk through the death and life bridge. After each step, he was given some mysteries, which made his understanding of death and life power Upanishad more profound. Deep underground, there was no way to count time. Sure, Yin didn't know how long he had been walking on this bridge. Today, he finally walked to the other end of the bridge. The other end of the bridge was a place of countless brilliant, transparent crystals. They looked like a formed glacier buried underground. They had an energy that felt familiar. Yin concentrated on the glacier, his eyes brightening. Death and life threads filled each corner of the crystal glacier complex. It was like a hidden, magical formation buried inside a glacier, with the crystals as hubs that connected the mysterious air currents inside. That air current carried the origin energy. Only the most ancient continent could give birth to the origin. It could collect energy from outer space to provide for the life star endlessly. It was like Grace Mainland. That crystal glacier had a flow of origin, which was weaker than what he got in Grace Mainland. In that origin, he saw a blood mark, which was slowly bobbing with life energy. It looked like a wonderful ancient creature. The blood vein ring on his finger suddenly shone a rainbow light, which reached tens of thousands of meters away. The blood cloud mark in the crystal also projected a fiercely surging energy. It bounced in the same frequency as his blood vein ring. Swoosh! The blood vein ring slid away from his finger, flying towards the origin and gathering with the blood cloud mark. Magnificent light silently radiated from countless complex threads. They all poured into the blood cloud mark, flowing towards the blood vein ring. The ring spirit of the blood vein ring seemed to have two separate, identical energies, which were slowly merging. Yin was shocked. He reacted. The blood cloud mark was one component of the ring spirit. It was a beam of the soul detached from the ring spirit. He used to hear the ring spirit say that it wasn't complete. It lost a lot of memories. It was vague about things that it had experienced. Because of the missing pieces of its memories, the ring spirit didn't have a complete consciousness. Each time it communicated with Yin, it couldn't tell him details. Today, as the blood vein ring had vehemently entered the origin to fuse with its lost beam of the soul, Yin suddenly understood it. A thought was directly reflected in his soul. It came from the ring spirit. It was explaining something. Yin was surprised, listening quietly. His eyes were dark as he was frowning. Just like what Lao Luo did, this person had to find an ancient continent, which had the origin that year, to impart our master's inheritance. He brought the master's blood shield and a part of my soul. He found this place, but he couldn't activate the inheritance. Lao Luo succeeded as he found you. But this expert failed. The ring spirit's thought wasn't continuous. It seemed like its energy was limited even though it had fused with another flow of its soul. After he failed, he gave the blood shield to the descendant of the dark inheritance. A part of my soul was placed in the ancient continent that had the origin, waiting for you. Today, you finally come. He had built the death and life bridge for you, so that he can help you understand the power of death and life. It helped me gather a flow of my soul. But he isn't here. It means he has fallen. The thoughts of the ring's spirit intervened again. To fuse my soul, I need a long time. You should swallow more soul altars. It will help me fuse faster. Devouring was the main power Upanishad of our master. It was the main reason why people didn't accept him. You still have time. You must be persistent. The thought message from the ring's spirit faded away. Crack, crack, crack. As the energy moved, the crystal glacier exploded. Exquisite lines of the ancient formation distorted and shattered. The origin and a flow of soul inside disappeared into the blood vein ring. The surface of the blood vein ring had a blood membrane, making the ring look like a peculiar, small ball of flesh. Swoosh! The blood vein ring flew to him. The small ball of flesh stuck on his finger as if it had become a terrifying small sarcoma on his finger. That blood membrane functioned as a barrier to protect the blood vein ring during its fusion progress. Yan's soul consciousness was blocked. He didn't know what was happening inside the ring. The death and life bridge disappeared. All the transparent handprints had gone into his body. The crystal glacier had consumed all of the energy. The flow of origin had turned into some kind of energy fusing with the blood vein ring. Boom, boom. Explosions suddenly echoed from deep underground. It was so loud that it was as if it could shake the whole sky. The explosions sounded like a drum being hit in Yan's heart. While the explosion reverberated loudly, Yan hesitated for a while before letting go of everything. When the glacier shattered, he entered a chunk of crystal, closing his eyes and using his soul to comprehend the truth of death and life power. He tried to use his soul to touch the tier of power Upanishad, exploring the newly generated life energy. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. The intimidating commotion expanded to the entire broken star field. The broken star field seemed to have dissolved. Countless, massive pieces of the broken stars as large as tens of thousands of islands cracked and detached from the center. Those broken pieces had been attracted here for many years, and now the force that had been holding them together seemed to have disappeared. It was like a colossal mountain that was cut into billions of pieces and then shot out. Huge chunks of broken star field floated like islands on the sea. They slowly scattered to everywhere in the far west region. Broken star field is disintegrating. The energy core that had built broken star field, which was the origin energy of the ancient continent, disappeared. The old formation of inheritance was made because the master of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 had sent its energy to the ring spirit. Thus, it was discarded. Since the core, origin energy, and the energy of the formation were all gone, the center of broken star field didn't have the marvelous effect of drawing pieces of broken stars together anymore. Those fractured stars started to drift apart, moving toward different areas in the starry sea. Yan didn't care about what was happening out there. He hid deep underground, still comprehending the truth of death and life power Upanishad. Phelan, Kadal, and the others were standing on the land above his head, looking at the significant changes of broken star field. Their faces became stern. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't know why the so-called natural resources field was suddenly collapsing. However, all had an inexplicable intuition. It was related to Yan. It was hard to find evidence. However, they could feel the anomaly of broken star field. Looking at the giant asteroids, mountains, and continents around them drift away, they instinctively deemed that it was somehow related to Yan. The 5 of them exchanged looks. This commotion is big, indeed, Kata exhaled. The broken star field is extremely vast. If it dissolves this way, pieces of broken stars will scatter around at a fast speed. Life stars around the far west will be in danger, Wulan frowned. Right. These pieces move quickly, and it's getting even faster. Without any energy to hold them down, the impact will be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that even third sky of ethereal god realm experts couldn't stop broken stars from colliding with life stars. Perhaps they could even pierce through a life star entirely, muttered a demon man, his face dead serious. Did that kid underground cause this? Screamed another demon man. Phelan's countenance was indifferent as she said softly, whether it was because of him or not, it happened. I think you guys don't want to see anything bad happens to him, right? Wulan and the 2 muscular demon men nodded slightly, giving 4 smiles. They understood what Phelan meant. Pieces of broken stars and broken star field would sweep through the entire far west region. Many life stars would be affected, as those speedy pieces would impact them. There was a high chance that those rocks could destroy the entire life star. Many clans dwelled in the far west region. They had formed a lot of powerful forces based on life stars. Once they got damaged, they would find the originator to take revenge. If they knew that Yan had caused all of this, thousands of people in far west region would criticize him. He would have no foothold in this area anymore. If they didn't want anything bad to happen to Yan, they had to conceal this event. Or else, the victims of the case would pursue to kill him at any cost. Ka, Tua, and Fei Lan didn't want anything bad to happen to him. As Wu Lan and the two demon men had recognized that Shi Yin and their master were from the same tribe, they would protect him as best as they could. Obviously, they wouldn't let this happen to him. The five of them exchanged looks. They silently covered the area, not letting anyone come close. The anomaly of Broken Star Field made many warriors from different forces who came here to collect materials gawk. They would soon know what was about to happen. Those warriors started to search around, trying to find the originator of the change of Broken Star Field. A part of them was moving quickly towards this area. "Watch out," hissed the black-scaled man. His aura is stern and harsh. "We will not let anyone who witnessed this get away alive. We won't give them a chance to spread the news." Understood. Chapter 949, The Star Area Split. Chapter 949, The Star Area Split, _ All warriors of Broken Star Field were enraged. The anomaly of Broken Star Field had made thousands of broken stars become violent, flying asteroids that swept different areas of the far west region. The mass of broken stars moved faster and faster. Their momentum was enhanced on the way. The impact created by these broken pieces were going to be earth-shaking. Many pieces were as large as a small continent, that even a level 6 or 7 life star wouldn't be able to endure its impact. A catastrophe of the far west region was foreseen. This kind of catastrophe had never happened before. It wiped through the entire whole region. It would forcefully destroy homes of many experts. Warriors of different areas in the far west region rushed into Broken Star Field. After they knew what would happen shortly, they reacted as if someone had broken their inverse scale. They became violent, flying rapidly towards the center of Broken Star Field. If they wanted to know the originator, it would be simple. They just needed to check the center of Broken Star Field. Whichever area was still intact and didn't follow the changes of Broken Star Field would be the location of the originator. The center of Broken Star Field was a strange area that held the power to gather pieces of broken stars continually. It wasn't a secret, as warriors of different races all know about it. Now, they just needed to check if they found anybody there, and then they would find the answer. Thus, warriors who were exploiting rare materials in this area all moved towards Shi Yan's direction. Broken Star City was a part of Broken Star Field, with the biggest broken pieces. As Broken Star Field was changing, the Broken Star City collapsed. It was divided into 3 parts, racing in 3 different directions. Warriors of different forces in the Broken Star City fell into a chaotic crisis, including AI Fu. A corner of AI Fu's ancient building collapsed as the ground under his feet rumbled. AI Fu had dust all over his face, his countenance helter-skelter. A shadow appeared in a dark area above his head. "Young master." The shadow was restless. It was Shi Yan. He caused all of this. "Damn it." AI Fu clenched his jaw, being foul-mouthed. That asshole acted unreasonably. He made the entire Broken Star Field dissolve. Countless pieces of broken stars are shooting everywhere. Many life stars will suffer from this disaster. Damn, I've been doing business in Broken Star City for so many years. Because of him, everything has been ruined in just a blink of an eye. Without Broken Star Field, Broken Star City can't exist. Many shops will be ruined. People have become tense. We're trying to transport the materials away. This bastard, how could he change the entire Broken Star Field like this? I don't know. The spooky shadow was distressed. I saw him inside a forest. He disappeared all of a sudden. Then explosions echoed from underground. Shortly after, Broken Star Field started to dissolve. I don't know what he had encountered underground, but I'm sure that the anomaly of Broken Star Field was brought by him. Bastard. That damn bastard. AI Fu gritted his teeth, his face dark and sinister. Watch him closely. Watch him for me. That mother of Asterisker has destroyed Broken Star Field. He will bring a catastrophe to the far west region too. The ominous shadow also knew the crisis. He disappeared silently, not speaking anymore. Dash. Master of Blood Halberd, also moved toward the center of Broken Star Field. All experts of the forces based near Broken Star Field in Far West region took action and flew towards Shurian's location. For the time being, several thousand warriors of Broken Star Field moved towards the area like clouds of locusts. They all wanted to capture the originator and skin him alive. All of them looked angry, their eyes vicious and brutal. "Big trouble," said the muscular black-scaled man. "All warriors of Broken Star Field are heading to this area. I think we can't kill them all. Unless our master comes here personally, we don't have a solution to resist this battle," said the other. Wu Lan's face was as dark as the earth. She stooped and glanced at the ground underneath. She sighed and then spoke to Fei Lan. "Can you contact him? We must get out of here as fast as possible. Otherwise, when they come, we won't even have a chance to run." Fei Lan and Ka Tuo were also worried, as if they had a fire in their heart. They knew how serious this commotion was. However, they sensed no aura of Shurian underground. Their soul consciousness couldn't detect anything. They all had severe headaches. "If we stay, we will be deemed the originators, and we won't be able to explain." Wu Lan pulled her bangs worriedly and speaking begrudgingly. "We'll wait for a moment. If he doesn't come out, we will leave." Fei Lan discolored, shouting, "If you leave, when Shurian appears, the others will kill him on the spot. You don't want the only clansman who's from the same clan as your master to die, do you?" Wu Lan and the two black-scaled men became hesitant. "Get underground and find him. Quickly." Wu Lan pondered for a while. Eventually, she didn't want to wait in pain anymore. She didn't speak to Fei Lan and Ka Tuo. She directly asked her fellows, "Get underground immediately. Unless you bump into some barriers you can't solve, try your best to find him." "All right." The two brawny black-scaled warriors roared. The black scales on their bodies rattled. Brutal light radiated under their feet. Boom, boom. The firm ground underneath was pierced. It was as if they were cutting through pieces of tofu. They didn't say anything, jumping right into the holes they just made like moles. They moved further in. "We should look everywhere. We must ensure that we can kill anyone who comes here first." Wu Lan became resolute and sinister. "We must try our best and leave no living beings." Fei Lan and Ka Tuo nodded continually. As they had just made up their minds, a shadow came with great anxiety. It was Jiyu. Before this event, he had hidden far away from the forest, concealing his aura and shadow. When Fei Lan and Ka Tuo fought Blood Halberd, Tu Fei didn't dare show himself, and he moved further away. Thus, people didn't see him. Jiyu had stayed in Broken Star Field for many years. He knew how to protect himself well. He understood that his realm wasn't high, so being a coward helped him live a little longer. When Tu Fei and the Blood Halberd soldiers were killed, he didn't know that happened or recognize the presence of Wu Lan's team. However, he recognized the anomaly of Broken Star Field. He was very suspicious, coming to see how Fei Lan and the others were doing and what was happening to Broken Star Field. That was why he showed himself. However, as soon as he landed, he retracted his neck as he was very terrified. From Wu Lan's and Ka Tuo's face, he could see murderous intentions, a feeling of no mercy that chilled him to the bone. He wanted to retreat immediately. Wu Lan rose her hand as if she was about to kill him, her face icy cold. At this moment, Ka Tuo gave a low shout. "He's one of us." Wu Lan recognized Jiyu. She knew that this kid used to accompany Shurian's team. Frowning, she threw a glance at Fei Lan. "Can we trust this man?" "I don't know." Fei Lan's eyes were malicious. "Better to clean everything." "Don't." Ka Tuo tried to stop them. "He brought us to Broken Star Field. We shouldn't be so heartless. At most, we can confine him and make him silent forever." "I agree." Jiyu understood the situation well. As his realm was low, he could only survive in Broken Star Field with his tricks. Jiyu threw his arms into the air, showing that he had put down all guard. He walked to Wu Lan and speaking sincerely, "Confine me. I'm willing to be restrained." He understood that the change of Broken Star Field was related to these people. Although he didn't have a high realm, he was smart. He knew that he saw things he shouldn't have. Now, he had to cooperate with them to save his life. Wulong was surprised. She nodded. You understood your case well. Okay, considering your good sense, we will spare your life. Fei Lan rose her hand, and a pale, corrosive air fumed like the clusters of cloud covering Jiyu entirely. His consciousness became dizzy and hazy. Someone's coming. They're almost here. Wulong hissed. Fei Lan and Ka Tuo discolored, urging their powers Upanishad. They were prepared to strike with lethal attacks in any minute. Boom, boom. A strange noise echoed from the ground. A shout arose from the deep hole that the two black scaled men had dug. We meant no harm. Ka Tuo cheered up. He hastened to shout at the hole. Senior, we got trouble. Get out quickly. We don't have much time. Yin, they aren't enemies. Fei Lan also hissed. She moved like an arrow through the hole. Deep underground. Inside an ice crystal, Yin looked at the two black scaled strangers with cold eyes. Hair rose on his entire body as he could feel intimidation from these two beefy men. It was a kind of terrifying aura that he had never seen before. Yin was ready to use the immortal demon blood to tear the sky and flee. If Ka Tuo didn't call for him, he would have gone already. At the moment Fei Lan talked to him, he calmed down, his face suspicious. Who are you? What's going on out there? He didn't know that Broken Star Field was disintegrating. As he was staying deep underground, he could only feel the strange tremors. We don't have much time to talk. We must retreat now. Once the experts of Broken Star Field come, we won't be able to leave. One of them shouted hastily. Yin changed his visage. He was bewildered for a while before nodding and flying up. Seconds later, he appeared by Fei Lan and Ka Tuo, shouting, What should we do? He didn't know the details, but from Fei Lan and Ka Tuo's countenances, he knew it wasn't going well. Congratulations. Fei Lan's eyes brightened, and she nodded at him. I didn't expect that you would reach second sky of Original God Realm that quickly. It's good. Anyway, we have to get out of here immediately. I'll tell you the situation on the way. Congratulations. Ka Tuo also saw Yin's changes, hurriedly congratulating him. Yin smiled. He said, Then we should go quickly. Moo. Wulong was hurried. We must leave now. Someone's coming. The two black scaled men appeared. They looked in a general direction, speaking, Follow us. No one's coming this way. We will get out of here quickly. Fei Lan's team didn't say anything, dragging Jiyu and following them. Chapter 950, Inevitable Fierce Combat. Chapter 950, Inevitable Fierce Combat. Master directed us to capture Yin at any cost, G. The old man with a withered face said to AI Fu in his hall. Capture Yin at any cost. AI Fu screamed. Why does grandfather want to capture him? They all have that blood mark, which is identical to the expert that had intruded Broken Star Field several thousand years ago. That expert had killed so many people that his hands were soaked with blood. I'm not sure if it's a wise move to offend him. I don't know his reasons, but this was Master's orders, snarled the old man. AI Fu nodded. If my grandfather said that, he must have his plan. If so, we will spread the news that Yin was the originator of Broken Star Field's anomaly. Yeah, we must notify Niger and Defone. They all have grudges against Yin. They're searching for him, though. I think they will be interested. Okay. The old man left quickly. Niger was a powerful tyrant of the Ghostmar clan in Far West region. The Ghostmar couple that Yin had encountered was Niger's subordinates called Gate and Feng Ro. As Feng Ro was killed and Gate had escaped from Fei Lan, of course, they didn't want to let this thing slip away. Defone was the master of blood halberd. Tu Fei and Tu Feng were his men. Tu Feng and some warriors that Tu Fei led were all killed. Of course, this force didn't want to let their enemies stay alive. Shortly after, not only did Niger and Defone receive the news from AI Fu, but also most of the forces in Broken Star Field now knew what had happened. A huge hunting operation for Yin was carried neatly under the management of some leaders. Inside the detaching Broken Star Field, five-colored mist and smoke hovered thickly. It seemed like it wasn't going to disperse. Yan's team had their god bodies glow radiantly as they were urging their powers to run at their max speed in a general direction. The two black-scaled warriors at third sky of ethereal god realm had their soul altar spin as they were navigating new directions to ensure that they wouldn't be surrounded. Gradually, they felt something wrong. It's weird. Wulan's furrowed her bold brows, thinning her red lips. Strange light sparkled continually in her beautiful eyes. They seem to know our route. More and more people are gathering. They know where we are going. Katual was startled. How could it be? We haven't seen anyone in our way yet, right? Moreover, we have two precursors sensing to avoid them. Many warriors near here are moving towards us. They know our location, said one of the black-scaled experts, his face stern. We are in big trouble. Seems like it won't be easy to get away. Phelan didn't say anything. She just looked at Yin indifferently. They're correct. Our whereabouts are disclosed. Yin was still calm. Although my realm's low, my soul consciousness could cover a long range. Several thousand warriors around have received the information. They're waiting ahead of us. They have some battleships too. All are waiting for us. Using space power Upanishad, his soul consciousness could extend very far. Although he had only second sky of original God Realm cultivation base, and his soul consciousness couldn't cover a large area like the two black-scaled experts, when he focused on some specific directions, he could gather more information than the others. He had released several flows of soul consciousness, which precisely reflected the surroundings to him. Teams of warriors entered Broken Star Field and scattered around the area, moving towards the center of Broken Star Field. However, around 1 hour ago, many of them had a clear target. They didn't move towards the center of Broken Star Field. Instead, they headed to Yan's location. Apparently, they had evidence. They knew that this group had caused this catastrophe. And moreover, they knew Yan's location. Yan halted. The fantasy sky ring on his finger glowed weakly. A light curtain twisted and then unfolded. The mother and child sky linking formation appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Divine crystals that looked like pieces of broken jade flew out of his ring, inlaying precisely in the concave spots of the child formation. Light sparkled as the energy of the crystals had activated the child formation. Light sparkled beautifully, generating the light door, which vaguely led to a deep, unknown place. Yin looked at Phelan and Katoa. He took a deep breath and then said, "You guys should return to Old Orchid Star now." Phelan and Katoa were shocked, shaking their head continually. Wulan and the two black-scaled experts' eyes brightened. They were astounded looking at the child formation. They complimented it. What a magical space formation. Excellent. Kid, your realm isn't high, but you can control such a precious treasure. You rock. Yin explained to Phelan and Katoa with a serious countenance. This trip will be perilous. They've sent many experts with high realms. You can't give me much protection, even if you go with me. You should return first. Senior, we will never leave you. If we have to fight to the death, I want to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. Katoa gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Deadly aura arose around his body. Isn't it just slaughtering? Who should I fear? Phelan resisted with silence. I cultivate space power Upanishad. If I'm not killed in a blink, I'll always have a chance to survive and flee. Yin shook his head. He was actually touched. If I'm not sure, I won't ask you to stay with me. You guys should return to Old Orchid Star for now. After I escape this mess, I'll come back and pick you guys up. He couldn't leave. If he left, the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation must be destroyed. Otherwise, their enemies would use it to get to Old Orchid Star. They would bring a catastrophe to Old Orchid Star. Yin had vague confidence, and he didn't want to see the formation that he had labored to fix shatter so quickly. Phelan lowered her head, her face dark. The opponent may have many third sky of original God Realm experts. It isn't impossible to kill you instantly. Yin, even though the child formation is marvelous, we need to let it go when we need it. It's not worth taking risks. Yeah, right. Senior, As long as we return to Old Orchid Star, we can dodge this danger for a while. Then, we can plan the next step, advised Kada. Wulon and the two black-scaled warriors stayed silent, waiting for the other's decision. No, sure, Yin said determinedly, not letting the others oppose. We can't let the child formation shatter. Once it breaks, if they come to Old Orchid Star for us, we won't have an emergency exit. With the child formation, as long as I'm alive, we can move everyone and all materials of Old Orchid Star. We can avoid the flames of anger or the other forces in the far west region. Don't say any more nonsense. You two go back immediately. Otherwise, I won't consider you my friends anymore. Fei Lan lifted her head. She had a gleam of dim shadows in her eyes. If you die, we can't protect Old Orchid Star. You're our foundation. Ka Tua gritted his teeth, speaking ferociously. Risk our lives. I don't think they can kill us all. I'm not going to be killed that easily, Shi Yin smiled coldly. I've been in the world of martial arts for years. I've experienced the must-die situations many times. But I haven't fallen yet. Believe me, I have enough tricks to protect myself. I'm sure I will survive. We're here, Wulon suddenly intervened, smiling faintly. As long as we're here, we won't let people kill him. Don't worry and just leave. Go. Shi Yin rose his hand to guide them. The child formation with its magnificent light drifted, hovering by Fei Lan and Ka Tua and waiting for them to enter. Take care. Senior, take care. Fei Lan and Ka Tua nodded heavily. They weren't stubborn anymore. They jumped into the child formation, flashed, and then disappeared through the light door as Shi Yin urged them. Swoosh! The child formation turned into beautiful light and disappeared into Shi Yan's fantasy sky ring as guided. No worries anymore. Wulon chuckled. She was still calm. Although the enemies are many, it's not impossible for the four of us to break them. Pausing for a while, Wulon snorted, speaking arrogantly. Not many experts have the guts to resist our master in this rural area. I don't think they will dare to attack us. At this moment, Shi Yin knew that their master blood demon was one of the members of the immortal demon tribe in Agate Star area. He was famous in the entire Agate Star area with his second sky of incipient god realm. As soon as we get out of the far west region, I can contact my master. With his powers, it won't be hard to travel through some small star areas to get here. One of the black-scaled men said arrogantly, Our master is a famous flag of the demon clan in Agate Star area. He's a strong pillar of the demon clan. I believe that no one in this far west region dares to confront him directly. All right, we can brag later. Let's go. After Shi Yin had arranged Fei Lan and Ka Tua suitably, he relaxed, feeling more comfortable. Wu Lan's bright eyes sparkled as she studied him, nodded inwardly. They didn't talk anymore, navigating their direction and then moving crazily to get out of Broken Star Field. A long time later, Shi Yin, Wu Lan, and the other halted, their pupils shrinking. Low rumbling noises from engines resounded through the dusty area in front of them. Slowly, 2,000-meter-long battleships emerged, blockading them. Those two battleships were made of bone and stone, respectively. They were as bright and shiny as a silver bar. Stern warriors stood on the battleships. They saw Tu Fei and the Ghost Mark man who had escaped on the battleships. That's him. Gate of the Ghost Mark clan shrilled. With a grimace, he pointed to Shi Yin from a distance, speaking hoarsely. They killed Feng Ro. A middle-aged Ghost Mark man whose god body looked like a halberd had sharp eyes. He was Niger of the Ghost Mark clan in the far west region. He had third sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. Now he was standing on the battleship, his hands clasped behind his back. He talked maliciously. How do you want him to get killed? He must suffer from every torture in this world. Keep his soul burning on the fire for 10,000 years, which will kill him little by little, said Gate through his gritted teeth. He's mine. Tu Fei shouted crazily like a beast baring its teeth. Your daddy here will skin him first. Shi Yan's eyes were harsh and cold, grinning fiendishly. I'm afraid that you don't have such luck.